This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate first part of what if Naruto was saved by his Shinigami mother. If you enjoy this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now, wasting no more time, let's start the story.
The Shinigami were observing the light display in the sky above them in the Seirei. The Soul Society was placed on high alert just a few minutes ago after a group of Ryoka invaded. The 13 court guard squad captains were observing the spectacle, but one captain was staring at it, reminded of what had transpired 6 years prior. Staring at the bright light, Soyeon watched as it glowed and sparked, resembling the method used by a single man a long time ago. Taicho. Soyeon was startled out of her reverie as she reached out and clasped her hand over her heart. Taicho, what is wrong? Omeda Miraculous looked at his Taicho with concern. Have all 2nd Division troops ready for combat. If those Ryoka get through, then we need to capture them quickly. The last thing that we need to deal with at the moment is chaos. Now. Soyeon blinked multiple times, saying, It's nothing, nothing at all. Soyeon turned to her lieutenant with a stern expression. Omeda turned to the 2nd Division members beside him and said, Hi Taicho. You heard Soyeon. Taicho, move out. They fled, but halted when they noticed the enormous light split apart into different directions. Damn, new strategy, Soyeon swore, turning to face Omeda. Follow 11th Division, try to locate the Ryoka, now. The 2nd Division dispersed in all 4 directions in the direction of where they saw the lights go, and Soyeon shed a single tear. Minato. She said, wiping away her tear and cursing her sentimental side before setting out to find the Ryoka. 8 hours later, time has passed. As she and her squad entered the barracks, Soyeon sighed. They had not discovered any evidence of the Ryoka, and unlike the 4th Division, they did not always carry energy pills, so her squad needed rest. Today had been particularly stressful for her, as she had to leave the squad group multiple times. The light produced by the Ryoka brought back a lot of memories that she had been trying to ignore for years, and everything she saw after that reminded her of things she had hoped to forget. When Miraculous noticed his captain's condition, he asked, Taicho, are you okay? She took a deep breath and spoke in a chilly tone, but Miraculous could hear the emotional strain in it. As Miraculous pondered, she left Omeda and made her way to her quarters, saying, Lieutenant, I would like to be alone for a few hours. Please inform all squad members that I am to be left alone, should they disturb me. I will kill them personally. What on earth is wrong with the captain? He let out a sigh and proceeded to the sleeping quarters so that the other members of the squad could deliver the message. Alongside Soyeon tried to contain his tears as he walked through the barracks. She ignored everyone, sweeping past all of her subordinates without looking at them. She ran to her quarters as soon as she saw the entrance, slammed the door shut behind her, and then started crying. She rolled into a ball and just lay there, sobbing, while thinking to herself. I've lost everyone I've ever cared for, so why did I have to lose you both, Minato. My Sochi? She cried into the night and lay there sobbing for an hour. After she stopped crying, she just lay there and traced the floor with her index fingers while muttering to herself why and how. She looked at her closet and walked towards it, reaching for her captain's haori and removing it, gently folding it in even parts. After an hour of doing this, she finally managed to push herself up, but it was quite difficult due to the physical strain of patrolling and crying. Then she took off her Zanpakuto too and set it down by her bed. She turned to her room's mirror and started taking off her Onmitsukido uniform, first removing the top parts before carefully exposing her skin and a few scars from her training with Yoruichi. She also showed off her medium-sized breasts, both of which were perking up from the cold. Then, exposing a pair of black underwear, she took off the lower portion of the uniform. She examined her body and started to trace the scars on it. She found 5 slash marks on her upper left shoulder from when Yoruichi had fought her in cat form and unintentionally cut too deep. She also found a scar on her back from fighting an extremely strong hollow. She had barely survived that battle. Finally, she found the scar across her stomach, which served as a constant reminder of what she had nearly lost. She had a caesarean section for her one and only child, which is why she had the scar. The stress of giving birth would have killed them both if they hadn't had to remove the child. After wiping away more tears, she went to the closet and opened it, revealing a number of nightgowns. She selected a blue one with see-through lace, which was always her favorite because it was the only item she had left from her husband. She put on the kimono, went to another door, sighed, and opened it to reveal a shrine. She knelt down and started lighting candles while praying, and the shrine had a single picture of a man with electric blue eyes, blonde spiky hair, and a winning smile. With a few exceptions, the man in the picture was her now deceased husband, Namikaze Minato. He was dressed in a white cloak with flames licking the bottom of it. After glancing at the photo, she reached for the wedding band in front of it and read the inscription, to my loving Bumblebee, my beautiful wife, I will love you even beyond death. When Soyeon could take it no more, she collapsed, dropped the wedding band, and shed a few tears. She didn't see a single tear fall on the wedding band's gem until it began to glow brightly. Same time, Konoha. If one were to look at Konoha tonight and not hear the cries of agony from one blonde-haired Jinchuriki, they would believe that the village was a paradise. The sky was dark and full of shooting stars. But when the blonde was fleeing from a mob, it was not paradise, at least not for Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was cut and bruised. He had been living on the streets since being ejected from the orphanage when he was 3 years old. In order to survive, he dug through trash and garbage in search of items that would provide him with some semblance of food. However, he was extremely hungry today, had not eaten anything in the previous 3 weeks, and felt so weak that he was hardly able to move. Taking a risk, he decided to try to steal a piece of bread from a food teller. When the trouble began, he had just passed the stand. The food teller saw him approaching and yelled, "Thief! The demon has stolen my goods, thief!" A small group of villagers then attacked him. He had escaped the more painful blows, but his injuries were severe enough that it was difficult for him to flee. Naruto turned down an alley and ran to the other side, thinking he was home free, but then he saw that no one was there, so he smiled and stopped when an Enbu with black hair and a lizard mask landed in front of him. The man started performing hand seals, Suiden, Suiryuend and no jutsu, from the nearby puddles on the ground, and a dragon of water rose up and charged at him. Naruto was knocked down and slammed into the ground in agony, and as he tumbled, a necklace was revealed. It was a simple silver chain necklace, and the medallion was glowing. The mob leader yelled, "Excellent work Shisui, thanks to you we can finish off the demon once and for all," as Naruto pushed himself up and attempted to flee, only to discover that the mob had finally caught up to him. Naruto cowered as the mob advanced on him, unaware that his cries for assistance would soon be answered. Returning with Soyeon was trembling when she noticed her wedding band glowing. It's impossible that the band would only light up if Minato's. Oh god. Oh Kami. Sama, she thought, grabbing the band and chanting. Suddenly, the ring lit up, and she was shocked to learn that her son, the child born of her and Minato's love, was actually alive. She noticed that Naruto's eyes were wide with terror and asked, "Sochi, what's wrong?" before witnessing a beer bottle smash into his face and severing it. "No," she said. Her eyes widened in rage as she saw the crowd move toward him. "How dare they? How dare they? How dare they? How dare they?" She released a tremendous amount of spiritual pressure that permeated the Seirei and the barracks. Seirei's other side, this spiritual pressure, is Soyeon's, but how did it get so powerful? Yoruichi asked, stopping on the roof she was on as she felt the pressure descending on top of the entire city. She turned to face the barracks of the 2nd Division. Returning with Soyeon not even a second after Soyeon grabbed her Zanpakuto 2, she leapt out of the window, and her squad ran into her room to watch her do so. "Damn it, all units, follow Captain Soyeon now," swore Omeda. Squad 2 members pursued Omeda as he attempted and failed to overtake Soyeon. "I will not let them hurt my children ever again," Soyeon declared as she leapt over the buildings and made her way straight to the Senkaimon. She threw an energy bolt at the Senkaimon's controls and ran through hand seals. The gate glowed as Soyeon passed through them. When her squad came to a halt in front of the gates, one of them sprinted there and exclaimed, "Wait! Soyeon Taicho is heading somewhere, and by the feel of her spiritual pressure, we would only be a nuisance to her." The squad member turned around to see Omeda staring at him. The squad gazed at the still open Senkaimon, wondering why their captain had gone in and released enough Ryotsu to be felt all the way to Rukongai. Alongside Naruto, the mob was encircling Naruto after he had been beaten unconscious. One ninja approached, poured a vat of gasoline over his blonde hair, and then pulled out a match. "Burn in hell, demon." The shinobi was about to light the match when a bright light appeared above their heads. They all looked up to see a paper door open and a light wash out, and then they saw a woman enter wearing a partially see-through kimono and a katana around her waist. "Hey, Luki here boys, it seems Kami Sama has sent us a lovely angel for us to play with for killing the demon. Let's not disappoint her," the men said, staring lustfully at the stunning woman. Had she not yelled out, he would have carried on with his tirade. Shakaho. Hado 31. Before she fired it at the mob group, killing everyone it struck, including roughly 20 civilians and 3 shinobi, she thrust her palm out, creating an orb of crimson light that was igniting enormous amounts of spiritual pressure in her hand. A shinobi ran at her, but she just sidestepped him before grabbing the back of his head and viciously smashing his face into the concrete wall. "Hiya," she said, tearing out her katana as soon as her attack struck, then viciously attacking the civilians, slicing them open and spilling their internal organs on the ground. After eliminating the remaining members of the mob, she turned to face the heavily bleeding Naruto. Without any delay, she rushed to him and said, "My Sochi. Thank Kami. Sama, you are alive." She then put her arms around Naruto and gently raised him up. When Sarutobi and some Anbu arrived at the end of the alley, they were horrified to see the dead bodies and blood all over the place, but they were even more horrified to see the woman, especially the 3 Anbu wearing snake, rat, and cat masks. Soifun. Sama? They were unable to ask because Soifun spotted the still open Senkaimon and leapt for it. Sarutobi rushed to stop her, but his speed had decreased. Sarutobi turned to his shinobi and said, "Everyone, locate all members of Anbu Unit Musioru, have all members ready for S-rank combat. No one is exempt, go. That door, whatever it is where we need our top forces to go in after Naruto. I will not fail Minato's last wish." As the Anbu dispersed to find the members using a special flare, a loud group of highs could be heard. After going through hand seals in a circle, the Anbu slammed their hands to the ground and exclaimed, "Ninpo! Musioru!" The light swiftly changed into the emblem for Musioru, a 6-point star with a single crescent moon in the center, as a tangent of seals spread out from their palms and then shot into the sky. People were vanishing from the village and using Shunshin to get to where the Hokage was standing. When she saw the Musioru symbol, a woman with crimson red hair narrowed her green eyes and said, "Looks like I can finally let loose after 6 years." She vanished in a whirlpool Shunshin and then materialized in front of the Sandame. The Sandame turned to face the group and said, "Look, someone has abducted Uzumaki Naruto. We have to go get him. Hurry up." After tearing off his cloak and exposing his battle gear, Sarutobi leapt to his feet and charged at the Senkaimon, with his Anbu trailing closely behind. "Did he say, Uzumaki?" The red-haired woman, wearing an Oni mask, asked stock still. She had no time to think about it, so she leapt into the Senkaimon. Uzumaki Kushina would get her answers soon enough. Returning to Seirei for some reason, more than 2 hours had gone by in Seirei and the human world. Seirei and Hueco Mundo all had different time zones, possibly separating the worlds by several years. No one could figure out why, so no one could see the pattern. He was about to continue waiting when he noticed an orange-haired girl with a huge bust wearing clothing that was obviously appropriate for the human world. Omeda stared at the Senkaimon his captain had entered and asked, "What is taking her so long? She should have come out by now." "Hey, Arioka! Get her right away!" The squad ran at her. She yelled something into the alley behind her. Omeda could have sworn he heard something like, "Giru," or "Miri," or something like that, but he ignored it when the girl was brought before him. "Well, Luki here. It seems our squad has captured a Ryoka, and a rather cute one at that," he said, smiling at her. "Oh, don't worry. Unlike other Soul Reapers, we do not take advantage of our position, so you won't be humiliated, per se." He reached for her, saying, "However, I am sure our captain will have fun interrogating you if you," before he could say anything more. She yelled, "Out of my way," as she rushed past the group, toppling a few of her teammates in the process. Without turning around, she dashed to the middle of the Seirei. "Come one. Bring the Ryoka, we have to follow the captain, now," Miraculous said, glancing at the other members of the squad. The second division obeyed orders and pursued Soifun, while one of the larger members of the squad carried Orihime like a burlap sack. She gazed at the Seirei, which was stunning if you didn't notice the blood trail. What? She noticed that the blood trail had diminished, but she could still see it emanating from whatever Soifun was holding. Suddenly, she felt something wet on her face, so she reached up and felt it. It was a liquid, but it was thick. She looked at her hand, and almost felt sick. It was blood. Regardless of her husband, Soifun would be forever turning in her grave if she ever allowed her son to die, so she tore off a piece of her kimono when she noticed that Naruto's wound was bleeding. She didn't care if it was a gift from Minato. When she realized they were close to the 4th Division's barracks, she smashed through the doors and knocked the medics in the room over. "Soifun, what happened? Is there?" A woman with long black braids crossing her chest said, turning around. Her eyes widened at the sight of the person in Soifun's arms. She was silenced when Soifun ran up to her and pushed Naruto into her arms, leaving her haori stained with blood. "Heal him right away." Soifun gave Unohana a look that made it impossible to argue with her. Her question was interrupted when Soifun collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Soifun, I will heal him, but why are you so? Please, heal him, s. Save my," was all that Soifun could manage to choke out before she was too overwhelmed to do anything but cry. Unohana sighed. Izan, a white blonde-haired girl with a very attractive bust emerged from a nearby door, saying, "Please bring this child to the medical wing, and hurry." After noticing the child's condition, Izan yelled at the other medics. "We need to perform a level 5 emergency surgery, so everyone in the front line should follow me." After grabbing Naruto, she made her way to the surgery ward. Soifan took a seat on a nearby bench as the rest of her team went into the barracks. A subordinate named Soifan Taicho raised her voice, asking, "What's going on? Who was the little boy you were carrying?" Soifan sighed as she glanced at her subordinate. "That boy, the one I carried in my arms, as I should have done so long ago, is my Sochi." "What? Are you saying that Soifan is a mother? When the hell did this happen?" Everyone turned to see Omeda hyperventilating at the news. Soifan gazed at the ground and sighed. "It's a long story. It all started when I went to a new world, to locate sudden appearances of hollow energy. You remember, I went missing for 4 years if you do." Rewind. Soifan ducked to avoid being swiped by the claw of a large hollow, which had a mask shaped like a turtle skull and a very humanoid appearance. "Oh, how delightful, some delicious food for me," the hollow laughed, leaping at her with its mouth open. Shakaho. Hado 31. She released a red burst of energy from her palm, which ripped into the hollow and spread it out. She stumbled and started to pant. The head captain had given her the mission to investigate this world, where hollows appeared to be few but far more potent. That turtle-shaped hollow was the third she had encountered, and it parred on Jillian class. "Damn it," she moaned as she stood up to move on to her next destination. "I am a member of the Fawn family, trained as an assassin, and the captain of the 2nd Division, and I am weakened from fighting only 3 hollows? Grrrraaggghh, but she had to leap aside as a huge pair of claws ripped through the earth all around her. She stood up and examined the object that had attacked her, only to discover another hollow. However, this one was unique. Although it was obviously too weak to be regarded as an average hollow, it appeared to be savage like one. However, there was no misunderstanding, this was an authentic Ajukas. In the real world, the Ajukas was roughly twice as big as a polar bear. Its body was covered in armor made of white bone instead of fur, with a lot of crimson and green, likely leftovers from meals. The creature's teeth were completely white. It had sharp, black claws. However, the creature's eyes were constantly changing from yellow to red. It roared as it saw Soifan, then ran and slashed at her, cutting her across the chest. It wasn't a fatal wound, but it hurt like hell. A brown ball of energy formed as the hollow opened its mouth and snarled at her. Soifan acted quickly and stepped aside just as a Sero ripped through the surrounding area. The hollow's eyes turned from golden to blood crimson, and she winced as it started to stalk toward her before abruptly stopping and fleeing. Soifan pushed herself to her feet and moaned, "Damn, that wound was painful." She checked the area where the claws had struck and discovered that her personal Senkaimon creation unit had been damaged. "Damn," she said, drawing out her soul pager, "looks like I better call HQ." Well. Soifan turned to see 3 men wearing metal headbands with slashes running through them smiling at her. "Looks like we found another one. Looks like we can burn a bit, boys." The 3 men smiled as they started making complicated hand gestures. She was startled to see balls of flame coming at her, but she was even more shocked to see what looked like a wall of water appear in front of her as she watched them all inhale and blow while uttering, "Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu." Suddenly, 2 people appeared. A woman with crimson red hair, a sleek figure, and an extremely dark-colored katana, possibly from not cleaning off the blood, and a man with blonde, spiked hair, a green flak jacket vest, and a knife with 3 points in each hand. She was about to turn around to see if anyone else was behind her when the man turned toward her. "Hey lady, with the white haori," she said, her eyes widening as she looked at him. "You all right?" she asked, too shocked to respond. "How can he see me? Is there a lot of spiritual pressure on him?" When the woman yelled, she was startled out of her reverie. The woman twirled her katana as the blonde-haired man, whom Soifan thought was Minato, turned to face the battlefield. "Hey, Minato, get your head in the game and Hiraishin those damn traitors," she said. He threw the kunai at the 3 men and said, "Yes, Kushina. Senpai." Then all 3 men were killed in a sudden flash of light. Soifan's eyes went wide with surprise. The men had been there just a moment before, and now they were gone. Minato turned to Soifan and asked, "Are you okay?" Between the surprise that someone could see her here and what she had just witnessed, she did the last thing anyone who knew Soifan would have done. She passed out. Skip in time as Minato watched Soifan sleep. He noticed the steady rise and fall of her chest and, judging by the tone of her muscles, he thought she was built for battle. He reached out and traced the muscles on her arm. "Minato." What have I told you about ogling women you just met? Minato jumped out of his seat and turned to see Kushina mockingly glaring at him. Minato scowled as she looked down. He turned to Soyeon and said, "Don't stare at them until you have a chance to get to know them. I remember what you said, Kushina. Senpai. So, what do you think that thing she fought was?" Kushina sighed as he leaned against the wall. "I am not sure, but in my clan back in Uzu no Kuni there were legends of monsters with white masks that fed on souls. I am not too sure, but this seems to be the case. For some reason, the creatures dissipate when killed, so nobody has ever been able to examine a body." She exhaled. The two shinobi said as they turned to see Soyeon waking up. Kushina approached and knelt beside her bed. "Hey, girl. How are you?" Soyeon's eyes widened as she turned to face the two. "Miss," Minato began, "we want to know why you're here. Based on your uniform, it's obvious that you're not from one of the elemental nations. So, who are you?" In a panic, Soyeon reached for her Zanpakuto 2, only to discover it gone. "And don't bother lying to us. I am the best interrogator in my division, so, start talking." "Looking for this?" Soyeon glared at Kushina before turning back to her Zanpakuto 2. "You get it back once you answer my questions, so start talking," she said, turning to see Kushina holding her Zanpakuto 2. Soyeon sighed and said, "All right, my name is Soyeon, born Fan Shaolin of the Fan family. If I tell them who I really am, things might go south, but, damn, I need my Zanpakuto 2. After 3 hours, Kushina glanced at her Zanpakuto 2 as she looked up to observe the two's reactions and their dinner plate. Sized eyes. "And that is my story," she said. She handed Soyeon the Zanpakuto 2 and said, "Damn, and I thought my sword was dangerous, here you go." She pulled a cell phone out of her pocket and said, "Thank you. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to get back to seirei.com. Minato and Kushina stared at it curiously, and Soyeon flipped it open before yelling, "Damn. It's out of power." She put the phone in her pocket and said, "Looks like I am stuck here for a while." She stood up and started stretching. Minato. "Senpai, Kushina. Senpai, the council has been called together for urgent reasons, and they said you are to bring your new friend." The Anbu swiftly disappeared via Shunshin as the doors abruptly opened and an Anbu entered. The vent had what appeared to be rat prints on it, and if Minato knew one thing, it was that Root had a rat summoning contract. "They know about her. How? We were the only ones here, unless..." Minato looked around and noticed a vent. He approached it and removed the grate, cursing. "Come on. We can't keep the council waiting," he said as he stood up and made his way to the door. Soyeon was prepared in case she had to fight, saying, "This is the worst time to have no power in my soul pager," as the three left the tent. The council room, all of the clan heads, the top civilian merchants, and the elders were seated around a big table when Minato, Kushina, and Soyeon entered the council room. Sarutobi turned around and said, "Ah, Minato, Kushina, I see that the three of you have arrived. I am sure you are wondering why we have called you here." After releasing a small amount of killing intent, Minato said, "Actually yes, we would also like to know how exactly you all found out about Soyeon so damn quickly, when I made sure that no one has seen her." This actually alarmed the majority of the clan elders. Kushina tore out her katana and aimed it at Danzo's throat as he stood up and said, "Mind your tongue, Minato. Do not forget that we as the council have privileges, ones that allow us to do as we please so long as it is for the good of the village." In order to make her point, she released some lethal intent. "Keep talking, old man, or I'll cut off what's left of your body." Everyone turned to Sume and said, "Anyway, now that we're all here, we can start the meeting." As Minato took the Namikaze seat, everyone nodded. "Namikaze Minato, we of the council have read through various reports on your success and have found that you are quite possibly the most able shinobi to date. As such, we wish to name you our new Yondaime." Everyone nodded. "Yes. All right. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah." Minato got up and exclaimed, "What? A.R. Y.US. S. Serious, I am the Yondaime?" Minato started dancing in his seat, making everyone in the room perspire. "Anyway," the woman said, edging her hand closer to her Zanpakuto 2, and everyone watched as she said, "The next order of business is what to do with young Ms. Soyeon here." When Minato roared, Danzo was silenced. "I propose that she be placed in my division. Surely a being with such power could..." Danzo stood up. Minato produced a tri-pronged kunai and said, "Oh no, Danzo, no way in hell am I going to let you use her to your sick ends." Fugaku got to his feet. He scoffed at Soyeon, who started to shiver unconsciously, and said, "Why not? At the very least, she could be able to produce strong soldiers." Hyuga Haishi yelled at the head of the Uchiha clan, "Fugaku, if you ever make a comment like that again, I will skin Juken you so badly, that your grandchildren will feel it." He stood up. This is getting nowhere, Sandame. Sama. I believe that it would be best if she were simply put on probation for the time she is here. As soon as she is able to contact her allies she will be leaving. Sarutobi raised his eyebrows. Sarutobi got up and said, "This council is adjourned." The council then stood and moved toward the exit. Very well, Soifin will be kept under protection. Meanwhile, Minato. You will be inaugurated as the Yondaime in 3 years' time. The only people left in the council room were Minato, Kushina, and Soifin. Well, Kushina said, I guess we better get you someplace to stay. I know. You can stay at my place. She grabbed Soifin's hand and pulled her out of the room. Minato did the same, groaning and gripping his head. This is ideal, he said with a sigh as he left the council chambers. Afterwards there were roughly 10 bowls beside Kushina, Minato, and Soifin as they sat at a ramen stand. With this much money, I will be able to start my own restaurant, said a young Tuchi, beaming maniacally. As Kushina and Soifin talked, he kept stirring the noodles and broth. As Soifin responded, she started to eat more ramen and asked, "So, you are the last in your clan, and you are the head of your division?" She devoured another bowl of ramen and said, "Pretty much, man, this stuff is good." Soifin looked at Minato and raised an eyebrow. "Yep, when me and Mina-chan here," she said, pinching Minato's cheek. "When we first met, we had a ramen eating contest. I kicked his ass, and ever since then he has called me senpai." With his mouth full of ramen noodles, Minato nodded his head and asked, "Is this true?" As she glared at a nearby civilian who appeared to be discussing them, she sighed, "Yep, it's true, ever since we have been great friends, although, the rumors going around that he and I are dating are extremely annoying. I may be stuck here for a while, but after what she's seen, it can't be all that bad," Soifin laughed. Fast forward to 8 months later. Once they had won for Konoha in Kirigakure, Kushina, Minato, and Soifin were on a beach. Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, was put in charge after they defeated the Sandame Mizukage. Soifin was dressed in a one-piece bathing suit that accentuated her best features. Minato wore a basic bathing suit, while Kushina wore a green two-piece. Given that Soifin and Minato were staring at each other when the other was not looking, the three were flinging a frisbee around, albeit ineffectively. The two have become close over the past 3 months. Kushina was smiling aloofly when she said, "Time for plan, matchmaker." She passed Soifin, who was staring at Minato, and, accidentally, tripped her. Minato was turning around when she fell, and the two collided in a highly dangerous situation. When he attempted to pull away, Minato had his arms around her waist and Soifin was straddling her. The two exchanged glances before blushing like tomatoes. "Soifin. Chan-I," Minato stammered, but he was cut off when Soifin did something he never would have predicted. She kissed him on the lips. "Minato-kun, I." Soifin put her hand on Minato's face and said, "Minato-kun, I," as her eyes widened and she put her head on his chest. I love you," she said. Minato gave Soifin a startled look, but it soon changed to one of joy as he pulled her chin up to meet his lips and said, "Soifin. Chan, I love you too." Kushina smiled and said, "Operation Matchmaker, success." 2 years and 4 months later, time has passed. Wearing his new uniform, Minato stood atop the Hokage Tower, accompanied by his wife, Soifin. Only a small number of people attended the couple's wedding a week ago because they wanted to keep it a secret. The crow applauded as they threw a variety of items into the air, including streamers and their own hats, as he approached the balcony and declared, "People of Konohagakure no Sato, I am pleased to announce that I, Namikaze Minato, have been named your Yondaime Hokage." Kushina was smiling at the side, saying, "Well Mina-chan, it seems you finally got your dream." Minato grinned and went back inside. After giving Kushina a smile, Minato approached his wife and said, "Yes, I got my dream." He then kissed Soifin's head and said, "And more." Soifin grabbed the back of his head. "Oh boy," Kushina said, rolling her eyes, "skip in time." The Shinigami captain patted Kushina's belly, which was noticeably a little larger, and Minato and Soifin grinned as she heard her rambling incoherently, "Are you serious?" "Yes, I am serious Kushina. In 6 months me and Soifin will have a child, and we want you to be the godmother. Jiraiya has already been nominated as the godfather, and we believe you would be the best influence on our child." Kushina started stammering as Soifin laughed. "Yes, I could not think of a better person to be the godmother, so please Kushina, will you accept? You two are going to keep asking me until I agree, aren't you?" Kushina sighed, turning to face Minato. "All right, we'll keep an eye on your little cherub," she said, grinning as the two nodded. Among other things, the three carried on talking about the baby's due date. Soifin grinned. When she first arrived, she was eager to get home, but now she is reluctant to go. My little Naru-chan, you have made mommy so happy, she said to herself as she rested her head on her husband's shoulder and grinned while glancing at her belly. After 6 months as she gave birth, Soyeon was screaming in agony and losing blood quickly. Son of a bitch, if we don't do something, both of them will be dead. We need to perform a cesarean section now. The attending physician swore, taking out a scalpel and glaring at Soyeon. Soyeon. Sama, I am sorry but we need to perform a cesarean section, this will hurt. Before Soyeon could respond, the doctor inserted the scalpel into her flesh and opened a door to her womb. Soyeon let out a painful scream, wondering why the Kyuubi had to attack on the day of her child's birth. When the scalpel was finally taken away, the doctor used medical jutsu to keep Soyeon alive. With a sigh, he carefully removed a blonde infant who was crying. As Soyeon gasped and flinched in agony, the other medical nins started tending to her wound right away. The doctor obeyed and gently held Naruto in her arms as she turned to the side and reached for a small chain with an amulet on the end, saying, M.My baby, G. Give me my baby. You will never have to take this necklace off. It will grow as you do my son, she said with a smile as she put it around his neck. She then nuzzled her son's cheek and sighed. After saying, Soyeon, I am so sorry, in a golden flash, Minato collapsed and started sobbing. The Nins had healed all of Soyeon's wounds, but she was still exhausted. What is wrong? Minato asked, wrapping Soyeon in an embrace. He sobbed even more, saying, Kyuubi, he is too strong, I have to seal him, and, our son is the only one who can contain him. I am so sorry, as he gripped Soyeon even more tightly. Minato.kun. I don't care if the Kyuubi is sealed inside our son, I will always protect him, no matter what. Soyeon stroked the back of his head. Minato picked himself up and took Naruto from her, apologizing in a whisper. Soyeon was about to return to her bed when he leapt out the window and made his way to the battle. She started to say, "Og," but stopped when she heard blood splashing and flesh being sliced outside. She was horrified by what she saw and snatched up her Zanpakuto 2 before breaking down the door. The floor was covered in corpses and blood. Looking around, she exclaimed, "Gra ag," and turned to see a doctor bitten in half. What shocked her, though, was what bit the doctor in half. She fought in the same hollow right before Minato saved her life. When she saw the bear, like hollow stare at her, she growled. Her Zanpakuto 2 glowed a golden hue as it wrapped around her hand, forming a golden gauntlet with a long stinger on her middle finger. Sting all enemies to death. Suzumaki, and she swiftly took it out. With a loud roar, the bear Ajukas attacked Soyeon. She was caught in its jaws, but she was able to strengthen the chakra surrounding her body to prevent being impaled. She cut the Ajuka's eye with Suzumaki. In an instant, the bear hollow released her and seized its eye. A butterfly tattoo appeared and started to bleed a little. Oh yeah, fighting an Ajuka's right after giving birth, yeah, not my best idea, Soyeon said, stumbling to the ground and flinching as she dodged a claw strike that was headed her way from the bear hollow. She leapt back, kicked the hollow's chin squarely, and sent its head flying backwards. She slashed across the hollow with Suzumaki and kicked it in the throat. Blood appeared to flow from the hollow's eyes, which glowed like crimson fire as it roared in pain and rage. The halls and a portion of the building were torn apart by the enormous crimson sero that erupted from its mouth. What is with this thing? Kenpachi is less destructive than this thing. Soyeon jumped out of the way and dodged the blow, but she was completely unprepared for the Ajukas to swing around wildly, attacking and destroying everything in sight while firing sero after sero from its mouth. Die! She yelled, and she was about to hit one of the death marks when it abruptly vanished. Damn, she thought. Those stupid marks only stay on for a few minutes still. Shit! She attempted to leave another death mark, but the enormous Ajukas swatted her away. When Soyeon heard the screams of a baby and the tearing of flesh, she attempted to stand up but fell. Final flashback. After that, I scoured the village. I found out that my husband had died sealing the demon into our son, and when I went to ask Sarutobi, he told me that my son had died by some giant white monster. I left after I was able to open a Senkaimon. Ever since then I had become what I am now, cold, ruthless, completely without emotions. Omeda wiped away his tears, and he and a good chunk of the squad did the same. As the rest of her team nodded, Soyeon grinned and said, Taicho, we understand, but, as she turned to face Omeda. If Sarutobi lied to you, then I assure you he is going to pay. As the door to the medical wing opened and Izan emerged with a dejected expression on her face, Orihime looked up at Soyeon and cried quietly to herself. Her son was taken from her, and she finds him bleeding and brutalized. This must be painful for her. So, can I see my son now? When can I take him home? Can he eat my cooking? Soyeon jumped out of her chair and ran to Izan. Izan put her hand on Soyeon's shoulder and sobbed. Soyeon Taicho, I am afraid that, your son, won't last the night. Izan grabbed Soyeon's shoulders and said, haha, okay, enough with the joking, so how is my son? Soyeon's eyes widened, and then she started to laugh. Taicho, I am not joking, I am sorry, but by midnight tonight, your son is most likely going to be dead. Soyeon passed out. If there was one thing that made Sane famous, it was when she broke the news and put both of her hands on their shoulders. She was never kidding. No, oh Cammy no. Soyeon whimpered, then twitched and spasmed, causing the rest of the squad to grab her as she started to thrash around. She then screamed, no, I just got him back, I can't lose him again, no, 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 no. Izan looked at Orihime and sighed. Orihime saw the distress and then remembered her powers, saying, it's the only shot we have. Orihime broke free from the 2nd Division member and ran towards Izan, saying, Miss, I might be able to save him. Please, give me a chance. Izan sobbed slowly and said, alright, but, I doubt that there is anything you can do. When Soyeon noticed that Orihime had run into the room, she stopped struggling and watched expectantly as Orihime raised her hands in front of her. As Shun Rika spoke, her hairpins glowed and started to fly everywhere, forming 6 tiny, fairy-like figures. As the 6 fairy-like creatures flew around, a feminine, blonde-haired one wearing a red outfit stepped forward and smiled. Orihime, what can we do for you? Orihime pointed to Naruto, and the 6 gasped when they saw how his body was in. It was ripped open, his blood was all over the place, and it appeared as though only the stitching was holding parts of his body together. The blonde-haired sprite nodded and turned to face another sprite wearing an unusually large dress with flower-like markings on it. We need to heal him, quickly. The sprite nodded her head and asked, Ayame, ready? Orihime sighed, Soden Kishin. I reject. The two hovered over the blonde, creating a field of energy. Everyone saw the determined expression on Orihime's face. Soyeon was staring so intently that she wouldn't blink or close her eyes. I will not stop. Not until he is safe, Orihime snarled to herself as she concentrated more on the wounds. Her eyes widened at what she was seeing, just as Izan was about to tell her to stop, that she was wasting her time. Even the enormous gash in Naruto's body was starting to close and heal. Unbelieving what they were witnessing, everyone drew closer. Please don't leave me, oh Cammy, please don't take him from me again, Soyeon prayed while sobbing. Orihime fully concentrated on the wound, and it eventually closed. She fell backward, but she was able to catch herself before she fell over completely, thanks to Izan. Amazing. Not even I could have healed those wounds, said Unohana, who had witnessed the spectacle. She proudly gazed at Orihime and said, what a magnificent healer. After being freed from the other squad members' grasp, Soyeon approached her son slowly, gave him a quick glance, and started to trace the whisker marks before turning to Orihime. Orihime watched as Soyeon approached her, jumped up to embrace her, and sobbed into her shoulder, saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, as she tightened the embrace. Orihime gave the upset Shinigami a back rub. The remaining squads from the 2nd and 4th divisions, meanwhile, grinned because, well, it wasn't every day you saw a Shinigami mother and child together. Crash. Suddenly, everyone turned to face the scene of the crash and saw a young Shinigami member of the 4th division. He appeared to be quite small, but Unohana recognized him as Yamada Hanataro, the 7th seed of the IV. Unohana Taicho, Fuku Taicho Sasaki Chojiro of the 1st division has arrived with 2 more seated officers. He says he is under orders from the Soteicho himself. He gasped as he came to a halt in front of Unohana, and he was pushed aside when a 1st division member approached from behind. Unohana was about to respond when Soyeon spoke up on her behalf. Out of our way, we have orders from the Soteicho, the 1st division member said, looking up at Unohana. By orders of the Soteicho, the Ryoka in this building is to be brought before him immediately. She turned back to her son and said, tell the old geezer that she is under my protection. You bitch, how dare you insult the Soteicho, especially when he was gracious enough to allow your son to live. Slowly, Soyeon turned to face the Shinigami and asked, what, did you just say? The Shinigami responded, demonstrating either great bravery or a lack of intelligence. He grinned, believing he had broken her will, misinterpreting her body's tremors. Are you deaf? I just said that the Soteicho was gracious enough to allow your son to live, when he could have simply killed it. So, you mean to tell me, that the Soteicho knew my son was alive, and he never told me? As Sasaki Chojiro and another member of the 1st Division rounded the corner, the man snorted, their eyes widening in horror. "No, you damn fool." Soyeon held up her Zanpakuto, but Chojiro arrived too late. She transformed her Zanpakuto into a Shikai so fast that no one could notice it. "Sting all enemies to death. Suzumaki." The Shinigami was instantly killed when she drove the stinger in his direction and buried it in his heart. Soyeon turned to face the members of the 1st Division and unleashed a great deal of spiritual pressure and murderous intent. As she approached them, the force crushed the 2 members of the 1st Division. Chikoro shuddered at the thought, "This is so powerful, not even the Sotecho could do this." Chojiro choked as he replied, "Where is Yamamoto?" Now, Soyeon grabbed him by the throat and started to squeeze. Soyeon threw Chojiro to the ground and proceeded to the exit, saying, So. Taicho, he is in the meeting hall with the other captains." She let go of all her spiritual pressure and murderous intent as soon as she was outside, saying, "You will suffer for this betrayal." Yamamoto. She jumped over the structures and made her way directly to the council chambers. Seirati's other side. How? This is so familiar. But how can Soyeon have this much power? Yoruichi halted abruptly and turned to face the center of Seirati, sensing an aura that rivaled that of the head captains. Yoruichi turned in the direction where she sensed the pressure and went directly in that direction. The gate of Senkaimon. Since the Senkaimon was open to all, it was hardly shocking when more than 20 masked people entered, led by an elderly man wearing battle armor. "Everyone fan out and find Naruto. Once you locate him, bring him back here. Go," the elderly man said, turning to face the group. Before everyone drove away, there was a loud hi. Uzumaki Kushina drove off toward the central building in the city. If they were detaining Naruto, they would probably be there. If her suspicions were right, Sarutobi might be retiring earlier than anticipated. A longtime member of the Seirati and Soul Society, Sotecho Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni gained notoriety after assuming command of the Shinigami Corps. He was renowned for being intelligent, vicious, and obedient to Soul Society's rules, showing no mercy to those who disobeyed them. He was currently twitching with annoyance because Soyeon and Unohana Retsu were late for the captain's meeting, which always took place immediately after the crisis was announced, and not one, but 2 of his captains were late. The captains nodded and turned to leave the room as he turned to them and said, "It would seem that the captains of the 2nd and 4th Divisions are late. I want you to find them and bring them here. Konami, Sajin." The 5th Division captain, Aizen Sosuke, was the speaker. Sotecho. Yamamoto turned his head in his direction and said, "Perhaps we should give them a few minutes. They must be working incredibly hard. Surely you can spare a few minutes?" Aizen. "If I gave a few minutes to one captain because they were busy, then all of my captains would be requesting extra time. I will not allow them a second's extra because of simple matters." "But Sotecho," Byakuya interrupted Aizen. "They must follow the law. That is the only way our society can prosper, for without law there is only chaos, and if we are to have others abide by our laws, we must first abide by them ourselves." Byakuya looked at Aizen and let out a. Yamamoto interrupted Aizen once more, saying, "I understand that, but in a crisis situation we must consider the workload that occurs from such an occurrence. I only ask to give them a few more minutes too. I do not care if it is a crisis situation. The fact of the matter is that they are late, and in their position as Taichos, they are expected to be here on time, not a second late. I will not condone such actions from any of my captains. Am I clear, Aizen Taicho?" Aizen exhaled. Yamamoto halted as a tremendous spiritual pressure and an unidentified force trampled down on top of them. "Now, Konami, Sajin, bring Soyeon Taicho and Unohana Taicho here. If they put up resistance then they are to be," he said. Every other captain was forced to their knees, including Konami and Sajin. The only people who managed to stay upright, albeit barely, were Kenpachi, Jashiro, Shunsui, and Yamamoto. Sajin pushed himself to his feet and staggered a little, but the pressure made him freeze. Such spiritual pressure. How? Yamamoto grunted as he struggled to stay upright, his cane barely holding him up. The spiritual pressure suddenly increased when they heard a loud, feminine yell, "Yamamoto," on the other side of the door to the captain's meeting. The doors were slammed so hard that they were flung off their hinges and flew in the direction of the captains, who were barely able to move to avoid being crushed by them. Everyone turned to watch the massive cloud of smoke that was produced by the door's destruction, and as it dissipated, a woman, Soyeon, who was furious, was revealed. "Sting all enemies to death. Suzumaki," she yelled as she pulled up her Zanpakuto, glaring at Yamamoto. "Die," she yelled as she ran towards Yamamoto, with the full intention of driving her Shikai's stinger into his ancient heart. Soyeon ran straight at Yamamoto, who was so stunned by the spiritual pressure and the unidentified energy that he was immobile, saying, "I can't move." As soon as she hit the middle of the room, she kicked the floor hard enough to cause spiderweb cracks to appear through it. As she unleashed her Shikai and pointed it at Yamamoto's heart, Soyeon growled. Whoosh, sching, clang. She was only a meter from Yamamoto, and he was barely an inch away when Soyeon grabbed her arms and Kenpachi stopped her sword. When she realized she was just a hair's breadth away from killing Yamamoto, she snarled in rage. "No," she said, "this man will die for what he did to me. He will pay for denying me my son." She started to move forward in an attempt to at least leave a death mark on him. "No, I cannot let her kill Yamamoto. Urgh, damn, she is strong." Soyeon was fighting to keep the furious mother from escaping. With a murderous smile, Kenpachi applied more pressure to push Soyeon back, saying, "How can a weakling from the 2nd Division be putting up this much of a fight? Oh, she would be fun to fight. Out F my way. Yamamoto will pay for what he has done to me," Soyeon finally yelled. She kicked Soyeon's head, cracking it up the middle. Then, using her free hand, she grabbed Kenpachi's sword. Just as Kenpachi was about to cut through her hand, she used it to break his blade in half. It wasn't until he felt her foot swerve between his eyes that Kenpachi realized how startled he was. The stinger on her hand instantly turned black as she grabbed Yamamoto by the throat, saying, "Die," and tackling him to the ground. Once he was on his back, she brought Suzumaki up and released a dark Ryotsu. "Be honored, you are the first person I have ever used this on. Die you bastard." She launched her arm straight at Yamamoto's throat. Yamamoto closed his eyes, expecting to see the piercing of flesh as she threw the hand forward, clang. But when he opened them, he saw Shunsui, Yukataki, and Konami preventing her, Kuroi-ken, from rushing into his throat. "Now Soyeon, if the Sotecho was caught taking nude photos of you, I am sure we can dissolve this civilly." Soyeon kicked Shunsui in the balls for that comment, causing his voice to become soprano. Or, maybe not. He fell over, clutching his round tables, as Soyeon turned to face Yukataki and Konami, who were joined by Soyeon and Kenpachi in opposing her and the Sotecho. "Avoid getting in my way." All four of them took out their Zanpaku too as she pulled out Kuroi-ken once more and started to approach them. Yukataki decided to be the sensible one. "Soyeon, you are committing treason. I'm not sure why you want to kill the head captain." Soyeon gave Yukataki a fierce look, and before anyone could blink, he was suspended in midair, grasped by the front of his shirt. "If it means holding that man accountable for preventing my son from seeing me, I will be guilty of treason 1,000 times over." "What?" The final captain in the room let out a scream. Each captain's reaction was different. Toshiro was talking like a drunken idiot, Jin's eyes were red and popped out of his sockets, Konami's mouth was hanging open, Kenpachi was stuttering and saying, "Wa, who, he, han," repeatedly, Byakuya's eyes were so wide-eyed that one would think they would fall out. Aizen dropped his glasses. Jashiro started to twitch. Shunsui snapped his fingers for being unable to tap that. And Soyeon must have had some kind of reaction because he was Hunsui. Everyone looked at Kuratsuchi Mayuri, Taicho of the 12th, who was twitching his fingers and wearing that same crazed expression that indicated he had a few experiments in mind. "What, Soyeon, I did not know you had a son. He must be quite interesting. Perhaps you can send him to me to see his natural inborn Ryotsu," they said. Given that he was born a Shinigami's child, he might have acquired some special qualities. Soyeon let go of Yukataki and snarled as he pointed her Kuroi-ken at Mayuri. She turned back to the group, preventing her from killing Yamamoto, and said, "Now move, or I will send you all to hell with him." She started to release Ryotsu and Ki to emphasize her point. "If you even think about laying a hand on my son for your twisted experiments, I will kill you extremely painfully." Soyeon growled at Yamamoto as he stood there and said, "Soyeon, I kept your child away from you for legitimate reasons." She assumed a position, prepared to strike the Sotecho at any time, and said, "Then tell me what those reasons are, and I may decide to let you live." "I do not need to divulge the reasons too." Soyeon threw him back with the force of the spiritual pressure. "Talk, now," she said, directing her Ryotsu toward the stinger before moving forward. "I kept your son from you because he was a half-breed. We have no knowledge of what a half-breed could do to the Seirei, and so I and the Central 46 chose to keep him hidden from you." Yamamoto moaned as he stood up and said, "Fine." This only seemed to enrage Soyeon and surprise Komamura. Soyeon instantly started to recall how he was treated as a child. The hatred, the glares, the loneliness. All because he was different. He kept her son from her. "Because the man I fell in love with was human. You withheld my son from me? After Kyubi attacked Konoha, I went crazy thinking he was dead, she said as she strode forward with greater vigor. Soyeon gasped when he heard Soyeon say the word Kyuubi. It can't be, he said, observing Soyeon growling at the captain. What do you think would happen if the Kyuubi were freed? He was also a Jinchuriki for that demon, and that thing is stronger than 100 Vasto lords. Soyeon snarled and glared at Yamamoto. The statement, frankly, I don't give a shit, he is my son, and I will make you suffer for keeping him away from me, was about to hit Yamamoto with a gun. Hold on. Soyeon looked perplexed. If what you say is true, and that Kyuubi is sealed inside of your son, then, he looked down and started to clench his fists. She stopped as Soyeon yelled, Please, I wish to meet your son. Ooh look, kittens with pretty bee wings, so cute. Soyeon started to ramble as she finally cut off the massive amount of power, but Aizen and Jin were able to catch her before she fell over, while her eyes were swirling from the power surge. With the same eerie grin, Jin turned to face the other captains and said, Oh, don't be alarmed, she is merely suffering from a Ryotsu surge, she should be fine in a few minutes. Aizen grinned and said, Thank you Jin Taicho, Aizen Taicho. 3 minutes later, Soyeon was speaking clearly once more, despite having trouble standing. Not a problem, Soteicho. A larger group of Ryoka have infiltrated the Seirei. They are wearing white masks, but they are not hollows. They fight like Shinigamis, and they are throwing the elements around as if it were nothing. They are led by an elderly man who is dressed similarly to ours. The captains turned to face the area where the doors, used to be, and noticed a number of Shinigamis standing there. Soyeon's eyes grew wide. She turned to Soyeon and said, Anbu and Sarutobi, what are they doing here? Looks like we have to wait for you to meet my son. Soyeon nodded his head as he and the other captains left the chambers, leaving only Soyeon and Yamamoto. Yamamoto, once this crisis is finished, I am going to be having a few words with you. He collapsed on the floor and started to pant. I suppose the adage, hell hath no fury, is true, like a woman scorned. Within the Seirei as an 11th division member slashed at her with his Zanpakuto, Kushina ducked, then kicked him in the chin with her back, sending him flying into 3 more Shinigami who were coming up the alley. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, was the hand sign she performed after jumping on top of the building. She opened a canteen with several seals written on it and opened the cap, releasing gallons of water. The water instantly transformed into a dragon of the substance and charged in the direction of the approaching Shinigami. The Shinigami were being attacked by her fellow Anbu Musioru, but in her mind, they were the enemy. That is where I will receive my answers, she said, jumping down and turning toward the enormous building in the middle. She then leapt onto the wall and ran in its direction, passing an ANBU that was making wood out of the ground around him. A rather large Shinigami from the 11th division was being attacked by Tenzo, also known as Yamato. Tenzo used a Mokuton Jutsu to quickly create a wall of wood between him and the Shinigami, but the Shinigami swiftly cut through it and hacked at Tenzo. The giant man was knocked backwards by Tenzo's sweeping leg kick after he ducked under the blow. This is going to be interesting, Tenzo thought as he leapt on the wall and noticed Musioru Oni running toward the enormous building in the distance. He then ran in the direction of his fellow Musioru. This is going to be one hell of a fight, Kushina smiled as she watched the remaining Musioru encircle her flanks. Then, she saw Sarutobi attacking a dozen Shinigami, but the Sandaime swiftly defeated them and joined their group. What is the status of our group, Musioru Oni? Kushina responded right away. The Sandaime nodded his head and said, no casualties, 3 injured with D-rank injuries, can still continue. He leapt forward and made hand signals, saying, Kachiyose no Jutsu. A puff of smoke later, Enma was by his side. Good, now, let's find Naruto and get out of here. Hiruzen glanced at Enma and said, Sarutobi, what is it? Enma gave a cheerful snort and said, we are on a search and rescue mission, Enma, and we need your help. Well, that's great, I have needed the exercise. He changed into a long bow staff when he said that. The 21 seasoned shinobi leapt over a wall and froze in shock at what they saw. More than 100 Shinigami stood before them, all prepared for battle. Musioru attack. Kushina roared as she withdrew her katana. As Sarutobi performed a series of hand signals, the Anbu launched an attack. Kaden. Karyu Enden. He breathed out of his mouth and sent a massive dragon of fire from it, Sarutobi said. After flying through the air, the dragon sped in the direction of the Shinigami who was waiting. They dispersed to escape the explosion, but they did not anticipate flames erupting from the impact. The bewildered Shinigami were attacked by the Musioru, who swiftly defeated a number of them. Kushina cut at one, but was startled when a long pole arm stopped the blade in front of her. When Kushina turned to face a bald man with red eyes next to a very effeminate black-haired guy, she thought, she said, "Well, look at what we have here. It seems we get to fight another Ryoka, Yumachika. Yes, Akaku, and I believe we can beat this one. Beautifully," he said, drawing out a scythe that swiftly transformed into multiple curved scythes. Kushina's mask was sliced off by the effeminate male. When she cut the end of the long spear and ran at Akaku, he was able to dodge and punch her, but he was shocked to see that she had been replaced by a log. "What?" Akaku exclaimed, and he felt excruciating pain when Kushina kicked him in the back of the head. Yumachika turned to Kushina and said, "My goodness, you are really gorgeous, but can you beat me gracefully?" I don't think the removal of a few strands of hair ruins our beauty, albeit, you need to be more accurate with your strikes. I would hate to scar such a beautiful face." Kushina perspired as he struck her with his Zanpakuto and succeeded in cutting a few hairs. She leapt back to avoid Yumachika's weapon and said, "There are beauty models back home that are less feminine than you, and that is saying something." Kushina developed a tick mark on her forehead and said, "Oh, I might like to see the beauty of your home. If it is anything like you, it must be quite extravagant." "Are you pursuing me?" Yumachika appeared perplexed by this assertion. "Why would I even bother to hit on you?" He remembered the earlier fight, but he was unable to prevent Kushina from kicking him in the chin, leaving him with multiple tick marks on her face. "I am just stating your beauty in comparison to the ugliness of others, but I must say your beauty far outshines the Ryoka I fought today, such an ugly pig." "Will you please stop that? The village madman isn't nearly as eerie as you." Returning to Konoha, "Achoo, oh my, someone must be talking about me. In gratitude for including me in their conversation, I will run 100 laps around Konoha, and if I cannot do that, I will do 3,000 push-ups while making dango, and if I cannot do that." "Guy, quit the fuck up." When his fellow shinobi banded together and yelled at him, Guy stopped his tirade. Returning to Seirei, you scratched my face," Kushina snorted as Yumachika, frozen, felt a trickle down his cheek and touched where he felt it to find blood. "No shit, idiot. Do you not think that you would get scraped in your job?" Yumachika started to shake, and Akaku started to back away. "You scratched my face." Akaku scampered back more quickly as the other members of Squad 11 retreated with him, saying, You might want to run." "Oh, are you okay, pretty boy?" She was going to ask again when Yumachika gave her a crazy look and started to foam at the mouth. "I am going to kill you so badly that your death will make even one as beautiful as you look ugly. You fucking bitch. You fucking scratched my beautiful fucking face." He raised his Zanpakuto and exclaimed, "Ruriiro Kujaku." He shocked everyone in the 11th division by extending his sickle, like Zanpakuto, into vines of pure Ryatsu. "He has Aikido-based Zanpakuto?" Akaku asked, glancing at Yumachika, whose eyes were wide with unbridled rage. At Kushina, Yumachika growled, "Die, oh beautiful bitch." Kushina sliced the vines as he swung his Zanpakuto in his direction, but was startled when they grew back twice as quickly. "Why do you not accept the beauty of your inevitable defeat, oh lovely bitch?" Yumachika asked, his eyes taking on a mad expression as he foamed at the mouth. Yumachika ran at her and swung his Zanpakuto at her as Kushina leapt away from the vines as they crashed into the ground. Kushina then took out her katana and started charging chakra through it. Yumachika roared, "Nenshu Kujaku," and growled at her. As they whirled about like a twirl of vicious snakes, the vines caught fire. Kushina used her katana to charge her chakra, Kei's no Yeba, and the blade was coated in wind chakra. The two swung their blades at one another, but Yumachika's eyes were filled with rage and he was obviously unsure of what he was doing. As their blades were about to strike, clang was heard, and a man in a pink cloak and a man with a white haori stopped them both. Yumachika's attack was being stopped by Jashiro, and Kushina was being stopped from chopping Yumachika to pieces by Shunsui. Jashiro shouted, "Ayasagawa, snap out of it now," while grabbing Yumachika's shoulder. The effeminate man's eyes lost their blind rage and took on a perplexed expression instead. He looked at his hand and said, "Wah. What happened?" His eyes widened in fear. No, did. When he looked up, his unanswered question was addressed, and the whole 11th squad watched him wield his actual Shikai, a Zanpakuto based on Kido. Yumachika retreated and started scanning the area frantically, saying, No. He swung to the closest wall and leapt over it. Akaku was about to jump after Yumachika when he saw her jump over the wall. "Yumachika, wait." "Akaku," the bald third-seater said, turning to face the speaker. He saw his captain glancing in Yumachika's direction. "Leave him be," Akaku snarled. "But Taicho, Yumachika," Kenpachi snapped as he turned to face Akaku. He returned his focus to the nearby Museoru and said, "Can handle himself, I will speak to him later Akaku. Now, which one of you is the strongest?" He had a homicidal smile on his face as the Museoru prepared. "No wait!" exclaiming, "They are not our enemies." Kenpachi turned to see Soifun approaching them with Sajin, Jin, Aizen, Kanami, Mayuri, Toshiro, Retsu, and Byakuya leaping into the fray. He then reluctantly put his sword away. "Kushina?" Soifun asked, her eyes widening as she turned to face the group. When Kushina saw Soifun, she was dumbfounded. "Soifun?" she asked. "Soifun, where the fuck have you been? After you disappeared 6 years ago I thought you were dead." Kushina yelled as the two women approached one another. Soifun turned to face Kushina. Sarutobi cut them off, saying, "I'm sorry, but after Hiruzen informed me that my son had died Soifun turned to face Sarutobi and said, "I went to look for you after the ceiling and I found you missing. I never told you he was dead." The three started arguing until Toshiro lost it. "But you came to my room when I was injured and told me straight to my face that my son was dead." The young captain sighed and said, "Quiet." The two shinobi and one taicho looked down and complained, "Now, clearly something is going on here, and I think that we need to figure it out, but arguing with each other will not solve anything." Everyone turned to face Jin. "So, since we're all here, why don't we go meet your son?" Soifun sighed, quirking his head. She looked at all of the Shinigami and said, "I guess we should, but if even one of you tries to pull a fast one and hurt my son, I will kill you myself." Soifun turned to face the 4th Division. When she heard a loud call, she turned around and saw all the lieutenants, except for her own, Retsu's, and Yamamoto's. "Taicho. Kuchiki Taicho, had I known you were in a fight, I would have come earlier," Renji said as he ran up to Byakuya. "Taicho, we apologize for being late, we will punish ourselves accordingly." Kion and Sentaro rushed up to Jashiro, and they then started arguing to see who was more loyal to the captain. As she reached Aizen, Momo gasped, "Taicho, forgive me, I was delayed." Aizen gave her a pat on the head and a smile, reassuring her that everything was fine. Yachiru started crawling up Kenpachi's haori and rested on his shoulder, saying, Ken, Chan, Sawi, but I got lost." "Pardon me, Taicho. I was not aware of the new attack," Nanao said as she approached her captain with composure. Shuhei saluted as he stood in front of Kanami. Sajin sighed in mild annoyance as Tetsuzaemon started to apologize and begged to be allowed to end his own life. Mayuri sighed and said he expected her to be punctual going forward. Nemu bowed before him, saying, "Mayuri. Sama, forgive me, I was delayed." Toshiro was, "Taicho," when Rangaku ran over to him and glomped him between her breasts. "Taicho, forgive me for being delayed, had I known," Izuru said as he approached Jin, but Jin interrupted him to assure him that everything was fine. Soifun complained to herself before shouting, "Hey, if everyone wants to keep talking, that's great, but I'm going to see how my son is doing." At the announcement, the lieutenants had all exclaimed, "What?" Renji was slack jawed and stammered. Kion and Sentaro halted their argument in the middle of their pose, making them appear like ballerinas. Momo started spluttering in random directions. Nanao actually swore, "What the fuck?" and started spluttering. Shuhei started to twitch wildly. Tetsuzaemon leapt so high that his glasses fell off. Nemu displayed genuine emotion with an open mouth and wide eyes while making simple, noises. Rangaku stopped hugging her captain and just stared at Soifun, her eyes blank, and Izuru fell over unconscious. "What, is it so surprising I have a kid?" Soifun raised an eyebrow at the group, and the lieutenants, captains, and other Shinigami turned their heads away, refusing to look at her. "Bastards." She turned to face the 4th Division, and exclaimed, "Come on," before leaping to her feet and sprinting in the direction of the building. When Akaku was about to follow, he turned to his Taicho and said, "Akaku, check up on Yumachika, Kami knows he needs it." He leapt for the 4th Division as Yachiru yelled, "Good luck, Baldy." For once, he did not yell at her. Instead, he turned in Yumachika's direction and ran straight for him. When Toshiro saw that Rangaku was still staring into space, he was about to jump off. "Rangaku," he said, waving his hand in front of her face. "Rangaku." He prodded her forehead, causing her to fall backward a little and fall directly towards the captain. "Oh god NOMMHPPHH. The remainder of his statement was muffled as Rangaku's magnificent bosom started to choke him. Looking at Izuru, Jin sighed and said, "Perhaps, I should think about better preparing him for such shocks." He took hold of Izuru and leapt in the direction of the 4th Division. In the meantime, when Yoruichi arrived at the steps of Seirei's center, she was startled to see that Yamamoto and a few low, class Shinigami were the only people inside the building. As Soifun and the other captains and their lieutenants arrived with her, Yoruichi looked around, trying to sense the ryotsu of the other captains. At last, she felt it coming straight at her. "Oh shit," she said, leaping away and going to find Ichigo and the others. She dashed up the path toward the barracks of the 4th Division, and the other captains and lieutenants swiftly followed her. Several nurses had to flee as she kicked open the door to the barracks of the 4th Division. Izan, Orihime, Omeda, and the rest of her team were waiting for her in her son's room when she ran toward him. Her son was breathing steadily. Desiring to see the son of Seirati's Golden Hornet, the rest of the group hurried in. In an attempt to keep up with the Shinigami, Sarutobi, Kushina, Tenzo, and the other members of the Museoru ran in and started panting. Kushina and Sarutobi shoved past the other Shinigami and entered the room. Soifun started to cry and stroke her son's cheeks, whispering, "My baby, my precious child, I am so sorry," as she sighed to herself and ran her fingers through his hair. Izan turned to Soifun. "Soifun Taicho, I just want to let you know that he could be asleep for a few days. I'm not sure when he will awaken, but..." "Gurn." Izan paused as Naruto groaned and put his hands to his eyes, rubbing them. When he opened his eyes, he saw all of the Shinigami gathered around him, each brandishing a sword. Izan couldn't think of anything to say because Naruto's injuries would have kept a Taicho in bed for a week, and he only woke up an hour later. Soifun said, glancing at her son. "Ah," after jumping off the bed and landing on his back, Naruto started to move slowly away from them. "No, please don't hurt me again. I didn't do it." His eyes widened in fear as he struck the wall and started to panic. "Naruto, we are not going to hurt you, we just," Soifun said as he stood up and approached Naruto. Naruto screamed and fled to the room's corner. "Lies. You're going to harm me just as much as everyone else." Sarutobi looked down in embarrassment as Soifun's eyes widened and then turned to face him. As she attempted to approach her son, Soifun started crying. "Naruto, please, we aren't going to hurt you," she said, reaching out to Naruto. When Naruto spotted the window, he rushed in its direction, but Soifun was able to seize his shirt and encircle him in her arms, stopping him from running away. "No, let me go. I want my Oji-san." In an attempt to escape her hold, he started to flail and panic. The captains stared at this in disbelief. How awful was this child's life that he would react in this way? Even Mayuri winced. "My baby, please don't leave me, please don't leave me," Soifun exclaimed, sobbing uncontrollably that she failed to notice Sarutobi approach them and kneel in front of Naruto. "Naruto." Naruto's eyes opened and he saw his Oji-san standing in front of them, but he was still flailing and crying. "Oji-san," Sarutobi observed Naruto still struggling. "Naruto, please, let me explain." Although Soifun whimpered in agony, Naruto kept flailing. "When you were born, we thought that both of your parents had died, but it seems that your mother was deceived into thinking you were dead." Naruto's eyes widened, realizing that his mother was still alive. "Your mother, Naruto, is the woman holding you in her arms." When Naruto finally looked down and slowly looked up at Soifun, his eyes widened as he stopped thrashing and started to look between Soifun and Sarutobi. "Ka-chan." As her eyes opened, Soifun stopped her from crying, but the tears were still streaming down her cheeks. She heard her son ask, "Is she your Ka-chan?" and nodded her head. "Ka-chan?" Soifun nodded again. Tears began to fall from Naruto's eyes. "Ka-chan?" Soifun nodded her head and whimpered. "Ka-chan." Soifun sobbed aloud as she stroked her son's back, and Naruto put his arms around her and sobbed into her shoulder. "My Naruto, Naruto." When the mother and son were finally reunited, they simply held each other in their arms. The other lieutenants and captains were observing this, each reacting differently. Even though Yachiru was sniffling and using Kenpachi's haori as a handkerchief, Kenpachi grinned as he reflected on how alone he was and how alone this child must have been. Renji was fighting back some tears as Byakuya averted his gaze, too much reminded of the day he lost his beloved Hisana. One tear escaped from Retsu's eyes as she smiled. Izan tried, but was unable, to contain her tears. Naneo was whimpering and crying a little, but Shunsui was grinning and patting her shoulder to let her know that everything was fine. While Tetsuzaemon was crying and attempting to appear manly, Sajin was grinning beneath his mask and sniffing. With a smile on his face and a few tears in the corner of his eyes, Shuhei gazed at the two. While Rangaku seized the back of Toshiro's haori and used it as a handkerchief, Toshiro was turning away, attempting to conceal his tears. Mayuri was a mixture of emotions. On the one hand, he thought that experimenting on the blonde had potential, but on the other, His innate nature told him that it was heartwarming. Nemu was grinning as she turned her head away to conceal her tears of joy. While Kion and Sentaro were sobbing in public, Jashiro was grinning as he wiped away the tears that were about to fall. Instead of expressing their feelings, Aizen, Jin, and Konami were thinking. He might be helpful in my battle against the Seirei, I thought. Well, that's pretty intriguing. I think Aizen-sama will want to use him. He's so young and scared, Konami said, glancing at the two-member family. What paths have you walked, Naruto? She asked. When Naruto and Soifun finally stopped crying, they just held each other in their arms and started to nod off. Sajin and Kenpachi helped lift them both and put them on a bed, and Retsu patted both of their heads and tucked them in. For once, the mother and her child were able to sleep in each other's arms after the group left. The 4th Division room, Soifun and Naruto were snuggled up beside one another. Anyone who witnessed this would be shocked that the Ice Queen of Seirei would display any kind of maternal affection for anyone. Naruto was clinging to his mother as tightly as he could, and Soifun was encircling him with her arms in a manner that warned anyone who happened to pass by not to even try to separate them. Naruto's cerulean blue eyes slowly opened as he started to stir. At first, he panicked when he saw a dark-haired woman embracing him warmly. However, after remembering what had happened the night before, he turned to face his mother and asked, "Was last night real?" Naruto grinned as the woman leaned in closer and murmured, "My Sochi." After years of questioning whether he had a mother, he finally did. Gurgle. As he nuzzled into her chest, enjoying the warmth of her embrace, but blushing when he heard his stomach rumbling, he smiled. Due to all the mobs breaking into his house and taking all the money he had saved for food, he had not eaten in the past few days. He has spent the last 3 days searching the trash cans for any hint of food, but he has found nothing at all. With a little oomph, he wriggled out of his mother's grasp and slid off the bed. He rubbed his butt and stood up, searching for a spot that might hold food. He approached the sliding paper door and gently pushed it aside, then he noticed a garbage can. Grinning, he ran in the hopes of finding some crackers or maybe some crumbs. He took out a bloody wrap, a few broken needles, a few used tongs, and several bandage wrappers. He then left the trash can and went in search of another one. He noticed another one next to a door that had the kanji for 4 on it, though he couldn't tell because, even at his age, he couldn't read kanji. After searching the trash can and finding nothing, he moved on to another can. In an attempt to see how Naruto and Soifun were doing, Izan opened the door to the medical wings. She entered Soifun's room after passing the trash cans without noticing Naruto inside one of them. "Okay. I will just wake them up and AAGGGHHHH, she said, taking out a clipboard. When she noticed Naruto was gone, Soifun leapt from her bed and took out her Zanpack too. "Izan, what is it? Naruto or you? Oh my Kami. Where is my baby?" Soifun leapt from the bed and scanned the room, knocking over the beds and slamming the closet. When she could find him nowhere in the room, she shouted, "Where is He?" with a deadly tone, and Izan trembled as she attempted to speak. They were about to yell again when they heard a crash outside the hospital room. Soifun smashed open the paper doors and discovered Naruto headfirst in a garbage can. ID. Don't K. No, I circa came in H. Here to see H. Check up on UT.2, and, HW. Wasn't H. Here. As she approached Naruto, Soifun exhaled a sigh of relief. The words, ooh, look, food, caused Soifun to halt in mid-step. Naruto had just emerged from the trash can, holding a bad sandwich, and he was about to bite into it. Naruto. Naruto paused in the middle of his mouth and turned to face Soifun. She swiftly grabbed the sandwich from him and said, "What do you think you are doing? Eating from the garbage can?" Naruto started to tremble at her harsh tone, and a few tears escaped his eyes. Soifun was startled by this and wanted to undo it. Soifun and Izan exclaimed, "I was hungry, and this is how I usually eat." Naruto ate by searching through trash cans. When was the last time you ate? Izan asked, trembling, and Naruto turned to face her before saying, Think. 4 days ago. I am so sorry, Naruto. If I had just stayed behind, just so I could be sure you were dead, you wouldn't have. Oh my Kami, please forgive me." Soifun sobbed into Naruto's shoulder as she encircled him in her arms. In the meantime, Izan was thinking to herself. I saw how thin he was, and I assumed it was just from excessive bleeding. How could I have been so foolish? Kami, I am a complete moron. She mentally tortured herself. It's okay, Chan, it's okay. I forgive you, Naruto whispered as he started to stroke his Chan's back. Soifun held Naruto closer to her and stopped crying after 5 minutes, taking deep breaths. After checking the time, Soyeon said, "Well, it appears that this is the first time." She picked up Naruto and left the house, closely followed by Izan, to the last place she would ever be expected to be. The breakfast buffet for the seated officer in other places. Yumachika was sitting on the outskirts of the Rukongai district, exactly where he and Ikaku made the decision to join Kenpachi's Shinigami. He would go around picking fights with Ikaku back then, until one day Kenpachi beat Ikaku. The two were overjoyed that they decided to follow Kenpachi's instructions and become Shinigami. However, Yumachika concealed from everyone that his Zanpakuto, his real Zanpakuto, was Aikido Zanpakuto, which was unfit for a pure combat division. That he constantly concealed this fact was not because he was unfit for the squad, but rather because he was terrified of losing the only real friend he had ever had. Damn, if I weren't so damn obsessed with my beauty, I wouldn't have flipped out and overreacted because that woman kicked me in the face. Yumachika gritted his teeth and clutched his Zanpakuto. He looked at it with disdain, saying, "Damn you," and flung it as far away from him as he could. He got up and started slamming his fists into the tree, feeling as though each blow was slicing into his knuckles. Crack! Yumachika flinched as his knuckles broke, but he didn't care. He continued to attack the tree, saying, "Damn," and hitting it so hard on the final blow that he tore it from its roots and sent it flying into the other trees. Yumachika dropped to the ground and stared at his mangled hands. He slammed his broken hands into the ground and cursed, saying, "Damn you, you useless piece of..." Yumachika felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to be startled to see Ikaku holding Roriro Kujaku. Putting the sword gently in Yumachika's hands, he said, "Hey, Yumachika, you dropped this," before sitting down in front of him and bringing out a bottle of sake. "So, why don't we just talk, and this time, don't hide anything from me," he said. Akaku's attitude astounded Yumachika. He didn't seem to care that he had Aikido Zanpakuto. He took the sake bottle and said, "All right, for you, my friend." Yumachika chugged down some of the sake, happy that he could finally open up. Alongside Soyeon was making his way to the captain's building through the Seirei. For the crucial meetings, all captains, lieutenants, and seated officers went there. Naruto was being held in her arms, much like a baby, as she made her way there. Naruto was content to finally be in his mother's arms and didn't give a damn. She glanced around, trying to recall the location of the building. She had only attended a seated officer's breakfast once, and she left when a large crowd began attempting to get food. She felt more at ease going to a restaurant, but she had to settle for the seated officer's breakfast because none were typically open during a crisis. Soyeon approached the captain's building's dining hall, set Naruto down gently, and took his hand. Naruto approached her and took hold of her leg. "Looks like he is in the clingy to mommy stage, but I am not complaining," Soyeon said with a smile as she observed him snuggling into her leg. She opened the door and entered, albeit a challenging one, with Naruto still clinging to her leg. She noticed that every captain and seated officer was present, well, except for Squad 1, but that wasn't shocking because they essentially had all of their meals delivered to them. She was shocked, though, that Squad 10's 3rd and 5th seats weren't present. When the door opened, everyone turned to see Soyeon holding Naruto to her leg. They observed Soyeon approach the table, take a seat, and rest Naruto on her lap. Soyeon, it's so good to see you here." Aizen turned to face Naruto and smiled kindly as he said, "So, what would your son like to eat?" Naruto was about to respond. "Kawaii." But Momo, Rangaku, Nanao, and Kion glomped over him. The lieutenant girls started to embrace Soyeon like a teddy bear while he was laughing. Momo laughed as she picked up Naruto and pinched his cheeks, saying, "Oh, he is so cute, just look at those whisker marks." Rangaku took Naruto out of her arms and held him to her chest, saying, "Ah, don't worry. Matsumoto Oba-san will make sure you get lots of milk. Although he seems a little small, guess he did not get his milk when he was a baby." "You had better not be implying what think you are. I would hate to kill 10th Division's lieutenant because I suspected her of being a pedophile," is what Rangaku would have said if Soyeon hadn't started expressing his desire to kill her. No, I meant nothing of that sort, I swear," smirked Soyeon as he reduced the most insane female Shinigami in history to a terrified child. Rangaku was perspiring and shook her head quickly. "How? You managed to do in 5 seconds what I have been trying to do for 500 years, please tell me, how did you get Rangaku to calm down?" Toshiro grabbed her shoulders as she was ready to reclaim Naruto. Everyone's breath caught in their mouths. While Nanao was examining Naruto, she grinned and said, "Let's get you some cinnamon buns." If we just gave him a bit more extra weight he would like an adorable kitten." With an adorable head tilt, Naruto asked, "What's a cinnamon bun?" "Why you don't know what cinnamon be?" Buns are? Nanao stammered, her eyes popping out of their sockets. Naruto shook his head. No. Bacon? No. Crumpets? No. What about cereal? Nanao expected yes, but once again she received a no. Soyeon was clenching her teeth because her son was so undernourished that he had no idea what kinds of food people were eating. As Nanao was about to ask more questions, Kion grabbed Naruto out of her hands and said, "Nanao, don't be rude, at least give Lil Naru-chan here some time to adjust." Kion grinned at Naruto and said, "I am sorry, Nanao does not know how to handle children." Kion went on and on, making Naruto start to twitch as she went on about how she would be a much better auntie than Nanao. At last, Soyeon lost it. "God damn it, can I get my son back right away?" As Soyeon positioned Naruto on her lap, Kion returned him to her with gentleness and stepped back. "Well, Naru-chan, how about we start you off with something small? Maybe some toast?" Soyeon said, glancing at Naruto. Naruto watched as Soyeon buttered some bread slices and set them in front of him. He took a piece of the toast, examined it, and then started sniffing it. Naruto was sniffing it as if it were food, but most children his age would eat first and ask questions later. The captains were intrigued by him. Gazing up at Soyeon, Naruto asked, "Ka-chan, is it poisoned?" "Why would you ask that question, Naruto?" Soyeon asked, his eyes widening in surprise. Naruto gave a shoulder shrug. Naruto sniffed the toast once more and said, "It's happened before, once or twice. Seems okay." Munch. Naruto bit into the toast and started to chew on the buttered bread. Meanwhile, the captains were ogling Naruto. He had previously been poisoned, and he talks about it so casually? "Naru-chan, Ka-chan will be back in a few minutes." Naruto nodded his head and carried on eating the toast. After holding back her tears, Soyeon approached Mayuri and said, "Mayuri, I need to have a word with you, alone." She then proceeded to the door leading outside, with Mayuri following her. As soon as the two were outside, Soyeon said, "Look, I think it was a mistake to have you inaugurated as a member of the Shinigami Corps, and I am not going to mince words with you. I do not trust you, but I do know that you are successful in your field, which is why I am asking you this under extreme protest." Mayuri crossed his arms and turned to face Soyeon. "Well, what do you want me to do for you, Soyeon?" "I want you to build a memory device. I want to know exactly what my son went through. Do you think you are capable of doing that?" Soyeon sighed as she started massaging her forehead. Mayuri turned his head away from her and sighed. "Of course I can. Using a Ryotsu charged set of neural readers to send brainwaves across a viewing screen would be a simple task. Honestly, do you think I'm incompetent?" Soyeon raised an eyebrow in Mayuri's direction. "Really, do you want me to respond to that question?" Soyeon sighed as she followed the captain of the 12th Division inside after Mayuri growled at her and went back inside. While the other captains and seated officers tried to persuade Naruto to try something different, he refused and continued to eat his toast. Omeda let out a sigh as he watched Soyeon enter and say, "Taicho, I don't know why, but your son refuses to eat anything besides the toast." Soyeon raised an eyebrow, then shrugged and grinned, taking a cinnamon bun off the plate and approaching Nanao, who was attempting to persuade him to eat it. Nanao was about to try again when Soyeon put a cinnamon bun on his plate and smiled broadly at him. "Come on Naruto, it tastes really good." Naruto shook his head no, continuing to eat his toast. "Go on sweetie." Naruto glanced at the cinnamon bun, picked it up, sniffed it as before, and then bit into it, grinning at the flavor and carrying on with his meal. "Oh come on. Do you honestly think he is going to accept food from strangers?" she said, glancing at the captains and seated officers who were astonished by this and laughing. The captains sighed, now understanding why he only accepted food from people he knew. Grinning, Soyeon sat beside Naruto and wiped the sugar from his face. When Nemu noticed Naruto shifting in his seat to avoid the motherly hanky of death, she burst out laughing and resumed eating, all the while observing Naruto. In the meantime, Konoha. The Council of Konoha was a complex body, composed of civilian merchants who wielded considerable economic power in Konoha, as well as the clan heads of each of the village's respected clans, with a new family taking over when a clan was removed from power. The council was supposed to advise the Hokage, but they took advantage of the Yondaime's death to increase their authority, effectively turning the Hokage into a figurehead. Ever since, the council has dominated all utterances in the village. The council chambers were typically a setting for amicable disagreement, discussion, and compromise, but today was not one of those days. Danzo was about to try to get up when Fugaku slammed into him, and his eye widened as he coughed up big blobs of blood. Crash! Danzo smashed into the council walls, gripping his ribcage. You have overstepped your boundaries, Danzo, Fugaku, said Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, who was wearing his battle uniform and holding Enma in staff form on the opposite side of the room. Hiruzen entered the room and, before anyone could blink, slammed the end of his staff into Fugaku's ribcage. As his ribs were broken and crushed, Fugaku coughed up blood. Hiruzen swung his staff upward, lifting him with him, then swung it downward into the council chamber, slamming Fugaku in the torso and shattering the table in the center into splinters. Fugaku was holding his chest tightly, gasping for air. As they attempted to comfort their former teammate, Homura and Kaharu said, "Now Hiruzen, I know you're upset, but they were thinking about Kono, Og." The elderly man was silenced when Hiruzen struck him in the chest, shattering all of his ribs and sending him into the wall behind him, leaving spiderweb cracks in his wake. As she stared at Hiruzen, his female teammate started to shake with fear. She was reminded of the time he fought against an army of 100 Iwa soldiers during the Second Shinobi War and how he killed every last shinobi, with the exception of the present Tsuchikage, and how he did not even lose a man. "Anything else, Kaharu?" Hiruzen asked, turning to face his female teammate, his eyes blazing with a fire that seemed to be able to burn through one's soul. Kaharu shuddered at the glance he was giving her, but he persisted. "Please, Hiru.kun." They were looking out for the best interests of the V villages. Had that woman known he was still alive, the Namikaze clan would have been lost. After being seized by the throat and lifted into the air, she attempted, but was unable, to take Hiruzen's hand. "They, and apparently you and Homura, have committed treason. No matter what the circumstances, treason is punished." Hiruzen growled at Kaharu, forcing her to look him in the eyes. His eyes glowed with an intensity that rivaled Kyuubi's, and he said, "By death." He hurled her in the direction of the wall and hurled his staff forward, pinning her to the wall and imprinting her through her body. Then he turned to face Fugaku, who was still moving, and seized his neck, saying, "What a pity, snap," and instantly killed him by snapping his neck. As Homura attempted to stand up, Hiruzen slammed his foot onto his spine, snapping it in all of its nerves. Homura then tried to move, but Hiruzen swiftly slammed his foot onto his neck. As he pulled his staff out of the wall, Hiruzen turned to face Danzo, who was attempting to push himself back up. "I have been waiting a long time for this," he said, grabbing Danzo by the hair roughly and slamming him face first into the wall, shattering every bone in his face. As he approached Danzo, who was able to speak despite having a broken jaw, he threw him into the splinters of the council table and said, "Danzo, you have been charged with treason, your sentence is death." "You damned fool, Hiruzen, if you had only allowed me to take him, he could have served as a weapon for us. Now that we have lost that weapon due to your compassion, I made the right decision, and Konoha would have prospered without that Yondaime whore." Danzo's jaw was snapped in half down the middle after being kicked directly in the mouth. "See you in hell," growled Hiruzen, Danzo, and smashed his staff over Danzo's head, causing blood and brains to splash into the council chambers. The civilians had either passed out from shock or soiled themselves. Some of them did both, while the rest of the council was paralyzed with fear and no one dared to move. The clan heads were trembling, terrified of how vicious their leader had become. They committed treason against not one but two Hokages, the Yondaime and me, and Hiruzen calmly turned to the council and said, "Now, I am going to be very frank with all of you, and explain why I executed them." He then walked to the center of the council. Their crimes against the Yondaime included lying to me about Enbu missions, dishonoring the Shodem's clan acts, deceiving his wife, and denying his son's birthrights. Now that I've explained this to you, I'll make sure that everyone understands it completely. If any of you are found to be treasonous on any level, I will publicly execute you, permanently humiliating your clans and families. Do I make myself clear? As soon as possible, the clan leaders and civilians nodded their heads. Hiruzen looked at them and grinned, saying, "Good. Now, if you will excuse me, I have some paperwork to do." He left the room grinning as though nothing had happened. As the heads of the clans turned to face one another, the remaining civilians collapsed and passed out. Haishi was the first to say, "I think that we need to go speak to our clans." "Yeah, let's do that," said Sume. As the clan heads rose, Haruno Suzuri was the only one who remained. With a somber expression, she said, "HMMM.so. Minato's child still lives. It seems that I can use this to my advantage. I must report this to Orochimaru Sama." Haruno then left the room and made her way home, prepared to inform her master. Returning to Seirei, "Open up the tunnel, here comes the Chu." "Chu," Soifun said, holding Naruto in her lap and holding a spoon. As Naruto opened his mouth to let the food enter, she started to make raspberry noises with her mouth. "Arigato ka. Chan," Naruto grinned as he ate, reaching for the toast once more. The captains narrowed their eyes and stood, while the lieutenants and seated officers finished the last of the food on their plates and followed. Taicho's, the door to the mess hall slammed open, revealing a messenger from the Senkaimon. Taicho's, we just received word that 4 souls have passed through the Senkaimon in chains. They were executed by Sarutobi Hiruzen not more than 3 minutes ago. I am sure you all know what this means. So, the bastards are here. Soifun growled in rage, turning to face her son. Naruto.kun. I am going to have to be somewhere for a little while. For now I will leave you with a nice woman I met yesterday. She is the one who healed your wounds. Soifun grinned. Also, your godmother will be looking after you as well. Come one. Soifun picked up Naruto and vanished through Shunpo. To determine the fate of those who had just been brought here in chains, the remaining captains and seated officers left the mess hall and made their way to the judgment hall. In other places sitting in Soifun's home were Kushina and Orihime. She had bought a home in one of the better neighborhoods of the Rukon district and had long since left the Fawn clan's compound. Sitting in the living room, the 2 women with fiery hair were flipping through the TV channels. Oh Kami, I am so freaking bored, and there isn't even anything to watch on TV. What is wrong with these people? Kushina sighed in frustration and boredom. Orihime grinned at Kushina. Orihime was about to dash to the kitchen when Kushina jumped on her back and began begging. Oh don't worry, I know what we can do. Let's bake a cake. Kushina began sobbing uncontrollably, saying, please no. I beg you not to make any more of your demon-possessed food. I was over the toilet for hours barfing from that sandwich you made. Hey Kushi-chan, I am glad you could stay behind to watch Naruto for me. I certainly hope that Hiruzen makes those bastards who hurt my son pay. She placed Naruto on the ground and turned him to face her. Now, Naru-chan, I want you to behave for your godmother and Haim-chan, okay? She said, grinning at Kushina. Had Soifun not abruptly appeared in the middle of the apartment, the 2 would have continued. With a smile, Naruto said to Soifun, Hi, Ka-chan, I will be good. Soifun ruffled his hair and kissed his forehead. She glanced at the 2 women and said, good boy. She then vanished in a shunpo. See you later. Returning to the captains, there were seats for the 13 captains, 13 lieutenants, and a mass bench for the seated officers in the chamber of the judge, where Soifun was seated. Only when someone had committed a serious sin, that is, an act against a Shinigami, was the court called. There were 4 people in the center of the room: Mitokado Homura, Utatane Kaharu, Danzo, and Uchiha Fugaku. The Central 46 had no authority over the Gode court, in contrast to the majority of other systems in Soul Society. The captains, lieutenants, and seated officers were instead responsible for determining the guilt or innocence of those brought before the court. He has, however, permitted the Central 46 to sway his council decisions ever since Yamamoto took power. Additionally, because he has a lot of influence over the other Shinigami, they typically follow his example. One of the seated officers of the 1st Division spoke haughtily as Soifun stood up and addressed the Shinigami in the room, saying, Attention, the Gode court has been convened to address the issue of these 4 humans. In life they have committed a great sin, by committing an act against a Shinigami. Looking at the man, Soifun asked, and what were their crimes, Soifun Taicho? Their offenses include lying to a Shinigami, pretending to be a Shinigami's ally in order to carry out the deception, and using the Shinigami's child as a scapegoat. My child. Those who were unaware of this fact were taken aback. How do you 4 plead? The other captains asked the 4. Toshiro questioned the 4. All 4 of them said, not guilty. Soifun raised his voice. The court is now convened. Should you be found guilty by this council, your souls will be banished to the lowest reaches of hell. When the 4 saw the hateful expression in Soifun's eyes, they started to perspire profusely. Returning to Konoha when Makoto received the news that her husband had been put to death, she sobbed to herself, curling into a ball and asking, why did he have to die? Why, no, my Fugaku-kun. The Anbu who brought the news vanished from the compound in Uchiha. The Elder Council, meanwhile, was incensed because their leader had been put to death for no other reason than that they had deceived an outsider. Even if she had been the Hokage's wife, she was still an outsider. At that moment, the Elder Council decided to follow Madara's original request and claim Konoha as their own. The Shinigami court calls up Uchiha Fugaku to defend himself in court. Genryu Sai turned to face Fugaku, who growled in resentment but refrained from speaking, understanding that he was in no position to say or do anything to incite these people. He stepped forward and sat in the chair that emerged from the ground, his braces and locks taken off as the chair appeared to scatter and reform beneath him before he could move the long white locks that were wrapped around his arms and legs. What is the meaning of this? Fugaku asked, glancing at the chains before turning back to face the Shinigami. It was Byakuya who spoke. The purpose of those chains is to keep you alive because every blow we give you will be so excruciating that it will obliterate your soul. But if you just tell the truth, you can avoid those strikes. What the fuck do you bastards mean? I don't need these to tell the truth. Fugaku growled as a red light suddenly beeped above the chair. With a segmented charm chain connecting the hilt of both, Jashiro pulled out his Zanpakuto and said, "All waves, rise now and become my shield, lightning strike now and become my blade. Sogyo no Katowari." He then ran forward and instantly cut through Fugaku, who screamed in unearthly pain. Ryotsu was sent through the chains by the chair into Fugaku, where his wounds healed instantly and he began to hyperventilate. How, he should have died from that strike. Danzo was actually trembling. Fugaku turned to face the Shinigami and saw Mayuri laughing. "Ah, see, you already experienced that chair design. When one lies, it releases a sound showing such, and once you lie, one of his captains will cut you down. The order for each cut down goes 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, and so on, but once we reach the end, we will then allow our lieutenants to cut you down, followed by 3rd seats, 4th seats, 5th seats, and so on. Normally, the first strike from a captain's Shikai would be enough to kill someone, but I managed to find a way around that. Basically, we can cut you down repeatedly until we run out of medical Ryotsu or you finally confess and tell us the truth. So, let's begin the trial, shall we?" "This guy is more twisted than Orochimaru was," Fugaku growled at Mayuri. Shunsui said, "Now that the kind of suffering you will experience has been discussed, you can start defending yourself. Now, tell us why you participated in the plot to keep a Shinigami child away from its parent." That wench, instead of giving herself to a clan that would have made her child worthy of gold, chose to have the child with a member of the practically extinct Namikaze clan, the head of the now deceased Uchiha clan snorted in disgust. "For the past few years, I have made sure that the little spawn that she and that bastard Yondaime, the one who took the title that should have been mine, suffered greatly. I decided to help get payback against her by separating her from that bastard child of hers. Soifun wanted to go down there and tear Fugaku to pieces. I could have then found a way to woo her, but instead she fled after the beloved husband's death. Not even the most conceited Shinigami in Soul Society could match Fugaku's pride as he yelled." Shunsui gazed at Fugaku with disgust. He acknowledged that he was a pervert, but it was completely reprehensible that he would go to such lengths as to split a mother from her child. Fugaku laughed when he saw Soifun. "And I so enjoyed making that little brat suffer. I remember the day I led an armed mob to his home on his birthday. I so enjoyed making him scream as I and my little group of friends tortured him in every possible way." When Soifun struck the table with her fist, she yelled, "I'll fucking kill you." She reached for her Zanpakuto, but Jashiro, Shunsui, and Kanami stopped her. Jashiro then spoke up. When Soifun finally gave in, he gave Fugaku a glare that would frighten Kyuubi. "Soifun, stop it. If we kill him before the trial is finished and his verdict decided, he will be let off scot-free, and there is no way in all of the afterlife that I am going to allow something like him to go free." She returned to her seat as Kanami located Fugaku using his senses. "Fine." He returned to his seat as Yamamoto summoned Kaharu, saying, "Justice, this is something you will experience, Uchiha Fugaku. Now, how about you tell us why you separated Naruto from his mother and don't lie to us? We have no patience for that," Jin said, nodding toward his sword with his trademark eerie grin as he looked at the elder. "We felt that it was a necessity. Soifun was too young to be a mother and, beep." Mayuri had his Zanpakuto out before Kaharu could move, she replied, swallowing. His Zanpakuto transformed into a trident like weapon and flew in Kaharu's direction, driving the Shikai blade into her stomach. She coughed up blood as the sword was violently torn out. "Rip, a Shisogi Jizo." Now, didn't I just ask you not to lie to us?" Jin grinned at the woman. As she started to gasp for air, Kaharu let her head topple over, and the seat she was in helped her recover from the blow. Jin gave Kaharu a smile and slightly exposed his red eyes, saying, "Now, let me ask you again. Why did you split Naruto and Soifun apart?" With a hard swallow, Kaharu said, "We wanted to ensure that her power stayed in the village because we were afraid she would take Naruto from Konoha and the Namikaze clan with her if we told her he was still alive. We still won't permit the expulsion of any of the 5 founding clans from Konoha because we couldn't bear the risk. In order to prevent him from turning against us and fleeing the village." Kaharu looked defiantly at the Shinigami and said, "That is why we made sure he had nothing and that he was unaware of his heritage. And having him abused was not going to push him away. Are you stupid?" Unohana said. Kaharu turned to face Squad 4's leader. That was to ensure his submissiveness because we couldn't let someone with that much power act freely. In a few years, he would have been so obedient that he would have sacrificed his life for the village in an instant, making him the ideal guardian of Konoha. Even though Soyeon wanted to go and impale the woman, she restrained herself because she knew that after this trial, they would be given a fate that no one would ever want: eternal hellfire. As Homura was seated, Aizen nodded his head and said, "Now, as for you, why did you try to use young Naruto's life as a pawn in your pointless game of chess behind the Sandame's back?" When he heard a sword emerge from its sheath, Homura hmphed and turned away, saying, "I have no need, nor desire, to say anything to you." His eyes widened, and he turned to see the big man, Zaraki Kenpachi, jump down. He was impaled through his chest as the jagged blade twisted around in his body, then ripped out with such force that it sent a spray of blood all over the floor. With a homicidal smile, Kenpachi swung his blade over Homura's shoulders and said, "Now, how about you respond to us? Or will I have to repeatedly cut you down?" We felt that our teammate was being foolish, and we could not allow the demon Brad to become powerful unless he was being controlled. It was a risk to Konoha and it was not something we could risk, Homura said, his wounds healing, starting to ramble in terror. However, the Sandame chose to let the demon live outside of our control, so we had to find some way to make it submissive. Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes widened in rage. It was disgusting that these monsters would treat a child like an abomination just because he possessed a power they desired. As Homura went on, Soyeon was already directing Ryotsu into her Zanpakuto 2. We would be hailed as heroes for eliminating the Kyuubi, not Yoko, and our reputation would elevate us to the position of most powerful country in the world. That creature should have been killed as soon as it was sealed. With a look of hateful rage on his face, Kenpachi buried his fist in the old man's chest, causing him to become silent. Then, he twisted it so violently that it broke the front of the rib cage. Kenpachi growled, "You idiots! I enjoy murdering, slaying, and destroying my adversaries, but you would mistreat and murder children because you believe they pose a threat to your own authority." Kenpachi withdrew his Zanpakuto 2, preparing to cut the elderly man in two. "Kenpachi, that's sufficient," said Taicho snarled at Yamamoto, turning his head. "I say we cast these bastards into the depths of hell right now because they deserve to be completely destroyed for what they have done. Why should I?" "Zaraki Kenpachi, as your Soteicho, I am giving you an order to stand down or I will cut you down for treason," Yamamoto said, releasing his spiritual pressure. As Kenpachi steadily reached for his eye patch, he noticed Soyeon's Kuroi Ken at Genryusai's throat and a sudden flash of black. "If anyone should die for treason, it's you, old man. I advise you to relax your spiritual pressure." Soyeon glared at Yamamoto as she used Shunpo to return to her seat. Kenpachi, releasing a suffocating amount of spiritual pressure, grabbed Homura roughly by the throat and said, "Pray that neither Soyeon nor I are the ones who carry out your sentence when this is over." Kenpachi walked back to his seat after pushing the man's head into the chairboard behind him. The restraints locked in on Danzo as he strode forward with all the pride he could muster and settled into the chair. "Danzo, you are to answer us, and tell us everything that you did to harm Naruto, and don't even think about lying to us, or denying us the information," said Konami, who stood this time. "I bow down to nobody, not you, not the Sandame, and not anybody else, and I will tell you nothing," Danzo said, turning to Konami. Danzo gave the group a scowl. Toshiro produced his Zanpakuto 2 and said, "Hiranmaru, sit upon the frozen heavens." As a crescent-shaped moonblade emerged at the end of Toshiro's Zanpakuto 2, he leapt forward and stabbed Danzo in the body. Danzo winced but did not scream in agony. Interesting, it appears that he was able to withstand the pain. I wonder how that is possible. Maybe I can persuade Soyeon to let me conduct research on him, Mayuri said, glancing at Danzo. Toshiro snarled, "I suggest you talk, and soon, because each strike will only hurt more than the last." He tore Hiranmaru from Danzo's body and used Shunpo to get back to his seat, all the while staring at Danzo as though she were a target to be cut down. Coughing up blood, Danzo said, "I won't give up any information, no matter what you do, I won't." When a trail of long blades appeared in front of Konami, he swung his blade and said, "Cry, Suzumushi," as his Zanpakuto 2 started to vibrate quickly. "Benihiko, Suzumushi Nishiki," before it flew in Danzo's direction. "I, W, will N, ever, S, submit," Danzo said, looking defiantly up at the Shinigami as he caught multiple of them in his body and winced violently as he coughed up larger globs of blood. With a sigh, Shunsui grabbed his Zanpakuto 2. He has taken strikes from not one, but two captain-class Shinigami Shikai. How is it possible that he has managed to even survive up to this point? It is impossible, Byakuya said, staring at Danzo with intense curiosity. Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar, Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer, Kaden Kyokotsu, said Shunsui as he produced his Zanpakuto 2. A bright aura radiated from his blades, and when the flash subsided, two enormous scimitars with Chinese origins were visible. Before Danzo, Shunsui materialized and expertly pushed the blades through his ribs and into each lung. As blood started to form in his mouth, Danzo actually screamed in agony as he struggled, saying, "I won't submit." With his mouth bubbling from all the blood in it, he spoke the final line as loudly as he could. "He really is stubborn," Shunsui sighed, turning to face the Taicho of the 7th Division. "All right, Soyeon, it's all yours." Shunsui decided to return to his seat, but Soyeon also went down. Soyeon grabbed his Zanpakuto 2 as he stood in front of Danzo and said, "I'll make sure this hurts." Roar. Tenken. When Soyeon strikes Danzo with a punch, a huge iron fist suddenly strikes the Warhawk. Soyeon pulls his arm back, and the arm vanishes. Danzo's wounds are so severe that they can hardly be healed by the Ryotsu healing chair. Soyeon takes Danzo by the front and says, "Now, let's repeat it. What did you do to hurt Naruto?" For emphasis, Soyeon gripped his sword more tightly. "Never," Danzo said, glancing at Soyeon, before spitting in the captain's eyehole. Soyeon released Danzo and gripped the eyehole, unintentionally widening the crack. His helmet was now barely intact, and his eyes showed signs of being extremely animalistic. "Very well, Byakuya, do as you need," Soyeon growled at Danzo as he made his way back to his seat, helmet chips tumbling from the crack. "This isn't good," Konami said, hearing the chips hit the floor. Soyeon is self-conscious about his appearance because of how he was treated, but maybe if the others accept him, he will be less self-conscious. He turned to face the captains and said, "I hope they do, but for now, I must focus on the path of justice, starting with these men who will soon face justice. Allow me to show you our power." "Scatter, Senbon Sakura," Byakuya said as he stood and walked forward, gracefully drawing his Zanpakuto 2. The Zanpakuto 2 scattered in a whirl of cherry blossoms, leaving only a hilt. The blossoms then started to ruthlessly chop Danzo up. Danzo screamed in agony as each blade cut through his body, and as Ryotsu poured into him to keep him alive, his blood was streaming across the floor. The katana was reformed when the cherry blossoms went back to the hilt. Danzo was panting and coughing up big globs of blood. "Now," Byakuya said, glancing at Danzo, "will you speak and be subject to our law?" Byakuya closed his eyes and said, "Fair enough, Aizen, make sure he talks." Danzo shook his head without responding, and as Aizen prepared his Zanpakuto 2, he turned back to his seat. As though Kami herself were taking his call, a voice sounded over the speakers, asking, "What do I do? I can't tell them its true abilities, and I haven't had time to cast the illusion yet. Damn. All Shinigami Corps, get ready for a Ryoka attack on the Senzaikyu, the north side of Squad 11's compound, and the west compound of Squad 7. Kenpachi, Byakuya, and Shunsui turned to face the loudspeaker. Standing, Yamamoto said, "This trial will be completed later. For now, we have an attack to deal with." Yamamoto and the other captains vanished via Shunpo. "This isn't over, you old bastards, not by a long shot," Soyeon growled as he looked down at the 4 exhausted old bastards being removed by the 1st Division. Naruto. When the trial started looking at Kushina and Orihime, Naruto waved nervously. "Hi. I am Naruto. Uzumaki and Naruto." Orihime grinned instantly and seized Naruto, yanking him into an embrace while yelling, "Kawaii." She was too focused on giving him a hug to notice that he was wedged between her enormous bust. Suddenly, Naruto started to tremble because he remembered something similar having happened to him before, just before he was beaten. Orihime's trance caused by kawaii hormones was broken when Naruto started to whimper. Naruto was trembling when she looked down at him, and his eyes widened in terror. Shaking with terror, he abruptly ripped himself free of her hold and crawled backwards. "No, no hurt, please no." Naruto started crying as he still trembled. "Why is he acting like this?" Kushina scowled as she saw this. "I heard rumors about a kid being abused, but I was always busy with missions, so I never got the chance to check out these rumors. Was my godson beaten?" she asked. "If he was," she said, gripping her katana tightly, "I will be chopping up some people in a painful way." As soon as Orihime noticed Naruto trembling, he grabbed him and said, "Naruto?" He quickly ran to the door and exclaimed, "Naruto!" Naruto smashed the door open and dashed in the direction of the Seirei. Kushina leapt to her feet and ran after him, but someone walked in and knocked her down. "Hey, watch where you are going, lady." Kushina looked up to see who it was. She was a woman with scruffy black hair that had bandages wrapped around it. She was dressed in a red sleeveless dress and very short shorts. Her bust was as large as Tsunade's, but what really caught Kushina's eye was that she had a prosthetic limb in place of her right arm. When Kushina stood up and turned to go where she had seen Naruto run, someone grabbed her shoulder and jerked her around. "You just ran into me. I suggest you apologize," the street people whispered. "Is that girl crazy? She just ran into Shiba Kukaku. She is doomed if she doesn't apologize. Cat, fight, man." The now famous Kukaku just glared at Kushina and said, "Well," she waited for Kushina to stand up and apologize like the other people who came across her, sching, but instead she found the point of a katana grazing her throat. As Orihime emerged from the house, Kushina took away the katana and snarled in Kukaku's ear, releasing her killing intent. "Try to stop me, or piss me off again, and I will give you another hole to breathe out of." As Kukaku smirked and snorted, Kushina turned to Orihime and said, "Come on, let's find Naruto." The two fire-headed women fled in Naruto's direction. She was thinking something completely different on the inside, though. "I didn't even see that woman move, and I know she is not a Shinigami, so, who is she? What on earth is she doing with the girl who came with Yoruichi and has orange hair?" She started chasing after them after concluding that standing there and thinking would not solve anything. Naruto with a look of fear on his face, Naruto dashed through the crowd. He recalled how he had once been beaten after a woman crushed his head between her breasts. A mob had tried to kill him after witnessing the woman's embrace. Even though the memory made his eyes water, he continued to run in the hopes of finding his mother. Naruto abruptly turned a corner and collided with someone about his height. The two of them fell into a nearby storm drain, or at least what appeared to be one. The two screamed as something in the storm drain abruptly pulled them, and they started to twist inside the pipe as their speed increased. The two screamed as loudly as they could as they bounded out of the drain after spotting a light at the end. "Ow, that hurts." Naruto pushed himself as he looked at the person he knocked into. "Hey, you alright?" The boy sat up and moaned after the two landed in a pile of trash. The young boy, who had brown hair and a simple outfit of tattered clothes, said, "Owie, yeah, I am alright." After helping the boy stand up, Naruto brushed off the banana peel that had adhered to his clothing. "Hi, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and you?" Naruto said with a smile and a wave of his hand. "My name is Shibata Yuichi, so why were you running so fast?" The boy said with a smile as he took Naruto's hand. Yuichi saw Naruto wince and was about to inquire when Naruto sat down on the trash pile. "Well, you see, I didn't exactly grow up a charmed life." Naruto continued by updating Yuichi on his daily beatings and humiliations at home and his eventual discovery of his mother. When Naruto noticed that Yuichi was crying, he asked him why. Yuichi explained that his mother had been murdered and that he had spent 3 months trapped inside a parakeet trying to bring her back to life. Yuichi sniffed but maintained a smile, saying, "Well, at least now, you have your Ka-chan." Yuichi looked at Naruto in disbelief, then grinned as he clung to him after Naruto grabbed his shoulder and yelled, "Then I promise you Yuichi, I will do whatever I can to help you find your Ka-chan, Datbeo." Thank you. Yuichi released his grip and then looked around, asking, where are we?" Naruto also looked around and saw that they were sitting in a large pit, surrounded by trash, and that a steady stream was emanating from a pipe about 20 feet above them. "Hey look, a way out." Naruto got up and was going to drag Yuichi when he noticed that the young person was exhausted. After picking Yuichi up and putting him on his back, Naruto started to ascend out of the trash pit. When Naruto arrived at the summit, he looked around. It appeared that they were in a big city, with a number of buildings that appeared to be similar in design but seemed to rise in height like a staircase, and a huge tower in the center. After setting Yuichi down, Naruto surveyed the area, thinking, "Wow, this is huge." He started to move, but was abruptly interrupted by cries of agony. He ran at full speed to the tower, completely forgetting that he had come with someone. After turning in the direction he had heard from and seeing a big tower with strange slits in it. The Senzaikyuu 2 Shinigami kicked Ganju in the chest, knocking him to the ground. He yelled, "Seppa," and quickly made a few movements before slamming his palm into the bridge and partially turning it into sand, killing the 2 Shinigami. Hanataro was helping Rukia stand up in the meantime. He had been on his way back to the 4th Division when he noticed Ganju sprinting for the Senzaikyuu. He arrived just in time to witness him open the Senzaikyuu's door with his sand palm. When 2 Shinigami appeared, he was able to prevent Ganju from venting his rage on Rukia. Ganju sighed and inhaled deeply before turning to face Rukia and saying, "But that Shinigami killed Kaien, Araniki. I can't allow her to get away with such a crime." He was about to attack Rukia. "Damn, Kukaku is going to be pissed if I fail here. Rukia's eyes widened. Well, 3 little insects, breaking the laws of our society. She looked up to see Kuchiki Byakuya approaching them, poised to draw his sword. Who the hell are you? Said Ganju, refusing to back down. I am Kuchiki Byakuya, Taicho of Squad 6, and head of the Kuchiki clan, now move. Byakuya pulled out his Zanpakuto and attempted to pass Ganju and go straight for Rukia, but Ganju attempted to cut him with his blade. He leapt back, ready to use his seppa, and said, sorry, but I have no intention of backing down. Byakuya turned to Ganju and said, I need you to move away, I don't want to waste my time with a bug like you. Ganju snorted and produced a big explosive. Really? Well, you may not know this, being from the aristocratic Kuchiki clan, but we Shiba men don't ever back down from a fight. I see, so you are of the Shiba clan, then I apologize for holding back, Byakuya said, holding up his Zanpakuto, scatter, as Rukia's eyes widened slightly before he regained his stoic demeanor. Senbon Sakura. His Zanpakuto broke into hundreds of Sakura petals and headed in Ganju's direction. Ganju attempted to cut at them but found it was ineffective before he suddenly experienced sharp pains throughout his body. A spray of blood then covered the area of the bridge he was on as he fell to the ground. When Rukia attempted to run in Ganju's direction, Hanataro stopped her, saying, no, I must stop him or the Shiba clan will lose another one. I must say I am impressed. Very few are capable of surviving the strikes of Senbon Sakura. As a token of mercy, I will end your life quickly, Byakuya said as he approached the fallen Shiba and his Zanpakuto reformed. He then raised it, ready to drive it into the final male Shiba. Hi you. Byakuya grabbed his nose as it started to bleed from the contact, and he turned around just in time to see a rock before it struck his face. Leave him alone. Why are you hurting him? He is defenseless. How can you attack an unarmed opponent? He said as he opened his eyes to see Naruto standing over Ganju. Turning to face Naruto, Byakuya said stoically, I am following the law, now move. Naruto strengthened his defense of Ganju, saying, no, girly man, I won't allow you to harm him. Byakuya said, I will not say it again, move now, while raising an eyebrow in response to the insult. I won't let you hurt him, Byakuya said, looking into Naruto's eyes. He could see the resolve in them, it was very clear. He had seen that expression in many Zaraki squad members, who wanted to defend their beliefs while everyone else would be defeated. Very well, you leave me no choice, scatter, Senbon Sakura. Byakuya closed his eyes and raised his Zanpakuto before slicing into Sakura blossoms and moving in the direction of the blonde. When Rukia saw this, he yelled, no, and kicked Hanataro in the shin, causing him to release his grip and rush in Naruto's direction. I won't lose, Naruto thought as he eyed the approaching cherry blossoms and reached for Ganju's meat cleaver. Then, he was confronted by a dark-haired woman in a white dress with a red collar. At least I can save one person. Before I die, Rukia said, defending the blonde against Byakuya's blows. The cherry blossoms started to close in on Rukia and Naruto as the Sakura blossoms started to circle around them. Rukia made sure to position herself to receive the front. However, the cherry blossoms were suddenly smashed to pieces. While Naruto was examining the pink dust particles floating in the air, Rukia's eyes widened, unwilling to believe what had happened. Byakuya suddenly found himself on his hands and knees, coughing up multiple blobs of blood. He was then hurled into the wall behind him, clutching his ribs in agony, until he felt a tight grip around his throat and realized he was being supported in midair. When he opened his eyes, he was actually shivering because the person holding him by the throat and giving him a look that would have scared any rational person was Soyeon, the mother of Uzumaki Naruto and the 2nd Division's Taicho. As Soyeon pulled Byakuya down, the blow became more powerful and he kicked him in the stomach. Then Soyeon planted her foot in his stomach and he was flung to the ground. As Soyeon grabbed his hair and pulled him up to speak in his ear, Byakuya started coughing and spluttering blood. Do you want to tell me as to why you used a Shikai while my Sochi was in its direct path? Well? Byakuya shivered. The Ryoka, why? Your Sochi was protecting the Ryoka and, our law states that all intruders must die. So, you were so threatened by a wounded man, who probably does not have enough movement in his body to raise a finger, that you were willing to kill my son, just so the Ryoka would die? Byakuya said, slamming her face into the bridge's bar before yanking him up in the air as Soyeon tightened his hold on her hair. In addition to Soyeon kicking the shit out of Byakuya and displaying genuine emotion, Rukia witnessed Soyeon assaulting her brother and overheard her claim that the boy behind her was her son. Given that the Senzaiku had essentially destroyed nearly all of her Ryotsu, she did what most people would do in this circumstance. She passed out. Excuse me, is she going to be alright? And what about him? Naruto said, pointing to the man who was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, after Hanataro saw Rukia fall over and grabbed her. Oh, don't worry, I am pretty sure he will be alright, Hanataro said with a smile to Naruto. But if we don't heal his wounds soon, he may die. Hanataro then scowled as he looked at Ganju. Hey wait, what are you doing? Hanataro cut Ganju's wounds with a downward blade, causing them to sizzle and seal. The bar on his Zanpakuto continued to rise as red appeared, and Hanataro continued to do that. Just before it reached the top, Hanataro halted and said, all right, his wounds are sufficiently healed now that he shouldn't be in any real danger, for now at least. Byakuya was lifted by Soyeon. He certainly wasn't in the best of shape. His lip was split open so wide that you could see his teeth, his left eye was so swollen that it was impossible to open, his eye that wasn't swollen was black, and he had enough facial scars to confound a surgeon. Let me make myself perfectly clear, you ever raise a hand in any way to hurt my Sochi, I'm going to skin you alive, and dip you in a vat of salt. Do I make myself clear? She growled, tightening her hold on Byakuya's haori. Byakuya was in too much pain to do more than nod, so Soyeon dropped him to the ground and sprinted to Naruto. Oh my whittle Naru-chan. I am so sorry for letting the bad men hurt you. Wait a minute, how the hell did you get back in the Seireitei? I thought you were with Auntie Kushina. Hanataro watched as Soyeon picked up Naruto and squeezed him against her. With a wide range of emotions exploding from her, Soyeon looked at her son. After turning away from Soyeon, Naruto said, when the orange-haired lady hugged me, I had a bad memory come up. Soyeon's eyes softened as Naruto continued. I ran out of the house and tried to find a safe place, then I ran into, oh my Kami, where is Yuichi? Naruto leapt from Ka-chan's arms and ran toward the streets, exclaiming, Yuichi. Just as Soyeon was about to chase after him, Jashiro unexpectedly materialized in front of Naruto. When Naruto slammed his head into his groin, Jashiro grinned and said, hey Soyeon, Naruto. OOPH. His gaze shifted to the dinner plates. In agony, Jashiro collapsed to the ground, and Naruto fell backwards. When Soyeon saw this, her lips twitched a little, then again, and finally her eyes started to water. Then the dam broke. Oh Kami. Oh Kami, that was so, ha 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 ha. Oh man, that was funny as hell. As Naruto recovered his strength, he noticed Jashiro on the ground, gripping something between his legs. Jashiro gave Naruto a strained smile and said, hey mister, are you okay? Oh, don't worry, I'm fine, I just have severe pain in my... Soyeon snarled out, stopping Jashiro with a dose of killing intent. If you so much as make a single joke about that area of your body in front of my son Jashiro, I am going to make you wish it was your tuberculosis that killed you after I am done with you, got it? Yuichi, said Jashiro, nodding his head rapidly as Naruto leapt over him. Man, Soyeon sighed, I never realized being a mother could be this hard. Gazing at Naruto, her eyes widened, and she narrowed them as she saw multiple black squiggles on the back of his neck. Wait a minute, she said. When she saw what it was, a genjutsu seal, her eyes widened. With Orihime and Kushina was going crazy because she had just discovered her godson and now she had lost him. Oh, and she was doing fantastically. Naruto, Naruto, Orihime yelled as she ran into a person's stall, sending all of their goods flying across the streets. Kami damn it, where the fuck is he? Exclaimed Kushina as he halted his frantic running. Orihime yelled, Naruto, where are you Naruto? As she dashed down an alley. In an attempt to locate him, Kushina dashed down an alley and searched every trash can. Find him? Kushina sighed and shook her head as the two turned around and found themselves directly in front of one another. When the two fire-headed women turned around, they saw the same woman from earlier standing at the end of the alley. Hey, you two, Orihime was about to run back into the streets and find him. Just who the hell are you two looking for? Orihime asked. Orihime grabbed Kushina's shoulder as she turned to leave, saying, it's none of your business who we are looking for. Gripping her teeth, Kushina sighed in frustration and clutched her forehead. Kushina, come on, if we continue looking for him as we are now we are never going to find him, she said. She turned to face the dark-haired woman and said, alright, Sai, first off, I would like to know your name. The woman smirked and gestured to herself. Shiba Kukaku, at your service. Compound of Squad 7 West. After dodging one of the Shinigami's slices, Sado Yasutora punched the man in the jaw. The Shinigami had to avoid another Shinigami's blow, which caused him to fall backward. Sado, or Chad as most people called him, had his right arm sliced. Fortunately, he had his brazo derecho de gigante activated, or else his arm would have flown off. His arm was much larger than a human arm and was black with red markings. You know, it's not polite to attack an opponent from behind. He grabbed the incoming blade from another Shinigami and punched him hard in the face with his other arm. As his brazo derecho de gigante faded, Chad started to pant. Man, he thought, that takes a lot out of me. He got up and turned to face the central tower, thinking, I better get going. Ichigo may need my help. Chad started to run toward the center of the Seirei when he felt a tremendous spiritual pressure suddenly descend upon him. He turned in the direction he sensed it and saw a man with two Zanpakuto sheathed at his side, a straw hat, and a pink woman's kimono draped over his shoulders. Beside the man was a woman with a black woman's hakama, glasses, and her hair pulled back in a bun. Chad prepared to fight, expecting the man to draw a weapon, but instead he pulled out a canteen after the man glanced at him and reached behind him. Fine day, isn't it? The man asked, opening the top and starting to drink. Chad sniffed the air and detected the scent of sake. The man sighed as he turned to face Chad and said, I'm sorry, but I have to get past you because my friends might be in danger. Chad raised an eyebrow, asking, Are you certain you don't want to indulge in the elixir that is sake? As he started to approach them, the man abruptly produced his Zanpakuto. I'm underage, so no, he said. I want to let you know that I really don't want to do this, but you did invade the Soul Society, so we have to capture and detain you. Chad started charging Ryotsu into the arm after preparing his brazo derecho de gigante. The individual laughed. By the name, I would like to know the name of my opponent, if you don't mind. Sado Yasutora, and yours? Chad asked, glancing at the man. The name is Kyoraku Shunsui, Taicho of the 8th Division. As they prepared their blows, the two charged at one another. Division 11. After slicing at a big Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo kicked the one approaching him from behind with his back. He swiftly swung his foot at another Shinigami after readjusting it. He then leapt over 3 Shinigami using his blade, slamming it point first into the ground before striking each of them in the face. He turned to block and hit 3 Shinigami after landing. Get out of my way! He growled at them, then swung his Zanpakuto hard enough to send the 3 of them flying into the approaching Shinigami. As he clutched a wound on his shoulder, Ichigo started to pant. Damn it, I need to get moving, now. He started to move away, but a tremendous spiritual pressure stopped him in his tracks. He slowly turned his head and noticed a big figure approaching him on the path. The man was undoubtedly enormous, with 11 spikes in his hair and strange objects at the tips of each spike. His right eye was covered by an eye patch, and he was grinning maniacally. He looked at all of the fallen Shinigami and said, well, so that was your spiritual pressure I felt, and look at what you did here. His smile only seemed to widen as he turned to face Ichigo. I think I am going to enjoy fighting you, he said, pulling out his Zanpakuto and charging at Ichigo. The substitute Shinigami had hardly time to block the strike with his own Zanpakuto. Come on, let's see how strong you are, the big giant said, drawing back his Zanpakuto and slashed Ichigo with his sword. Alongside Soyeon after running up to Naruto, Soyeon grabbed the back of his shirt, brushed the hair away, and turned to examine the seal in greater detail. Chan, what are you doing? Naruto asked his mother as Soyeon turned to face him. When Naruto turned away, he appeared to freeze and wince. Chan, did you know that you had a genjutsu seal on you? Soyeon asked inquisitively. Sochi, what's wrong? Naruto turned away, but he forced him to look at her. As he started to twiddle his right foot, Naruto turned to face the ground and said, I asked Oji.san to put the seal on me. Soyeon was taken aback. Why would he ask the Sandame to seal him? Unconsciously clutching his body, Naruto's eyes started to water. Chan, why did you ask him to put the seal on you? He asked. What happened to him? Soyeon asked after seeing this. She turned to face Naruto and said, Chan, I am going to remove the seal, hold still. Soyeon reached to remove the seal by pushing her Ryotsu into it, but Naruto grabbed her hand as she trembled. His tears were beginning to fall. Chan, please, don't take it off, I don't want you to look at me. Soyeon stroked his cheek and gave him a tender glance. Naruto slowly released her hand, saying, Chan, I won't think any less of you. Please let me remove the seal. Soyeon grinned and asked, Promise? As she reached for the seal and swung her Ryotsu at it, Naruto released her arm. I promise, Kai said, and the seal broke. A moment later, the effects of the seal started to fade as a mirage passed over the blonde. Jashiro was recovering from his minor wound when Rukia awoke from her shock and noticed the mirage. Hanataro wanted to know what these seals were. As Soyeon watched the genjutsu's effects fade, she was initially stoic, but then her eyes widened in mortified horror and filled with tears when it finally cleared. As soon as Rukia saw the effects, she started to tremble and felt incredibly ill. Jashiro did the same thing, but he started coughing up blood instead. Hanataro started to falter where he was standing because he had never seen such things on a human. "Oh Kami. Sama, what happened to you?" Soyeon asked, holding Naruto's shoulders as she gazed at him. There were numerous diagonal scars running across Naruto's back and chest, and his body was covered in scars. If the cracks in the flesh were any indication, his arms appeared to have been burned and then rapidly frozen. A vertical scar ran across his left eye, and his cheeks appeared to have jagged marks where his whisker marks had been. His ribs were more obvious than they had been at the headquarters of the 4th Division. Actually, you could see every bone in his body. His eyes appeared bloodshot, and his sockets were sunken from hunger and thirst. Although his fingers had some deformity, it was evident that the bones were purposefully positioned incorrectly rather than being a natural deformity. Naruto turned away, not wanting his mother to see his monstrous appearance. He expected to be hurt when he saw his mother's mortified expression, but instead he was hugged tightly as she sobbed into his shoulder. With tears in his eyes, Naruto embraced his mother and caressed her back. "Oh Sochi, I'm so sorry, if I had just stayed I." With determination in her eyes, Soyeon stood up after crying into her son's shoulder for a minute more. "Don't worry Chan, it's not your fault." She snapped her fingers, causing multiple punishment corps members to appear in front of her. She glanced at the group in front of her and asked, "Soyeon Taicho, what do you wish of us?" "I want you to locate all captains, lieutenants, and seated officers, except for those of the 1st Division, and have them all head to the projection room, and the one who locates Mayuri can relay this message." "Exactly as I say it, Kuritsuchi Mayuri. Soyeon wants you to have that memory viewing machine done in the next 2 hours or less, or she is going to use him for target practice for the punishment corps. Am I clear? Also, I want you to locate Inoue Orihime and Uzumaki Kushina. They will be in the Rukon district. Now move." The punishment corps quickly returned to their responsibilities. She was about to leave when Soyeon picked Naruto up in her arms and said, "Come on sweetie, let's go find out how many people in Konoha I need to kill." Rukia turned to face Soyeon in shock and said, "Since you were willing to risk your life to protect my son, I will make sure to do everything I can to make sure you aren't condemned to the Sokyoku, I promise." She started to leave as Jashiro finally composed himself. Looking after Soyeon, Rukia said, "She wants to help me?" When Soyeon vanished in a shunpo and seized Ganju to transport him to the medical ward, the 3 Shinigami were powerless to stop him. Alongside Ichigo, a smaller man suddenly appeared beside them as Ichigo was about to block another blow from the large man in front of him. "Zaraki Taicho, Soyeon Taicho has asked that all captains, lieutenants, and seated officers minus the 1st Division be present in the projection room now," Ichigo said. As he regrettably sheathed his sword, Kenpachi sighed and said, "Damn, oh well, best not to keep her waiting." He was ready to leave. "Hey, hold on a second. What the devil is going on? You were so determined to fight me just a minute ago, and now you're just leaving." The man who had previously appeared turned to face Ichigo. "I take it you're Kurosaki Ichigo?" Ichigo was perplexed that the man was aware of his name. "Yes, but what about it?" The man bowed slightly. Ichigo's eyes widened as he heard, "Inoue-san speaks highly of you. How did this man know Orihime? What have you done to Orihime, whom you know?" The man gestured with his hands before him. Ichigo was perplexed by this. What debt, exactly, but it didn't matter at the time. "Don't worry, she is safe and sound. Our captain has insisted upon her being protected, saying that she owes her a debt she can never repay." "Orihime is where? I can take you to her if you like. The captain has also requested that she be brought to the place we are heading as well." Ichigo winced, but dismissed it. The man's expression told him he wasn't lying, and besides, he didn't really have many other choices. "Hold on. Wait, how about Rukia?" The man let out a sigh. "Our Taicho is likely going to place her under protection as well. After all, she did defend her son." Ichigo let out a sigh of relief, but he watched the man carefully because he wasn't sure if he was telling the truth, but this might be his only opportunity to save Rukia. With Orihime and Kushina, Kukaku, who was now a little perplexed, was speaking to the 2 fire-haired girls. "Hold on a minute," Kukaku said. "You are telling me that you are looking for the child of Soyeon, a member of the Fawn family. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks. He has tanned skin and is quite noisy." "Whoa," she said, massaging her forehead as the realization dawned on her. "That's a strange sequence of events if I ever heard one." A little perplexed, Kushina asked, "Why?" The two girls nodded in agreement as Fugaku sighed. "Well, most members of the Fawn family have really dark hair, pale complexions, and are a bit, how do I say this, reserved. Inoue.san, Uzumaki.san. Soifun Taicho wishes for the two of you to come to the projection room immediately," said a man from the punishment corps before the three could continue their conversation. "Wait, we need to find her son, if we don't he could," Orihime said in shock, but the man interrupted her. The two swallowed, fully aware of the fury of an enraged mother. "Don't worry, she already found him, but she is probably going to have a little chat with you when you arrive." Alongside Soifun. An hour later her son was sitting in Soifun's lap in the projection room, and she was holding him so tightly that I would probably take her whole squad to separate them, at least before Soifun kills them all for it. For the past hour, she has been caressing Naruto's hair while whimpering as she examined the scars. Some appeared to have been caused by barbed wire, some by jagged katanas, and some were the result of some hemotoxic poisons she had previously seen. Gazing up at his mother, Naruto said, "Ka-chan, what are we doing here?" Looking at Naruto, Soifun spoke as softly as she could without crying. Naruto's eyes widened as he started to struggle. "Sochi, I asked a colleague of mine to make a device so we could see what your life has been like." He attempted to break free of Soifun's hold, but she held on and spoke harshly to him. "No, I don't want Ka-chan to see. I don't want you to cry. Naruto Uzumaki-fan, as your mother, I want to know who wronged you. If I understand correctly, I will then show them what happens when you mistreat a Shinigami's child." Naruto nodded, a little scared. Soifun noticed and gave him a tender hug, saying, "Sochi, I just want to know what happened. That's all." As he nuzzled his mother's warm body, Naruto nodded his head. "I promise my Sochi. I will never let anyone hurt you again, if I can help it," Soifun said, stroking his hair. People started to stream in as soon as the door opened. The lieutenants sat close to Soifun, the captains all sat where he was, and the seated officers took up seats wherever was available. Soifun snarled at Byakuya after noticing his limp as he entered. The doors opened, and Kenpachi carried Kurosaki Ichigo inside like a bag of potatoes. The door opened once more, and Kyoraku Shunsui entered to assist Chad in walking after he appeared to have hurt his leg. "Like I will let another person harm my Sochi ever again," Soifun said, observing the two captains despite their apparent lack of threat. "It's all right, I'm not mad at you two." The two girls sighed in relief as Soifun looked at them. "Naruto told me he ran out because when Orihime hugged him, it triggered a bad memory," Soifun said, after the doors opened and two of her squad members entered, followed by Orihime and Kushina. She motioned for them to approach where they started to splutter out apologies, but Soifun intervened before it got out of control. "You're not to blame." Upon noticing Naruto's scars, Orihime's eyes widened. "What happened to him?" Kushina felt like she was about to cry as she gazed at Naruto. "We'll find out once Miyuri brings his memory viewing machine here," Soifun said, glancing at the projection screen. Orihime wanted to inquire further, but she was interrupted by the words, "Orihime." When she turned around, Ichigo was running toward her and hugging her before she could move. "Orihime, are you okay? Are you hurt? Did anything happen?" Ichigo would have continued his run had he not noticed Rukia standing behind Soifun. "Rukia?" Ichigo released Orihime and sprinted toward Rukia. "So, it seems somebody has a little crush," Orihime said, cursing inwardly that Ichigo had let her go. Kushina did not miss the dejected expression on her face as Ichigo let her go. As Soifun opened his mouth to speak to the captains, the doors flew open and Kuretsuchi Miyuri and his daughter entered the room while pulling what appeared to be an extremely complicated object. "Hello, Soifun Taicho. I completed that memory viewing machine you requested. However, was it really necessary to have your little soldiers threaten me to finish it?" Miyuri smirked as he turned to face Soifun, but there was a slight twitch in his eyes. Soifun gave Miyuri a sly smile. As he started to set up his machine, Miyuri complained, "If I didn't, you might not have finished it as quickly, or as efficiently." He took out what appeared to be a headpiece that people used in salons, then he went over to Soifun and put it in her hands. "All right. That little device will use Ryotsu to scan his brainwaves. It will then collect the energy that reflects off the brainwaves, allowing us to view it once I plug this machine in. Just set the date you want to start viewing and when you want them to stop." "Sochi, I'm going to put this on your head. We're going to use it to see your memories," Soifun said, nodding as she turned to face Naruto. Naruto nodded his head, oblivious to the numerous onlookers staring at him in disbelief. After their brief conversation, Yumachika and Akaku felt as though they were about to pass out upon seeing Naruto's scars. Akaku was thinking, what the hell happened to this kid? Yumachika thought, how ugly, who did such a thing to a boy who could possibly become quite beautiful. Ichigo was holding his stomach because he was having a terrible time not throwing up. Alright everyone, I called you all here because you are most likely going to see more evidence to support the decision to have Uchiha Fugaku, Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Utatane Kaharu sent to hell, for the Ryoka, and those who do not know this, you are welcome to leave, Soyeon said, observing the captains and all the Shinigami she had asked to be present. Leaning close to Orihime, Ichigo said, Orihime, what's going on? Ichigo, do you see the boy down there, the one with the scars? Orihime said, clutching her body as she looked down. Ichigo nodded and said, well, the woman up there is his mother, and the people she is talking about, abused her son immeasurably. How could he have missed him? Ichigo's eyes widened as he turned to face the child who was twitching in his seat. Had I not healed him, he said, looking at his classmate. She found him broken, beaten, and bloody. I managed to save his life. Ichigo glanced down, grasping her meaning, and chose to remain, wondering what the child had done to deserve this fate and what he had to endure. Soyeon started adjusting the machine before planting a barely perceptible kiss on the top of Naruto's forehead. The projection screen abruptly came to life and began showing Naruto's very first memory, the Kyuubi no Yoko attack. Central 46 outside of the Shinigami King himself, the 40 wise men and 6 judges who met at Central 46 were the highest authorities in the Soul Society. They were the highest law, and no one could question any decisions made by them. Despite their seeming strength, the Central 46 was practically helpless on their own because none of them had ever been trained for combat. As a result, the Central 46 was completely destroyed, with their blood all over the floors. A humanoid figure sat in a relaxed position in the center of the room. He looked extremely slender but muscular at the same time, and his arms had noticeable spiky protuberances. The person's eyes suddenly opened, revealing crimson orbs. It turned to its left and said, so what is it that Aizen wants? With little emotion. A hollow crawled out of the shadows, seemed to shiver in the presence of the being, and spoke up. The man's voice was split, almost like 2 voices talking at once. One voice sounded like it was echoing down a hallway, and the other sounded like a killer's whisper. He turned his head and said, my lord, Aizen. Sama has asked me to let you know about a change in plans. The hollow appeared to retreat as it peered back at itself, saying, go on then. Aizen. S. Sama has asked that you go back to Hueco Mundo, to get all the details. The man stood up, sighing, the light in the room illuminating him. The man, a vasto lord, was a hollow, not a man. In a word, the man's face was terrifying. It was a mask with slightly longer fangs than usual, and he had a tattered black cloak that ran down his back and a hood over his head. But that wasn't all. It looked like there were feathers on his back, almost like wings. This man was a hollow, a vasto lord, and not a man at all. And you, be calm, the vasto lord said, turning to face the shadows. You. A pair of golden eyes with red tints surrounding them opened as a faint growl crept through the air. Stay here, I will be back soon. As the eyes slowly closed and a faint growl filled the air, the vasto lord appeared to vanish into the darkness. As you wish, Makora. Sama. Uryu Ishida clutched his right arm as he ran down an alley. When he looked down and saw the faint trickle of blood running down it, he thought, damn, I put too much Ryatsu into that arrow. He had just defeated a number of Shinigami from various divisions. If what that one Shinigami said was accurate, the spiky haired Ryoka apparently defeated the entire 11th division. Since Ichigo was the only member of their group with such a hairstyle, he knew it had to be him. Uryu tightened his hold on his arm, ripped off a portion of his garment, and hurriedly wrapped it around the area of his arm that was bleeding. He focused on the center of the Seirei after being satisfied with the prompt first aid, but it would take some time for him to arrive there unless. I have enough leftover Ryatsu that I can use Hirenkyaku for a few miles. That should cut the distance I have to walk or run in half, but I will need to avoid conflict with any Shinigami I may come in contact with, Uryu said, sighing as he glanced toward the Seirei. Not like I have much choice, he said. Uryu nodded his head and quickly checked his reserves. He charged Ryatsu into his feet and started to flash in the direction of the city. Near the Seirei, a black cat with golden eyes was scuttling through the alleys. Yoruichi hadn't visited the Soul Society in more than a century, and some things had changed in the center. Now do I take a left here, or was I supposed to take a right back there? He asked himself. Yoruichi was looking for the Central 46's headquarters in the hopes that she could overturn their ruling regarding Rukia. Choosing to turn left, she proceeded. The projection room. The Ryoka, lieutenants, officers, and captains were seated when the projection screen appeared, displaying Naruto's memories. His first memory was only of the ceiling, but the audience was shocked by what transpired next. 3 days old, just a few days after the Kyuubi attack, Naruto was lying in his crib. He was wide awake and taking in his surroundings when the nursery door suddenly opened, revealing a young nurse holding a scalpel. She sneered as she approached Naruto's crib, saying, "Demon, I am going to enjoy this so very much." She pressed the scalpel to his cheek and started to etch his whisker lines. As he started to flail in his crib, Naruto screamed and the nurse slapped him across the face. "Quiet, demon. You deserve no less," she said, digging the scalpel deeper into his cheeks and spinning it in her hands. "Time to die, demon," she said, bringing the scalpel down and about to drive it into Naruto's heart when the doors slammed open and 2 men grabbed her arms. One with spiked brown hair and a bear mask, and the other with white hair and a white dog mask. The woman was dragged out of the room after the nurse screamed, "Let me go, the demon has to die." She was hit in the left temple. A woman with brown hair and square purple marks entered the room less than a minute later. Her eyes widened as she yelled to the 2 men, "Kakashi, Tenzo, get me some coagulants now, we need to stop his bleeding." She turned to face Naruto, took out some cotton balls, and started to dab at the scars. When the pain became too great to bear, he closed his eyes. The entire room was mortified and disgusted. How could a nurse do that? Yasushika started crying, "Heartless humans. How dare they?" while Izan had her hands to her mouth and her eyes were watering. How could a nurse do such a thing? Unohana gripped her Zanpakuto and tried, but was unable to contain her tears. 1-year-old clutching a blanket to himself, Naruto sat in a closet. He was living in the basement, which was the most damp area of the orphanage, and he was only a year old. The fact that he had not eaten in days made him extremely hungry. He saw a small rat climb over a fallen barrel of bolts and heard something suddenly topple over. When Naruto felt his stomach growl, he turned to face the rat and, without pausing for a second, used his leg movement to sprint in its direction. The rat leapt to the floor and fled toward a gap in the wall. After Naruto succeeded in grabbing the rodent's tail, it swiftly charged at him and began to bite his flesh. Naruto wanted to scream, but instead he grabbed the rat by the neck and squeezed. As he looked at it, the rat went limp, crack. After swallowing, he proceeded to bite into the rat's head. He was too hungry to give a damn. Even though it tasted utterly awful, he kept eating the raw meat, feeling the bones prick his stomach as they went down his throat, but he didn't mind. When the rat's tail was all that was left, he put it in his mouth and slurped it in like spaghetti. He coughed up some fur that had stuck in his throat and crawled back to his blanket, which was so thin it might as well have been paper and had moth holes in it. Naruto tried to fall asleep by curling up in the room's corner. Everyone in the room felt like they were about to throw up in disgust. It was embarrassing enough that Naruto was so hungry that he would carelessly eat a raw, diseased rat. "And I thought tuberculosis was bad," Jashiro said, clutching his stomach to prevent himself from throwing up there. However, he had to rush to a nearby trash can after coughing up some blood. Sentaro and Kion wasted no time in running to the trash can together. They ended up throwing up right on the edges. Kion collapsed into a ball on the ground and started to whimper. Sentaro was struggling to stay upright as his eyes started to water. The age of 2.5, Naruto waited to be allowed back inside while sitting outside. For the day, he had been cast outside and was supposed to remain there until the caretaker let him in. The door opened, and the caregiver emerged grinning. "Hello Naruto-kun. How are you doing?" Naruto asked, his eyes a little frightened. "Oh okay," the woman said, bending over and grinning, but a trained eye could see the evil sparkle in her eyes. She put her arm on his shoulder and sat down beside him, saying, "That's good. Now look." She grinned at Naruto, who was very perplexed, and said, "I want to apologize for being so cruel to you over the years. I had no excuse for that." But, the girl patted Naruto's head, silencing him. "Oh don't worry," before Naruto could believe the woman had wrapped him in an embrace. Naruto was initially startled, but the embrace was so warm that he simply melted into it. The woman smirked and said, "Die demon," before inserting a rusty knife into his chest, but he didn't notice. Naruto fell backwards and attempted to extract the dagger while screaming in agony. "Please, I can't believe you actually fell for that. Why would I be sorry for giving you exactly what you deserve?" she said, grabbing his arm and snapping his wrist before he could react. She then twisted the dagger in his chest, causing him to scream in agony as the blood started to crawl across his chest. Then, while laughing gleefully, she started to kick him in the side. However, her laughter was interrupted when a woman from the orphanage punched her square in the mouth. The woman screamed, "You bitch," and smashed the caretaker's face against a nearby wall, knocking her unconscious. She then turned to face Naruto in shock and grabbed him, her pink hair fluttering against her body. "Oh Naruto, I am so sorry," she said, his eyes closing as he passed out from blood loss. As the men started clutching their Zanpakuto, the women in the room started crying uncontrollably. Rukia grabbed Renji and used him to keep herself from toppling over, while Orihime clung to Ichigo's chest and sobbed into it. In his mind, Ichigo growled, "That fucking bitch, that whore is dead if I ever see her," with a snarl of pure hatred. "Goddamn cunt, I can't believe she would pull such a dirty trick," was Renji's thought. "How dare that wench, that monster." Byakuya looked at Rukia as she sobbed into Renji's side and said, "Hisana, what would you do?" He felt utterly sick. How could a woman, who was probably old enough to be a mother, hurt someone so ruthlessly and with such contempt? 3 years old with 9 foxtails and fox ears sewn and stapled into his body, Naruto was no older than 3 when he was thrown into a cage. More than 50 people with pitchforks and torches were outside, laughing at him and bidding for his head. The bidder with the iron rod in a flame grinned and said, "All right, everyone, let the fox hunt start. 5,000 ryo, 6,000 ryo, 10,000 ryo." As the man applied the iron rod's tip, which contained the kanji for murderer, to his exposed skin, the cage was opened. Eep! Naruto fled the cage down the streets while the crowd followed him with pitchforks, knives, and torches. As onlookers threw rotten food at him, Naruto dashed down an alleyway until he reached a fork in the road, at which point he swiftly turned left and entered the clan district. The crowd trailed behind him, unaware that they were now outside the Inuzuka compound, the last place they wanted to be. Naruto was about to turn again when he stumbled and hit a rock. His face was severely cut as he skidded face first in the gravel. He was soon surrounded by the crowd, who yelled, "Kill him," and continued to beat and burn him non-stop. Shippo Inuzuka, the mob leader, pulled out a big pipe and said, "Now, we'll show you what happens to fox demons in our village." He swung the pipe downward, intending to spray Naruto's head on the other side of the street. She looked at her husband in complete disgust after being kicked in the face by Asume Inuzuka. "Shippo, you disgusting bastard, how dare you do such a thing?" When Shippo saw his wife, his claws grew longer as he started to tremble. As a dozen Inuzuka rushed behind her, their dogs growling at the crowd, Sume slashed Shippo across the face and said, "Ts.sume.ch. Chan, I was just removing a threat to our children. It was a mistake to marry you. Our children don't need to be threatened by an innocent child." She looked at the rest of the Inuzukas behind her. "Get them." In a matter of seconds, the crowd dispersed as the Inuzukas viciously attacked them. Sume then seized the now running Shippo and said, "You, on the other hand, are going to be punished by me, personally." Sume turned to the forest and whistled as Shippo screamed, and she dug her claws into his stomach, tearing it open before throwing him to the ground. In an instant, an aburame emerged from the trees and dozens of beetles swarmed over Shippo. "Thanks Shibi, I owe you one." Sume turned to face the aburame and swiftly picked up Naruto, examining him gently before saying, "Shit, we have to get him to a hospital. Stat." With her Ninken Kuromaru at her heels, she started to sprint in the direction of the hospital. Soyeon landed backwards on his ass while clutching his chest, snarling in rage but sobbing in complete agony. Naruto had suffered a hell that was far worse than anyone could have imagined, and the irony was that Kyuubi was the cause of both of their issues. "Damn you to hell, Kyuubi. This kid is more of a man than I could ever be," Tetsuzaemon said, tearing down his manly exterior and crying while gripping his glasses, inadvertently shattering them. Looking at the screen, Chad felt pure rage for the first time in years since his abuelo's death. "I'm sorry, abuelo, but they don't deserve to be treated kindly," he said. Aged 3.5 in the hospital, Naruto was strapped to a table with needles piercing his flesh and tubes full of chemicals he didn't understand. A doctor with a mad smile on his face slammed the door open and said, "I must admit I never would have thought the demon could possibly be useful." He went to the tubes and squeezed one of the packs, saying, "This little demon is a nice little chemical I whipped up, and it is an amazing steroid for chakra. But here you are, perfect for my studies and experimentation. I haven't tested it on any living people yet, though, and I don't plan to use it on anyone else just yet." He squeezed the bag, causing the chemical to pour through the tube. "So, I decided to use it on you." The veins and chakra network started to stretch and convulse as it entered Naruto's bloodstream, causing him excruciating pain. Og. The doctor grinned and started taking notes, saying, "How intriguing. It appears your chakra stores are exploding out of control. We could build an army of the best with this." "Wait, what? No, 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 no. Damn this. This shouldn't have happened," he said, his eyes widening in horror as the meters started to blink red. Red and blue chakra were thrashing around the room while Naruto screamed in agony. Naruto screamed in agony as his body started to burn, and the doctor screamed as the lab caught fire due to some leftover chakra that had produced some sparks. What is this feeling? Nemu, a creature designed to be totally emotionless, was sobbing uncontrollably as she gripped her form. Vile beasts. I will enjoy dissecting them when they finally die. Miyuri acknowledged that he had done some twisted shit to his subjects, but it was absolutely disgusting to do that to a child. 3 years and 7 months of age. When Naruto attempted to flee into a store, more people came out and yelled insults at him as he ran from a mob that was yelling, "Demon!" and "Hell spawn!" When he turned around, he saw that the mob had completely encircled him. The person in front of him yelled, "Kill the demon," and a moment later, dozens of people had surrounded him, beating and bludgeoning him while another mob member shouted, "Hey! I have something we can try." He instructed a few people to hold up the blonde as he produced a harpoon launcher. As the men started yelling foolishly, "Fire!" Naruto was lifted off the ground. A member of the mob threw a bunch of kunai at Naruto, who screamed in agony as the harpoon was hurled straight into his stomach, barely missing anything important. Then a woman with a cat of 9 tails approached him and pinned him to the ground, saying, "I'm sure you'll like this 9-tailed whip. String him up." A group of mob members seized Naruto and restrained him while ripping the back of his shirt off. She smiled and said, "Take this." Crack, as the 9 whips slashed into Naruto's flesh, leaving 9 deep slashes in his back. His screams pierced the air as the crowd started to laugh at his bad luck. Crack! The whip slashed into his flesh once more. This is what the crowd kept doing until someone shouted, "Hey, shinobi are coming this way. Let's leave." Naruto was left to bleed in the street as the crowd dispersed. My. I wonder which one of them I should cut up first," Jin said, his eternal smile turning into a frown of sadness and disgust as tears welled up in his eyes. Izuru sobbed and had to turn away, saying, "Wabazuki, we're going to be doing a lot of cutting." 3 years and 11 months of age. 2 men dressed as shinobi kicked open Naruto's door and said, "Look what we have here, a little demon all by himself. Hey, how about we have some fun?" As he produced a hammer, the man turned to face Naruto and said, "Pin him down." Naruto made an attempt to flee, but the men were too swift. The men pinned Naruto's arms down and threw him to the ground. "So the little demon wants to become a ninja. Let's see how he becomes one after all his fingers have been destroyed," said the man holding the hammer as he approached Naruto. The man struck Naruto's pinky finger with the hammer. The man went on, ogged, with the remaining fingers, hammering each one until it broke into multiple pieces. "It appears that he will not be continuing our career at this time, will he?" Naruto was whimpering as he tried to struggle. "Oh, shut up." The man knocked Naruto unconscious by smashing the hammer into his jaw, breaking it in 3 places. "Forget fun. I am going to butcher them," Kenpachi said, snarling and fingering his sword in utter hatred as he watched Naruto's life. His eyes were welling with tears. Yachiru was hiding her face and whimpering, terrified of what might happen next. Ken-chan. Akaku was growling in utter fury, wanting to scream, "Fuck this," and slash out at the remaining bastards with his bankai, saying, "Fuck secrecy, I'm going to kill you." Before he curled into a ball and started crying, Yumachika fled the room and puked all over the floor. "That was beyond ugly, it was absolutely mortifying, the scum. Bags," he said. 4 years old as he was about to turn into an alley on his way home, Naruto said, "Ah, leave me alone." As he ran to the alley, Naruto saw the 2 men tearing off the woman's clothes and caressing her at the same time after turning to see a woman being dragged into it. "Don't worry, girl. This will feel fantastic." He reached for her underwear and started to lower his pants. "Hey you. Go away from her alone." Before they could realize what had happened, Naruto had smashed them in the face with the chair. He turned to see a blue-eyed, blonde-haired child running at them. "The demon is attacking us. Ahhhh," was the hasty cry of the 2 men before they fled down the alley. "Hi there, I don't think that they will." Naruto turned to the woman and smiled. The woman screamed and kicked Naruto in the face. "The demon is going to rape me. Help me." At the end of the alley, a group of people noticed Naruto on the ground in the woman's attire. "Come on, grab the demon." The woman tripped Naruto and started stomping on his knee as he attempted to flee. When the woman pulled up a trash can, the crowd started beating him, saying, "Take this demon," and ran it over his head. Even as the blood started to flow from the top of his head, Naruto was still conscious. "Why did he have to hurt so much?" Momo whimpered in disgust and terror as she fell over and curled into a ball. "This is why I must become a god," Aizen said, attempting his hardest to contain his emotions but failing to notice a long trail of tears streaming down his face. 4 years and 3 months of age Naruto was attempting, and failing, to avoid a plethora of throwing weapons as he fled from a group of inebriated citizens and shinobi. As the inebriated crowd began beating him with nearby scrap metal and broken bottles, one finally struck the back of his leg. Track THSSS, Demon, a member of the mob, kicked Naruto in the face, causing his jawbone to come loose and shattering his sake bottle. He then pushed the fragment into his mouth and kicked him in the jaw, making him bite into it. Sake really does that to people? Matsumoto turned away and broke down in tears, bringing herself to her knees. This is one of the few times I have seen Rangaku cry, Toshiro said, feeling like spitting up what little he had eaten since the emergency. 5 years old, as a group of civilians started to pour gasoline and water from their latrines into a pit, Naruto was flung into it. "Oh, how do you like this, burning in a pile of shit, a degrading way for a demon to die," a civilian said, laughing. "So long," he said, lighting a match. Praying that he would find a way out, Naruto glanced around and ran toward a hole in the pit's wall as the match struck the gas and sewage. Naruto got stuck after crawling through the hole, setting his entire lower body on fire. Aaggghhhh, Naruto used his upper body strength to pull himself through the remaining distance. In an attempt to extinguish the fire, he started rolling around in the dirt and sobbing. The demon's death was cheered by the crowd, who then started to slowly depart. Because his legs were so badly burned that he could hardly move them, Naruto remained in the hole. "Happy birthday, T.to me, happy be birthday to me," he curled into a corner and started singing to himself. "Inhumane. Does not even begin to describe that," Shunsui said, grabbing his pink kimono and using it to wipe away the tears and the small amount of vomit he had been unable to force back down. "They will suffer justice when Aizen-sama becomes a god," Kanami said, grabbing his glasses and throwing them to the ground as he collapsed to the ground and started slamming his fists into it while tears of pain and rage streamed down his face. "Maybe I should consider Kazushini's offer to reap a few dozen people," Hisagi said, dropping his Zanpakuto and having to keep himself from falling over. "Disgusting bastards," Nanao sobbed, her eyes getting puffy and swollen. 6 years old, alone and hungry, Naruto sat in his apartment and watched the other children play with their parents. Whimpering as he attempted to contain his tears, he crawled into a nearby corner and curled into a ball. He gripped the ball he was in and cried, "Ka-chan, 2.san, where did you go? I want my Ka-chan, I want my 2.san, where are you?" Naruto, who was only 6 years old and an orphan on his own, sobbed into the night. "Those bastards incited the Taicho's wrath. I have no pity upon them," Miraculous said, sobbing but stoic as he turned to face his captain. With a blank expression on her face and hundreds of emotions coursing through her eyes, Soyeon gazed at the screen. Her cheeks were marred by dried tears as she approached her son, who was removing the strange helmet. His mother was standing above him when he looked up, asking, "Ka-chan?" Before he could even move, Soyeon had seized him in her arms and pressed him against her, causing her eyes to well up with more tears that seemed to never stop. Naruto attempted to console his mother, but her choking sobs essentially rendered her oblivious to the outside world. Orihime cried as she held on to Ichigo, who was also crying for the blonde. Renji held Rukia as she also cried for the young Jinchuriki. Byakuya was standing against the wall, clutching his sword so tightly that it was cutting into his palms. Toshiro was comforting a sobbing Rangaku, while trying to hold in his tears. Shunsui was looking at the ground while rubbing Nanao's back. Jashiro, Kion, and Sentaro were holding each other up as the three sobbed. Mayuri was twiddling his fingers, a torn look in his eyes as his daughter fell to the floor in a fetal position and began to rock back and forth, not used to the new emotions. Jin could not bring a single smile to his own face, and Izuru was looking incredibly emo as his tears dragged down his face along with his hair going across his eyes. Kenpachi was holding Yachiru like one would an infant as she cried into his chest. Akaku was thumbing his Zanpakuto while he cried. Yumachika came back into the room, looking worse for the wear. Momo was holding on to Aizen, who was stroking her hair like a parent would a child, while he was crying a little himself. Izan was holding herself up with her Zanpakuto while clutching her stomach. Hanataro had fainted, and Yasushika had thrown his glasses and clutched his eyes. Unohana was on the verge of passing out from the range of emotions she was experiencing. Kanami pushed himself off the floor and used his Ryatsu sight to look in Naruto's direction, while Hisagi bandaged his wound from gripping his fist for so long. Chad had already left the room, and people heard loud roars of rage as several things seemed to collapse. He returned as Soyeon started to cry and he thought he heard an animal whimper. "My baby, my little Naru. Chan, I promise never to let anyone hurt you again," Soyeon said, holding Naruto closer to her. Everyone turned to see that the projection room's doors had been blown off, and, boom. A number of figures moved through the cloud, and everyone assumed combat positions. When the cloud cleared, Yamamoto and his whole team were visible. Unexpectedly, Soyeon was the first to speak up, asking, "Sotecho, what are you doing here?" After glancing at Soyeon, Yamamoto turned to face the other Shinigami in the room. The room fell silent as he said, "By order of the Central 46, Rukia Kuchiki is to be immediately executed for her crimes against the Seirei. The Ryoka are also to be placed in detention until further notice." Ichigo, Orihime, and Chad stiffened as they retreated from the elderly captain. After focusing on Naruto, the Sotecho said, "And that creature is to be returned back to where it belongs, and all Senkaimon to that place will be destroyed forever." "What is going on here? I never sent out any orders to destroy the Senkaimon," Aizen said, his eyes widening in rage. "Like I will let you lay a finger on my son, the Ryoka who saved him, or Rukia for protecting him." Soyeon growled at Yamamoto and stood guardedly in front of her son. 5 years ago, the Central 46 ordered that the gates be completely destroyed if anyone from the elemental nations managed to get through to the Seirei, Yamamoto said, pulling out a piece of paper. "The gates must be demolished in order to avoid any potential contamination because, for whatever reason, the elemental nations are able to see us and pose a threat to our society. You will need to pass through me in order to reach him," Soyeon said, drawing out her Zanpakuto 2. When all of the other captains, lieutenants, and seated officers approached Naruto and drew their own Zanpakuto 2, Yamamoto was about to pull out his own. Yamamoto's eyes twitched as Shunsui stepped forward and said, "Sorry about this, old man, but it looks like your order just got vetoed." "What are you saying?" Jashiro took the initiative. "Surely you remember the one thing you had basically hammered into our heads, according to law set down by the Shinigami King. An act given by the Central 46 can be vetoed if 8 or more of the Godai 13 vote against it. You also seem to forget that it can be done for 2 actions by Central 46, Yamamoto said, narrowing his eyes and drawing his Zanpakuto 2 quickly. "So, which one are you going to choose?" The captains prepared to confront their Shikai, but Rukia intervened. As everyone's eyes widened, she looked down and said, "Leave the Ryoka and Soyeon. Sama's son alone, I will go." As 2 members of the 1st Division cuffed Rukia, she said, "Rukia, you can't," and they swiftly vanished via Shunpo, their destination and mission. The Sokyoku, to execute Rukia Kuchiki. "Watch my son for me. Try to hold off the execution," Soyeon said, her eyes widening in rage as she turned to face the captains. In order to force them to change their mind, she leapt out the window that Chad's fist had created. Her destination and mission were Central 46. With his back to his team, Omeda said, "You heard Soyeon Taicho. Stop that execution." A loud series of highs came next. "Come on, big guy. Let's kick their asses," Kushina said, grabbing Kenpachi's arm. While Kenpachi was smiling, she tried to follow the Onmitsukido using Shunshin. At last, someone as insane as I am. As instructed by Soyeon, the other captains and seated officers dispersed to help. Ichigo had his Zanpakuto 2 ready to deal some damage when Chad used his Brazo Derecho de Gigante to charge as much Ryotsu as he could into his fist. For some reason, it started to shift slightly, but no one really noticed, and Orihime had all of her Shun Rika activated. "Stop the Sokyoku," was the only thing on everyone's mind. Alongside Soyeon was so furious that she kicked down the Central 46's doors and ran to the front gates, not bothering to look around to see if anything was amiss. Kicking open the front gates, she headed directly for the central chambers. Because of Tsunade's lessons, she rushed at the door as soon as she saw it and used a Ryotsu charged punch to send it flying into the wall across from her. She wasn't prepared for what she discovered inside. The Central 46 had been slaughtered like animals, and there were bloodstains all over the place. She entered, took a look around, and engaged her Zanpakuto 2's Shikai right away. Grrrrnnn. Soyeon turned to face the direction of the growl and saw a 5-toed paw emerge from the darkness, followed by another paw. The form started to emerge from the shadows and it was discovered to be a bear. Like Ijuka's. Soyeon was going to attack it when her gaze shifted to the scratches on the beast's eye and its enormous size. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her hands started to shake as she took in the scene. Nearly 10 years ago, when she first traveled to the elemental nations, she fought the same hollow. As Soyeon gazed at the bear Ijuka's, she was astounded by what she saw. A Shinigami rarely fought the same hollow twice, and it was even less common for a hollow to survive that many encounters, but this Ajuka's had twice survived her. There won't be a third time, she said, grabbing the hilt of her Zanpakuto 2. She then charged Ryotsu into it, saying, "Sting all enemies to death, Suzumaki." She had just transformed her Zanpakuto 2 when the hollow slashed at her, and she ducked under the beast's blow and fled to the opposite side of the room. The bear Ajuka's let out a guttural roar that sent waves of Ryotsu through the air before it leapt at her. The beats turned to face her, briefly displaying red eyes. With her palm out, Soyeon said, "Hado 33. Sokatsui." Ryotsu caused her fingers to arc, and then the energy exploded from them and struck the Ajuka's side. Expecting the Ajuka's to be dead, Soyeon leapt to the ground. Gra-og, but had to leap aside as a brownish Ryotsu with black claws slashed toward her. She had only singed the Ajuka's as the cloud dissipated. She raised her arms and said, "Damn, this is awful. We have to get this done quickly." Hado 31. Shakaho. She hit the Ajuka's with a burst of red Ryotsu. The bear's eyes flashed red once more, then it opened its mouth and blasted a brown Sero, and it leapt out of the way. Just in time, Soyeon leapt out of the way. Before Soyeon could realize what had happened, the bear Ajuka's had smashed through the chamber wall and dashed for the exit. It had opened its jaws, ready to shoot another Sero, when it abruptly snapped its head to its side. She looked at the blood in the room and said, "This blood is weeks old, and Rukia was only captured last week, so that means..." Her eyes widened in realization. "Okami no," and she hurried to the exit, saying, "I have to stop that execution." Soyeon stood up, completely bewildered. Leaping onto the rooftops, she made her way to the Sokyoku. The Sokyoku, as Yamamoto said, "Rukia Kuchiki, you have been charged with high treason by the governing body of the Soul Society. You will face the ultimate punishment. Have you anything to say?" The entire first division appeared in front of the Sokyoku. Rukia was swiftly thrown onto the device. Rukia spoke with complete contempt for the Sotecho, looking down and saying, "No Sotecho, I have nothing to say to you." After giving a nod, Yamamoto said, "Very well, release the Sokyoku." 3 metallic blocks then lifted Rukia into the air, reaching the Sokyoku's cross. In order to activate the Sokyoku, his lieutenant Chojiro said, "Crush, Jijetsubori." He jumped out of the way to avoid being struck by the spiked Zanpakuto 2, but he turned his head just in time to see a big flail coming his way. As Yamamoto turned to face them, Marichio Omeda and the entire Onmitsukido landed in front of the Sokyoku in less than a second. "We aren't letting you activate the Sokyoku Sotecho," Soyeon Taicho's orders. They immediately prepared themselves in battle formation. "To prevent the world's true justice, you all want to commit treason. You will all receive harsh punishment for your transgressions." The second division was charged by the first division. "Show these punks what you can do," said Omeda, turning to the Onmitsukido. The Onmitsukido launched a full-scale assault on the first division. "Bite, Gonryomaru." Chojiro ran directly towards Omeda and produced his Zanpakuto 2, which transformed from a katana to a rapier as he thrust it at him. Omeda then grabbed his Zanpakuto 2's chain and used it to catch the Zanpakuto 2 between the links. With a smile on his face, Marichio told the shocked Chojiro, "I ain't a lieutenant for nothing," before kicking Sasaki in the chest and releasing the lieutenant's Zanpakuto 2 of the first division. "Take this." He threw his Zanpakuto 2 at Chojiro with a punch to the back. Sasaki blocked the oncoming blow with his Zanpakuto 2, but the force pushed him back. 3 Shinigami from the first division were struck and knocked down by a group of Onmitsukido. "I must end this now. All things in the universe turned to ashes, Ryujin." Yamamoto scowled as he stared at the scene in front of him and said, "It is a sad day when a simple matter escalates to an all-out war." His call was cut off when he had to dodge 2 Hados that were about to hit him. As 2 Zanpakuto 2 attempted to cut him, he ducked, stopped them with his Zanpakuto 2, and turned to face his opponents. Shunsui glanced at his old instructors and said, "Hey old man." Jashiro said to the man he once admired as a father, "Looks like you were having some trouble." "My old students, so, it comes to this, Soyeon." Soyeon leapt over the Seireides streets and made his way to the Sokyoku. A blur of orange, black, and purple suddenly tackled her as she was about to jump over a large courtyard. The projection room tower was struck by the two as they flew through the air. Naruto heard the rumbling from upstairs. He was about to run down the stairs with Ichigo, Chad, and Orihime when he felt a surge in spiritual pressure, one he recognized, Ka-chan. He turned and rushed up the stairs. "Naruto, don't stop." Orihime attempted to reach for him, but he was too quick. "Come on," Ichigo said to Orihime and Chad, and the 3 of them rushed up the stairs in an attempt to capture the half. Shinigami with the blonde hair. Soyeon, after pushing the debris away from her, Soyeon turned to look around. A woman emerged from the rubble beside her, her eyes slid like a cat's, her skin dark, her purple hair pulled back in a ponytail, and she was dressed in tight black pants and an orange sweater. With wide eyes, Soyeon exclaimed, "Yoruichi, Sama?" Yoruichi smiled at Soyeon and said, "Hey, how are you?" As Soyeon brushed some of the leftover debris off her haori, she assumed a fighting stance. Soyeon had to duck as Yoruichi used Shunpo to get behind her and kick her, saying, "I really don't have time for this, milady. I need to get to the Sokyoku." Soyeon backflipped and sent a thrust kick directly at Yoruichi, which she blocked by crossing her arms across her chest. "That's precisely why I am here. You aren't getting to the Sokyoku." Yoruichi flipped and threw 3 punches at Soyeon, which she promptly blocked with her forearms. Then Yoruichi grabbed Soyeon's leg and swung her up toward the ceiling, causing her to flip in midair and launch herself at Yoruichi, saying, "Sting all enemies to death, Suzumaki." She then charged Ryotsu into her Zanpakuto, making it turn black, Kuroi Ken. Yoruichi barely avoided her former student's strike by moving out of the way. When Soyeon's stinger struck the ground, initially nothing happened. Crack. But suddenly there were spiderweb cracks all over the floor. As Soyeon turned to face her, Yoruichi leapt back and said, "You like it? I spent years working on it." This new ability startled Yoruichi, who asked, "What was that?" As she held up her now black Suzumbaki, Soyeon laughed. "Kuroi Ken. Black Sting. I exchange my Suzumbaki's Nigeki Kesatsu for one strong blow. Kuroi Ken will send out a wave of Ryotsu with enough force to punch a hole through the Seirei's front gates, regardless of how lightly I tap something." "Well," Yoruichi smiled, "you certainly have gotten stronger since we last met Soyeon," but before she vanished and struck Soyeon in the back. "But, so have I." After sailing through the air and colliding with the wall across from her, Soyeon tore off her haori, exposing her Onmitsukido uniform underneath. She pushed off the debris and hissed in pain as she pushed herself up, looking at Yoruichi and saying, "Guess I have no choice, time to show off my trump card." Soyeon's Ryotsu spiked as a white aura surrounded her, and Yoruichi's eyes widened as she felt the sudden increase in Ryotsu. "You like. I took inspiration for this technique from Kido and Hand.to. Hand fighting. I came up with this method myself, but I haven't given it a name yet." "No, it has a name," Yoruichi sighed as she assumed a fighting stance. "It's called Shunko. The reason that your uniform is the way it is, it's so that when one activates the technique, there is nothing there to restrict the Ryotsu flow as the spiritual energy coats the shoulders and upper back." Her clothes appeared to tear and rip as her spiritual energy sliced through them. Yoruichi slapped her arms aside and punched Soyeon, who promptly caught it in her own hand. The two abruptly flashed in front of each other and caught each other's punches. Soyeon kicked Yoruichi, then abruptly pulled the kick back and thrust a knife strike at her chest. Soyeon twisted in the air and kicked Yoruichi in the stomach after Yoruichi flipped her over and grabbed her arm, dragging her into the air with her. After leaving one another, the two Shinigami landed on their feet. Not accustomed to the Shunko's abilities and the fact that she had been emotionally and physically exhausted from crying so much just 10 minutes prior, Soyeon collapsed to one knee. As Yoruichi ran in the direction of Soyeon, she drew back her fist and charged Ryotsu into it. She watched as Yoruichi charged at her, Ryotsu lightly streaming off her fist, but Soyeon was unable to move due to the strain on her body. When Yoruichi struck Soyeon with her fist, her eyes widened in surprise. Soyeon could only look in disbelief at the victim. Naruto-fan, Uzumaki, her son, had been struck, with Jashiro, Shunsui, and Yamamoto. Yamamoto was trying to release his Zanpakuto's Shikai while blocking strikes from his two former students, but Jashiro and Shunsui were doing a fantastic job of making it nearly impossible for him to do so. After Jashiro cut into his arm, Yamamoto grabbed it and said, "I have to admit that you two have definitely grown stronger over the past 1,000 years." He turned to Jashiro and said, "You two alone are strong enough to put me on the defensive, and with Shunsui you have actually managed to cut me. And you have kept me from even getting close to releasing my Zanpakuto, a feat that few have ever been able to accomplish, and with Jashiro, you almost managed to make me drop my Zanpakuto. 300 years ago, the two of you could not even make me perspire. I don't know whether to care or not what you think of us," Jashiro said, preparing his blade. "On the one hand, you taught us to be who we are, but on the other, we finally realize how callous you can be. It is sickening to separate a mother from her child," Jashiro said, his eyes glimmering with rage. As Shunsui used Shunpo to position himself behind the Sotecho, he lunged at Yamamoto. With his remaining flexibility, Yamamoto kicked up a piece of rubble to stop Joshiro's attack and swung his Zanpakuto at Shunsui. You know, old man, you often tell me I need to be more serious, that I need to act more professional. Shunsui's grip tightened around Yamamoto's Zanpakuto as he slashed at him until they were at a standstill. Well, how do you like me now? He raised his Zanpakuto as hard as he could and slashed downward at Yamamoto. Using Shunpo, Joshiro positioned himself directly above Yamamoto and said, "Take this." The area they were fighting in was rocked by a wave of spiritual pressure as the two captains swung their swords at Yamamoto, who blocked both blows with his own Zanpakuto. On the Sokyoku Hills steps, Uryu was sprinting up the stairs, prepared to fight right away, but he was stopped in his tracks by a wave of spiritual pressure. "Damn," he said, looking up at the sky, "I may have to release the Sanrei glove if I want to have a chance of surviving this. Pardon me, grandfather. I may have no other choice." Uryu prayed that it wouldn't come to that and kept running up the stairs. At the summit of Sokyoku, after slicing at a 1st Division soldier, Kushina turned around and said, "Hey Kenpachi, I'm on 13. Turning to face her, Kenpachi smiled and said, "I'm on 17. He deflected another Shinigami's blow. "Keep it up, or I'll beat you, big guy," smiled Kushina. She ducked and kicked the stomach of another Shinigami. Naruto, Yoruichi, and Soyeon. As Soyeon watched Yoruichi's fist slam into Naruto's face, time seemed to stop. She heard a cracking sound as the fist struck his jaw. As he flew through the air, Naruto crashed into the wall head first and landed on a heap of debris. Yoruichi examined her actions. As blood trickled down the rocks from a crack in Naruto's skull, Soyeon gazed at his prone, motionless form. She stood up and moved toward Naruto, her eyes brimming with new tears. When Ichigo, Orihime, and Shad, who had only just arrived, witnessed what had happened, they were immobilized. They all thought the same thing when they saw Naruto's form: he's dead. Slowly turning around, Soyeon's hair obscured her eyes as she said, "Yoruichi." Her tone was so dead that it startled Yoruichi. "When you left me here, all by myself, I resented you, I hated you." She slowly raised her head, "But, deep down in my heart, I forgave you, but..." Soyeon's aura grew as her hands clenched. "I will never forgive you for that," Soyeon said, raising her head and revealing eyes full of rage and anger. She kicked Yoruichi in the chin and sent her flying after burying her fist in her stomach and making her cough up blood. Soyeon disappeared and then resurfaced directly in front of Yoruichi, knocking her to the ground with a spinning heel drop to the stomach. Soyeon put her foot in her stomach and engaged her Kuroi Ken before Yoruichi could move. "It's time to die, Yoruichi Shiwan," Yoruichi said, staring into Soyeon's streaked eyes. She directed her Kuroi Ken in the direction of her head. With Joshiro, Shunsui, and Yamamoto with their swords clashing and sparks flying everywhere, the three were at a standstill. Each of the three released a significant amount of Ryotsu after separating from the others. "I've had enough of playing with you two. This is over." As the other two shot at him, he raised his Zanpakuto. On the Sokyoku, while Kenpachi was blocking 7 sword strikes, Kushina punched a member of the 1st Division in the face. Using his Shikai, Akaku was destroying a lot of Shinigami. Soyeon started to move in the direction of the Sokyoku cross, merely blocking blows. Any Shinigami that Unohana could heal was being healed. Toshiro was obstructing multiple members of the 1st Division. The battlefield had devolved into a full-scale conflict. "Take this, you white-haired bastard," said Omeda, tossing his Zanpakuto at Chojiro. And abruptly withdrew it, putting it on a straight line to Chojiro. Soyeon, a bladed ring deflected Soyeon's blow. "She did not mean to hurt him, Soyeon," she said as she turned to see Kanami standing there holding her son's corpse. Shunsui, Joshiro, and Yamamoto, an extraordinarily long blade appeared out of nowhere and blocked their blows. Now, is that any way for family to fight? When the three turned, they saw Jin standing there, expressionless. The Sokyoku, the Shinigami, all collapsed as blood erupted from their wounds, leaving only Kushina and Byakuya, who had just arrived to help, standing. "Why hello Kushina." Kushina turned to see that she was the only person left standing after that strike. Aizen was standing there with Rukia by his side when Kushina turned around. "Soyeon, what the hell are you doing with my son?" Soyeon asked, glancing at Kanami. She was going to attack Kanami because her son had passed away and he was holding him carelessly, desecrating his corpse. "Calm down, your son is still alive. The demon his father imprisoned inside of him is preventing his death. Nothing short of a hollow Sero attacking him directly, as far as I can tell, will keep him incapacitated for longer than a week." His eyes grew wide, and Soyeon exclaimed, "He is alive. Give him to me." As she took her foot off Yoruichi's stomach, she practically yelled. I am afraid I cannot do that, Soifin. He is too important to Aizen Sama's plans. Aizen Sama, what do you mean you can't do that? You are one of the kindest and gentlest of the Shinigami. How could you do such a thing? Soifin asked him, looking at him in disbelief. How can you separate me from him? She asked, her eyes showing pain. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Konami said, I'm sorry, Soifin. I don't want to split you two apart. I really don't. Konami turned to face Soifin and said, if things had gone differently, I would have liked to train and raise the boy. But, he said, but I have to do this. To make sure what happens to your child doesn't happen to anyone else. Konami vanished in a white flash, leaving Soifin in the room. There was nothing Soifin could do but stare before screaming, no, I won't lose him again. She sliced her hand open, then drew a circle on the ground with the blood. Bakudo 58. Kakushitsujiaku. As hundreds of numbers materialized in front of her, the circle glowed. She continued to stare at each number, saying, work, please work. Suddenly, the numbers stopped, and she exclaimed, there you are. Soifin leapt out of the window and used Shunpo, immediately making her way to the Sokyoku. She might need my help. Yoruichi saw Ichigo, Orihime, and Chad. Hey guys, grab my arm now. Yoruichi used her right arm to push herself up, coughing up a few blobs of blood first. She looked towards where Soifin was going and saw the amount of spiritual pressure from her 100 years of training. She knew that things were going to get bad. This is going to be a bumpy ride. She vanished via Shunpo and followed after Soifin. The three ran over and followed instructions. The hill of Sokyoku. The Hogyoku, such a small thing. Aizen was standing with his hand changed, thrust into Rukia's chest, and he threw Rukia to the ground while blocking a blow from Byakuya, who had murder in his eyes. Jin deflected multiple blows from Yamamoto, Jashiro, and Shunsui. Konami said, Aizen Sama, we have the boy, as he abruptly emerged holding Naruto. Good, we shall now depart. Aizen smiled as he kicked Byakuya away. The sky appeared to split open, revealing a black maw. Several white-faced creatures with black bodies and pointed noses emerged from the black maw, including Jillian's. The ground beneath them appeared to rip from the surface, and a golden light enveloped the three traitors. It's too late. There is no way to stop them now, Yamamoto sighed. Goodbye Shinigami, when next we meet, it will not be so pleasant. Aizen smiled as he broke his glasses and swept his hair back, just before they were dragged into the Garganta. Aizen. They all watched as Soifin appeared out of nowhere via Shunpo, ran over to the Sokyoku, and used her Kuroi Ken, shattering the weapon to pieces as she did so. What are you doing, Soifin? Unohana saw Soifin pick up a sizable piece of the Sokyoku and hold it aloft. You aren't taking my son away from me, Aizen, squelch, aaggghhh. Soifin pushed the Sokyoku shard into her Suzumaki, which was still on her arm. As she pointed Suzumaki at Aizen, her spiritual pressure abruptly increased, saying, Bankai. The sheer force of her spiritual pressure caused the ground to shatter, scattering large pieces of earth and debris all over the place. Aizen, it's time to die. The cloud created by her sudden spiritual release cleared, and she stood there with her Bankai activated. She had a long missile launcher on her arm, and a set of armor that covered her right side of the body and extended over her shoulder as a face mask. Jakuho Raikoben. The missile pod took off from her and headed directly for the Garganta. She had already used Shunpo before anyone could comment, but no one could see where she went. With a boom, and enough force to distort the atmosphere, the missile struck the Garganta directly, destroying it. The protective beams of Aizen, Konami, and Jin dissipated, and they fell through the sky. Before removing Naruto from Konami's embrace, Soifin kicked the man in the face for attempting to take her son in the first place. She spun around to return to the ground, but she stopped when a sharp pain shot through her body. She too collapsed to the ground, her form exploding with blood. Since Aizen, Jin, and Konami were able to land upright, they were spared this terrible fate. At that moment, Naruto decided to wake up and groggily rubbed his eyes before opening them to see his mother's face and her blood splattered form. Ka. Chan. Ka. Chan, wake up, Ka. Chan, he said, grabbing her face and looking at it. Tears started to stream down his cheeks as he started to tremble. No, he said, falling backwards when Soifin made no move. I just got you back, Ka. Chan. I don't want to be alone again. Please, don't let me be alone again. No. As Aizen followed him, Naruto slammed his face into his mother's body. I am sorry it had to come to this, Naruto, but you are too valuable to our cause to allow her to raise you amongst the Shinigami. Naruto appeared to be stiffening up. Fear not, for when I ascend to godhood and crush all oppression in this world, I will be able to bring your mother back, as he grabbed Naruto. Now come. Naruto started thinking about what he had just heard. This man killed his mother in order to become a god. Naruto's pupils became slits and his eyes turned red. I'm going to kill you, Aizen said as the blonde abruptly snapped his head around just as he was about to grab Naruto and take him with them. His eyes were now burning with a crimson fire, his whisker marks were more distinct and deeper, and his nails were growing longer and sharper into claws. Aizen jumped backwards as Naruto screamed in agony as crimson energy started to shoot out of his body. Before he could react, Naruto had slashed him across the face. You bastard, you killed her, you took the only family I had, Naruto yelled. What is this? Uryu had finally made it through the trees on the opposite side of the field just in time to witness Naruto release his crimson aura. A moment later, Yoruichi, Ichigo, Orihime, and Chad appeared beside him. Ichigo, Orihime, Chad, who are you? He pointed to Yoruichi as he spoke. Yoruichi turned to Uryu and said, I'll explain later, for now, AAGGGHHHHH. As she turned to face Naruto, she noticed that his red aura was starting to take the shape of tails. Okami, what is this power? She asked. Ichigo, Orihime, and Chad were all shaking as they realized what it was, Kyuubi. As the crimson chakra caused Naruto to undergo a terrible metamorphosis, his skin started to peel off. His arms and legs grew longer, his ears sharpened as they shot backward, his teeth sharpened into fangs, and his eyes glowed a demonic red. With a demonic roar, Gra-Og! Naruto snapped his head to the sky. Suddenly, a wave of energy swept across the landscape, scattering rock and debris in all directions. The shockwave of pure raw chakra threw Aizen back. To keep the pieces out of his eyes, he had to shield them. There was a huge cloud of smoke where Naruto was, and when the smoke cleared, something was standing where Naruto had been. Aizen's eyes widened in horror and shock at what he saw, along with the accompanying aura of malice. It was a monster on 4 legs, its crimson skin shifting and scattering, almost like hundreds of thousands of nerve endings. The claws on each limb appeared sharp enough to sever a Zanpakuto. Even though its eyes were completely white, they seemed to be staring into a white space. Fur tails with sharp ends that appeared capable of piercing were behind the creature. The creature appeared to give a low, guttural growl before opening its jaws and yelling, Rog! Before Aizen could react, the beast had slashed across his chest and was directly in front of him. To avoid it biting him, he leapt back. Shoot to kill, Shinso! Jin leapt in front of Aizen, and his Zanpakuto reached out and shot in the direction of the beast, but it failed to even pierce the flesh. Jin was about to draw his sword back when the monster snatched it up and shattered it in its claws. Jin was so taken aback that he was unaware of the backhand until he felt the searing pain. Before the demon in front of him grabbed his arms and slammed him to the ground, Aizen watched Jin fly into the air and crash into the ground. After roaring directly into Aizen's face, the beast appeared to tremble as its surface skin started to tremble. Hundreds of red and blue balls suddenly exploded from the creature and started clinging to one another. As parts of its flesh started to shift and sharp spikes emerged from it, exposing white bone, the beast abruptly grew another tail. This can't be the end, Aizen thought as she realized that this beast was actually Naruto, using Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto's mouth opened wide as he made a move to swallow the ball of energy that had formed in front of him. At that moment, Naruto abruptly pivoted and focused on the area behind him. Everyone in the audience couldn't understand why he would abruptly shift his attention until they sensed a spiritual pressure that felt empty, gloomy, and dark. The area Naruto was staring at appeared to suddenly rip and change. The air suddenly split open, engulfing the entire Sokyoku Hill in a gigantic garganta. A single statement that was among the final things his grandfather had told him made Uryu's eyes widen in fear. The air will split and create an abyss big enough to swallow a city when it feels empty and a sense of nothingness sweeps over you. No, it can't be, Uryu said, shaking his head, it was just a legend. The Shinigami all prepared their Zanpakuto, ready to battle whatever came out of the Garganta, which was big enough to call forth an army of Jillians, and everyone watched in horror. As they waited, everyone heard footsteps approaching them. Clack! The sound was approaching, and clack, clack, clack. There were multiple sets of footsteps. 5 forms emerged from the Garganta, and everyone watched. 3 of them were standing straight up, likely on 2 feet, while the other 2 appeared to be quadrupedal. Out of the Garganta, a taloned foot appeared, then another taloned foot, and then 4 reptilian feet with a sliding tail, 4 clawed feet of a large beast, 2 clawed feet that appeared to be for climbing, and 2 more soft steps fit for a princess. The Garganta had produced 5 hollows. The large crocodile Ajukas, which was at least 30 feet long and appeared to have scars all over its body, was the one on the far right. It had golden eyes that resembled crocodiles, teeth that were clearly visible, and a green crescent moon mark beneath its left eye. The bear, like Ajukas on the far left, was twice as big as a polar bear, had a deep scar across one eye, and occasionally seemed to glow red. The one on the far right was a tall bipedal hollow, taller than Shunsui, with 3 sharpened claws on each arm, and 4 legs that resembled spiders extending from the back. Its mask featured a set of mandibles and fangs, giving the hollow the appearance of a humanoid spider. The one on the far left was slender, with long white hair and a soft figure that made it exceptionally feminine. It had blue, tinted eyes and a handcrafted harp in one arm. However, the one in the center appeared to be a dark creature straight out of the Bible. The creature had a large black scythe in one hand that glowed with a menacing aura as black miasma seemed to trail off the blade. It was tall and slender, but still muscular in some places. It had sharpened claws on each hand and a cloak of torn cloth over his shoulders that he wore like a hood. Its eyes glowed crimson, but what was most horrifying were the 2 tattered black wings on its back. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the central hollow said in a split voice, one sounding like an echo and the other like a murderous whisper. It's been a while, but stopped when its gaze fell on Yamamoto. Standing in front of him was the one thing his grandfather had told him he feared more than death, Gebitor de Endlosen Abgrunds. Uryu was frightened, scratched that he was mortified beyond all comprehension. Pitiful, even more pathetic than the last time I saw them, the winged hollow snorted as he turned to face Aizen. Aizen, it seems your plans are having some difficulty. Why am I not surprised? He said in his split voice before swinging his scythe over his shoulder and starting to move forward. When the hollow snapped his head to the side, he saw a red blast head coming his way. Graog. Boom. The red beam struck, scattering a huge cloud of chakra and dust everywhere. With a snarl of satisfaction, the Gobi formed Naruto turned to face Aizen and said, "Lil whelp," before noticing a white claw hand thrust through his back and out through his chest. Naruto glanced at the claw, blinking a couple of times before the crimson chakra abruptly started to fade. As the transformation was finishing, the hollow ripped his arm from Naruto's chest, causing Naruto's body to drop to the ground. As everyone watched Naruto's prone fall to the ground, time seemed to slow down. At last, a pad of Naruto's face showed a dead eye. Tane, Gihan, the 2 humanoid hollows straightened up and turned to face Makura. Get Aizen and his little pets out of here, and the hollow turned its head back to the other 4 hollows. Pitiful. Her voice sounded like an angel's, a symphonic voice that released a harmonious sound into the air as the feminine hollow bowed. As you wish, Makura. Sama. The spider, like hollow, nodded and said, yes Makura, in an aged voice. With a little boom, Tane vanished and materialized beside Aizen and Jin. She then swiftly employed the same maneuver to reappear in front of the portal. Gihan merely approached Konami's body and lifted him over his shoulders as he made his way back to the hollows. Now, as for you Shinigami. Scum, the hollow, now known as Makura, said again before being interrupted by a loud shout and a sudden surge of spiritual pressure. The name made Makura freeze, and as he turned around, he saw all of the Shinigami members staring at the person who had yelled, Gebitor de Endlosenabgrunds. With his clothes taking on a new shape, Uryu Ishida stood there looking insane. He now had the Quincy cross on various parts of his body, a long trail of Ryotsu that resembled wings, and a white set of shoulder and chest armor pieces. Gebitor de Endlosen Abgrunds, by the honor of the Quincy's, I am going to destroy you, you damn monster! Uryu screamed, grabbing his bow and pulling back as he started to absorb a tremendous amount of spiritual pressure from the surrounding landscape. Whole pieces of earth transformed into spirit particles, which formed Uryu's arrow. Monster, Makura said, narrowing his eyes. Die, Uryu shouted as he let go of the arrow, and the unprepared Shinigami was knocked down by a surge of spiritual pressure that followed. Boom. The arrow struck Makura squarely in the chest, causing an explosion that ejected a huge dust cloud. I did it, I killed him, Uryu said, dropping to one knee. I may lose my Quincy powers, but it was well worth it, he said, grinning at his now decrepit bow. In no way had Yamamoto's eyes departed from their frightened state. When Byakuya noticed this, he looked at the other hollows, who appeared to be at ease. How can they be at ease at this time? Their master is dead. The same split voice boomed from the dust cloud. Congratulations, Quincy. That strike you hit me with actually tickled. Uryu's eyes widened in horror as the cloud dissipated, revealing Makora completely unharmed. With an exuberant tone, the crocodile Ajukas snorted, as if such an attack could harm Makora. Sama, especially an attack throw a disgusting Quincy. Why can't Makora? Sama let me into the fight, it would be so much more fun. Gihan glanced at the bear. Like Ajukas and said, calm down, Sobu. Remember what Makora taught you. The spider. Like Hollow sighed. Why can't you be more like you? He asked. Shut it, Gihan, or so help me all, growled Sobu. What the hell kind of monsters are you? Renji yelled, losing his temper. Monster, monster, monster. Makora yelled as he released a pillar of black spiritual pressure that surrounded him, completely suffocating the Shinigami. You Shinigami, you hunt us down and kill us without provocation. You view us hollows as demons, and creatures worthy of extermination. And yet you have the gall to call us monsters. Makora then turned to face Uryu, saying, and you Quincy, your wretched race is even worse. Completely destroying us, turning our souls into naught but Ryotsu. Do you realize how many innocent lives your race has destroyed? Makora growled at Akaku as he raised his voice, saying, innocent, what the hell are you talking about? Everyone knows that hollows are formed from souls that give in to their darkness. No, you are wrong. Hollows are formed from more than just those who give in to their darkness. They are also formed from loneliness, fear, sadness. Emotions that anyone would feel after death. If you bothered to listen, you would hear our cries. Cries? What do you mean cries? Jashiro asked, his eyes widening. Sighed, we hollows, before we can go into our or advanced stages of Ajukas, or like me, a vasto lord. We constantly cry for help, as when we become hollows, we feel emptiness, an emptiness that is unbearable to live with. So we feed on souls, hoping to fill that empty void inside us, but alas, it is not to be. Only when we become one of the two higher stages, does that painful emptiness subside, and our thoughts, our words, it can finally be heard, but you, he pointed to the Shinigami, you can hear us, but because you have blinded yourself to the truth, all you hear come from our mouths are violent roars. You Shinigami disgust me. Oh, so we Shinigami disgust you? Well, doesn't matter to me, but, Kenpachi yelled as the Shinigami assumed fighting stances. He then tore off his eye patch, sending a huge wave of golden Ryotsu out. For what you have done, you are going to die. Kenpachi charged at Makora, his sword on the ready. Makora just caught the sword between his fingers as it descended. Akaku, Yumachika, and Yachiru were taken aback because the hollow had just deflected a blow from Kenpachi, who had not been wearing his eye patch. With utter disgust, Makora turned to face Kenpachi. Kenpachi Zaraki, you are one of the Shinigami that I find the most despicable. Kenpachi swung his sword back and brought it back down, but the hollow just stopped it with the back of his wrist. You fight for no other reason than to fight. You kill when there is no need. You are a pathetic worm unworthy of the power you have been given. Kenpachi swung at Makora once more, but he had simply vanished. And that is why, you must die. Kenpachi felt a powerful blunt strike to his chest as he flew through the air. Makora rechambered the kick and put his foot down after holding his foot out as though performing a roundhouse kick. When the Shinigami charged at the 5 hollows, Renji yelled, get them. The 4 hollows nodded as Makora turned to face the group charging towards the group behind them and said, I will deal with them myself, but if they attack you, don't hold back. Roar, Zabumaru. Renji ripped out his Zanpakuto 2, causing his blade to break and transform into a broadsword. Akaku drew his own Zanpakuto 2 and exclaimed, extend, Hazukimaru. His blade transformed into a long naginata with 2 pole breaks. Renji swung his blade as the links clicked, allowing the blade to extend forwards, while Akaku spun his weapon around and thrust the blade forward. The two swung their strikes at Makora, who merely grabbed their weapons and shoved them back. As Makora caught Akaku's naginata, he flicked away Renji's blade before it broke. Makora pushed his Hazukimaru into Renji's stomach, causing Akaku to slam back into him as he attempted to swing again. Pulling out his Zanpakuto 2, Toshiro took a step back, and Matsumoto followed suit. As Matsumoto yelled, he charged at Makora, saying, sit upon the frozen heavens, Hiranmaru. Growl, Hineka. Her Zanpakuto 2's blade transformed into an ash cloud that headed directly for Makora. Toshiro swung his sword, causing an ice dragon to emerge. The dragon charged at Makora, with Hineka's ash trailing behind it. Seeing it coming, Makora just raised his hand and said, pathetic, catching the dragon of ice before it could hit him. Then, he swung it so forcefully on top of the ash that it dispersed the Shikai. Rangaku, get out of here, now. Toshiro turned to face Matsumoto and held out his Zanpakuto 2. Bankai, he said, and a big flash happened as the ground froze. Makora just arched an eyebrow and observed the freezing fog melting away. Daigor and Hiranmaru, Toshiro exclaimed as the cloud dissipated, standing there with ice wings, a long icy tail, ice dragon talons, and 3-4-point stars floating behind him. Makora arched an eyebrow, saying, "It's impressive that someone so young can perform Bankai." Before Toshiro could reach Makora, his Bankai was dispelled, and he was hurled back with a tremendous, unseen force. Toshiro charged at him, his sword pointing forward. Makora just flicked his finger back. Though not good enough, Makora snorted. Soyeon and Mayuri turned to face one another and gave each other a nod. Bankai, they both exclaimed as they produced their Zanpakuto 2. Both of them were enveloped in a tremendous burst of light as their Bankai were exposed. Standing beneath a huge golem brandishing a broadsword, Soyeon said, "Kokuho Tengen Myo." The enormous insect-like creature, Kanjiki Ishisogi Jizo, with a baby's head and arms was in front of Mayuri. When the two Bankai charged at him, Makora closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Soyeon's Bankai merely swung its fist at Makora, but Mayuri's Bankai spat out a purple miasma and sent huge blades out from its chest. Makora was about to be impaled and crushed when he opened his eyes and grabbed the incoming attacks with a speed that could compete with a Shunpo. Everyone watched in silence as he repelled two massive Bankai attacks, saying, "Two captains using Bankai at the same time, and still not one of you can lay a hit on me." Makora yelled, "Take this," as he saw a fist approach him and then smash into the side of his face. Everyone watched in silence as Yoruichi Shiwan struck a hollow that they were unable to even reach. Makora's expression changed as Yoruichi's fist remained where it had struck. "Is that all you've got, Yoruichi Shiwan?" Makora asked, turning his eyes toward Yoruichi with a sneer of amusement. Makora kicked Yoruichi in the stomach just as she was about to attack again, sending her flying back into the Shinigami crowd behind her. Then, focusing on the two Bankai he was stopping with a single hand each, Makora said, "As for you two," before swinging Kanjiki Ishisogi Jizo and slamming it into the ground, scattering body parts all over the place. Then, he twisted the wrist of the hand he was using to hold the enormous armored golem, and a burst of Ryotsu sent the Bankai shattered into dust. Both of Soyeon's and Mayuri's Bankai had just been crushed as if they were nothing, and they stared in disbelief. "I must say I am disappointed in you, Yamamoto. Your little subordinates are weaker than I thought. I don't even need to use a fraction of my strength to crush these fools," Makora said, turning to face the Shinigami before yelling at the still frightened Yamamoto. Harak, Makora's eyes widened significantly as he turned his head. While the other half of his body was still partially in his demonic state, Naruto was using his arm to push himself up. What shocked him, though, was that one of his eyes was glowing yellow. The right side of his body was beginning to disintegrate, much like what happens to a soul before it becomes a hollow, and his eyes were glowing an intense yellow that was filled with blind rage. When Naruto opened his mouth to reveal his sharpened teeth, a red and black sphere formed in front of his jaw. When Tane saw the orb, she shuddered and asked, "What is it? It feels like a Sero, but it's so much more chaotic." The sound of the Seros, Harak, sent a shockwave that was so fast that Makora couldn't even avoid it, and Naruto's jaw cracked and widened even more. Makora anticipated it and shifted slightly out of the way, but it still managed to graze his arm, causing him some harm. "What in the hell was that thing?" Makora asked, her eyes widening. When Naruto attempted to stand up, his eyes widened and he started to scream in a split, distorted voice. So, one of you damn Shinigami actually managed to scratch me. I am impressed. Though I am surprised you would create such a thing, and still keep it alive, especially when your kind is so well known for butchering the very things you create," Makora said, glancing over the wound. The Shinigami were perplexed. Makora turned away and said, "Be thankful that my orders were not to destroy you, but..." On the tips of his fingers, a black energy started to arc. As a black orb formed, he said, "Sero." His black orb then shot at the Repentance Tower. The Repentance Tower started to break and fall toward the Seirei below as boom struck, sending a shockwave that produced hurricane force winds. A tower made of Seiki rock was turned into a pile of dust by a single hollow, which everyone watched in horror. Makora snorted as he turned back to face the Garganta. Tane and Gihan carried the Shinigami, with Sobu and Yu trailing behind. He said, "You were lucky, Shinigami, but that luck has run out. For the next time I come to the Soul Society, I will burn it to the ground." No one noticed the malevolent specter with 4 fox Like tails passed through the garganta before it closed, but it started to close as that threat lingered in the air. Soifan's eyes flitted open beside Naruto. She was going to try to move, but she managed to push herself up and stand up. "What the hell hit me?" she exclaimed. "Arrrrraaggghhhh." Soifan's eyes widened in horror and shock as she snapped her head to where she heard the noise. "Naruto." She rushed to his prone, convulsing form and yelled, "Naruto, please, no, damn it." She yelled, "Help, medic," and began to look around. Hanataro, Yasushika, Unohana, and Izan rushed over and started putting together a stretcher, but the varying spiritual pressure pushed them back. Uryu hobbled behind Orihime, Shad, and Ichigo as they were able to run over. Looking at Soifan, Ichigo thought, "Shit, he's going through hollowification. Damn him, lady, your kids are turning into hollows. Is there anything anyone can do to stop this process?" Soifan's eyes widened as she started to shake, desperate to think of a way to help her son. "Mayuri," she said, turning to the 12th Division captain, "Mayuri, come over here and help me slow the hollowification process." Mayuri rushed over and examined him, saying, "Let's see. His hollowification appears to be unstable, and from the look of it, his demonic aura is keeping it partially under control. Damn, the best I can do at this point is keep the hollowification from spreading." Mayuri took out a vial containing a goldish serum, thinking, this ought to do the trick. Now where to inject it? He examined the areas of Naruto's body that appeared to be struggling to withstand the hollowification, and discovered that it was at the junction of his neck and shoulder, directly at a primary artery. Perfect, he injected the serum quickly, and the chemical reaction occurred instantly. The body stopped attempting to dissipate, but there appeared to be a white substance leaking out of the dissipated parts. "I have never seen anything like this. I think the serum will last a few hours," Soifan said, turning to face Mayuri, "but if we don't do something soon, the serum will be useless, as his hollowification will return tenfold." She seized Mayuri's haori and started sobbing, saying, "Is there anything we can do? Please, Kami. Damn it, please, tell me there is something we can do." Looking down, Mayuri thought, there must be a way, but the only person who could possibly help us is. His eyes widened, and he said, "Yes, Kazuki Urahara should be able to help us, but I have no idea where he is." "Of course, damn, I really don't want to work with him, but it's our only shot," he said, turning to face Soifan. "It's not fair, why does everything have to be taken from me so cruelly?" Soifan sobbed. "I can take you to him," Soifan said, stopping her sobs as she turned to face Yoruichi. "I know where he is, and I can take you there," despite being unaware that Yoruichi was right behind her. Please Yoruichi. "Sama." Soifan sprang to her feet, and Yoruichi grinned as she took Soifan's hand. The two hurried toward the Senkaimon, their destination, the Seirei, saying, "Come on." Mayuri and Unohana began issuing commands. "Somebody get the stretcher equipped, get some medics over here fast. Find me more serum, get a set of Ryotsu seals and a Ryotsu scanner." As the 4th and 12th divisions carried him to a safe place, Naruto kept yelling. Shop Urahara. When Ururu noticed that Jinta was horsing around while they were outside sweeping, he said, "Jinta, you shouldn't be horsing around. Mr. Urahara and Tessai won't like it." "Quiet you, I am practicing for when I get to kick some hollow butt, so shut up." Jinta scowled as he turned to face Ururu. He then rushed over to the girl with the dark hair and started grinding his knuckles into the side of her head. "Ow, Jinta, stop it, that hurts." When Jinta looked up, she saw a Senkaimon suddenly open in the sky. It was so abrupt that it sent out a massive wave of Ryotsu. Boom. Upon closer inspection, he saw two figures plummeting from the sky. He identified one as Yoruichi and the other. "Damn, we got to get the hell out of here." Jinta's eyes widened, realizing it was Soifan. He was about to dash inside to retrieve Kazuki and Tessai when the two Shinigami crashed into the ground in front of the store. Yoruichi stood there as Soifan hurried inside. "Yoruichi, what the hell are you thinking? Soifan is going to kill Mr. Urahara." Jinta screamed as she turned to face Yoruichi. "No, she isn't," Yoruichi said, turning to face Jinta. "Not when she needs his help." Jinta and Ururu couldn't understand why Soifan would require Kazuki's assistance. Within the store, Kazuki and Tessai were sipping their tea when the door to the room they were in broke off and splintered. When the two looked up, Soifan was standing there with a terrified expression on her face. "What can I do for you, Ms. Fawn?" "We have a wide selection of," Kazuki said, pulling out his trademark fan, but Soifan cut him off before he could finish. "Kazuki, I need you to come to the Soul Society with me, it's urgent." You know that I am a wanted criminal there. If I so much as set a foot in the Soul Society I'll be, Kazuki said, glancing at Soyeon, who began to sob and bowed her head and whimper. Please Kazuki, need your help, please. You're the only one who can save my son at this point, please. Tessai's glasses dropped slightly as Kazuki's eyes grew wide. The shocked looks on the faces of Ururu and Jinta, who had come inside to see how Kazuki was doing. Flipping his fan shut, Kazuki said, very well, Tessai, Ururu, Jinta, let's go. Kazuki then picked up his cane and approached Soyeon. Yoruichi was outside getting ready to open a senkaimon. When Kazuki, Tessai, Jinta, and Ururu emerged from the store after she had completed the last preparations, she said, okay, everyone, get ready. The gate opened, revealing a brilliant white light. They dashed through the senkaimon and headed for Naruto Fa Uzumaki, Soyeon's son. Within the Seirei, the serums were being used by Mayuri to control Naruto's holification. The serum disappeared much more quickly than he had expected. It seems that the Kyuubi's Yuki eliminated all foreign substances from the body. Although he had prevented the holification from going too far, things were not looking good at the moment. Along with his right shoulder and the upper portion of his right side of his face, Naruto's right arm has entirely hollowed out. Not very scientific. But I haven't got anything else to work with, Mayuri said, drawing out a Ryatsu restraining cuff. He secured Naruto's upper shoulder with the Ryatsu cuff. The cuff appeared to slow down the holification, but if the cracks that were appearing in it were any indication, the cuff would not last long. The efforts of Orihime and Retsu Unohana to prevent the other parts of Naruto's body from going through holification were only partially successful thus far. The holified arm was attempting to flail about and hit everything in its path, but Nemu was holding it down. As he became impatient, Mayuri yelled, damn it, where is that bastard Urahara? Right here, Mayuri. Mayuri turned to see Kazuki Urahara standing behind him. Now step back, I got this. Urahara approached Naruto and examined him, saying, this is bad, but I think I can stabilize it. Urahara took a 3-pronged needle out of his pocket and extracted a black serum. Soyeon said, looking at Kazuki, this serum will keep your son from going through any more holification, but the end result will be that Naruto and his hollow side cannot be separated. I am not sure of the full spectrum of what will happen, but this is our best bet. Looking at Kazuki, Soyeon said, please, save my son. Kazuki pulled out a bottle of rubbing alcohol and a cotton ball while nodding his head. The cotton ball was dipped into the alcohol by him. Then he rubbed at a major artery in Naruto's neck. He pushed the needle into his artery after revving it up and letting a few clicks and whirs occur. Here goes nothing, he said. As the dark liquid entered his bloodstream, Naruto took a deep breath. Kazuki watched as the dark fluid passed through his veins and became apparent through his skin. Mayuri and Unohana watched as the hollow parts clung to Naruto's flesh and became a part of him as his breath started to stabilize. His whisker lines, however, did not change. As he took a seat, Kazuki sighed and said, now all we can do is wait and see what happens. Everyone sat down in the room to watch Naruto's sleeping form while they waited for him to awaken. The mindscape Naruto moaned in agony and fatigue as his eyes opened. He pushed himself up with his arm and blinked the sleep from his eyes. He looked up and was completely taken aback by what he saw. He stood in front of a huge cave with 2 statues of dragons on either side. One of the dragons had a black gem in the center of its forehead and appeared to be more aggressive, while the other had a white gem in the middle of its forehead. Looking around, Naruto asked, where am I, expecting no response. We're in your mindscape, or should I say our mindscape, brother. Naruto noticed a deathly pale version of himself with golden yellow eyes and black where the whites should have been when he turned to face the direction he heard the voice. His clothes were the same as his own, but they were colored black and white. He had white hair, too. Wo Ryu? Naruto asked, staring at him in amazement. The other one laughed. Not quite sure, brother, perhaps you would be kind enough to name me. Or maybe we should leave that to our mother. I believe that works better, don't you agree? Stay the hell away from my mother. Naruto glared at the creature in front of him as he retreated into a fighting stance. The creature sighed and scratched his head. Don't you get it, we are one and the same, so she is my mother too. Though I am not surprised by your reaction, hell, we just found her, and I highly doubt that you want to lose her. Well, guess what, brother, neither the hell do I. He started walking forward. So, I am going to tell you a little something before you leave. I will let you have control of our body, but if there is even the slightest chance that our mother could get hurt because of it, I am taking over. Do we have a deal? The being extended his hand. We have a deal, brother, Naruto said, glancing at his hand before extending his own. Looks like my brother is heading back, he said, starting to head back towards the cave. Remember Naruto, if our mother gets hurt, I am coming out. Naruto vanished in a flash of black light, leaving the other Naruto alone. Furthermore, I promise that if she passes away, I will hurl you to the ground, trample your skull underfoot, and crush it like an egg. I don't want our mother to die because of you, brother. Beyond Mindscape, Naruto opened his eyes and leapt to his feet, panting as though he had run out of breath. He finally calmed down by taking deep, relaxing breaths. Man, he said, I feel like I was run over by an angry mob with clubs and pitchforks. Naruto used his right arm to grab his face, but as he touched it, he became aware of something strange. His right arm appeared harder but smoother. In addition, he had the sensation that his fingers were sharp. His hand touched his right eye just as he was turning to look at it. Over his eyebrow, there were jagged, smooth grooves, and around his eye, there appeared to be a smooth piece. He used his right eye to look at his arm, but all he saw were multiple pulsating streams of luminous energy. His left eye widened in horror as he closed it and examined it with it. It appeared as though he had a beetle-like layer of organic armor covering his right arm, which had turned completely white. He glanced at his hand and down his arm, noting that the fingers now had a set of sharp claws, and that there were some elaborate blue markings all over the arm. He leapt from his bed, ran to a mirror, and peered inside, nearly passing out. One side of his hair was still spiky, just like it used to be, and the other side was smoothed down. His left side was still spiky, while his right side was silky smooth. He noticed a sharp white fragment of bone-like structure affixed to his face near his right eye. In addition, there were 3 curved spike protrusions on the area above the eyebrow. Naruto opened both of his eyes and looked at them. His left eye was cerulean blue with a red border around the edges, and his right eye was golden. Ah, what happened to me? Was Naruto's first thought after examining himself multiple times. Soyeon, Kazuki, Orihime, Ichigo, Shad, Yoruichi, Tessai, Jinta, Ururu, Mayuri, and Nemu stormed in as the doors slammed open. Between the shock of what had happened to him and the unexpected crowds, Naruto looked at them and did the most sensible thing he could think of at the time. He fainted. Soyeon and Orihime rushed to examine him. So, how are we going to explain it to him when he wakes up? Kazuki asked, turning to face Mayuri. Honestly, you stupid bastard, I have no idea, Mayuri said with a sigh as he started massaging his head. The light winds of the hollow world blew the white sands of Hueco Mundo in all directions. If one looked closely, they could see tiny creatures that resembled hollows but were much too small to pose a real threat. A tiny hollow that resembled a lizard and was no bigger than a 12-inch ruler darted through the sand and sporadically snapped at the surrounding air. The lizard settled down gently and crawled up a tall expanse of rock. After blinking a few times, the lizard raised its head to gaze at the sky above. For a brief moment, the sky appeared to twist and snap, and then a split started to appear in the sky. The split was tiny at first, but it grew bigger and bigger until it eventually obscured Hueco Mundo's sky, covering the sands with a black cloud. Makora stood in front of the Garganta's entrance. He looked around and took a deep breath, saying, Hueco Mundo, it's good to be back. A few figures trailed behind him. Jin Ichimaru was being carried by Tane, and Sosuke Aizen was limping next to her. As he too surveyed the landscape, Gihan slung Konami over his shoulder like a bag of potatoes. Lumping up behind, Yu and Sobu took in the view of their long-time home, Hueco Mundo. Makora looked around, as though he was searching for something. He appeared to try to focus on a distant area, but his eyes abruptly stopped. 100 feet below them, Makora leapt from the Garganta to the deep sands of Hueco Mundo. Laughing softly in his split voice, there it is, come on. Gihan and Tane leapt after them, followed by Yu and Sobu. Before he sighed and leapt off himself, Aizen glanced at the ground. He would have used Shunpo, but his Ryotsu levels were far below what Shunpo could do. When Makora landed, his fellow hollows followed suit, creating a huge cloud of sand. Aizen barely made it to the ground without getting hurt. Makora turned back to the vast desert in front of him and started to walk after turning to face the group that was following him. Let's go, we have to get these, Shinigami, some medical attention. While Sobu and Yu just plodded on, Tane and Gihan made adjustments to the Shinigami they were carrying in the hopes that it would be easier to carry them. As they hurried toward their new operational base, Las Noches, Aizen soon followed. They would have seen a red aura emerge from the Garganta and look out at the sands in front of it if they had bothered to wait a little while longer for it to close. The spectral aura resembled a fox in physical form, with 4 tail-like projections behind it. Damn, I was hoping to get more of my power. Damn, Now I am stuck with just 4 tails, the specter growled as it examined itself. How can I regain my power at this point? I will figure it out later. For the moment, I must rest, the specter growled as it lay down on the sand. So the fox, like Spectre, lay in the Hueco Mundo sands. Tearing my way out of that, boy, put more pressure on me than I thought. Following Makora's arrival, Las Noches Makora kicks open the doors to reveal a spacious court area and a room with a huge throne. As Aizen passed him and made his way to the throne, he moved aside. It is good that you showed up when you did, Makora, however, Aizen said, glaring at Makora. I asked that you help me bring Naruto here alive, not kill him. The former captain had barely reached the first step before collapsing. First of all, I would not have needed to kill him had you not been so stupid as to strike down his mother. You knew the power that boy contained, and yet you struck at the one thing he cared about. Truly a foolish endeavor if you ask me. Makora snorted in frustration as he looked at his claws. Secondly, the boy is still alive. Aizen's eyes widened as he stood up. The Vasto Lord turned to face Aizen and said, go get Naruto and bring him here, with his power we can. Aizen grinned and said, good, this makes our future plans that much easier, Makora. Makora interrupted Aizen. No, I am not going to waste my time on a worthless Shinigami's child, especially when we have more than enough power on our own to crush the Soul Society, which I really believe we should do at this point. Beyond that, the boy is inconsequential to me, and I refuse to waste my time with such an inferior creature. Makora turned away as he started walking out the front door. Aizen yelled, Makora, I am not asking you, I am ordering you to go get him. He could prove invaluable to our efforts to crush the Shinigami, and open a gate to the king's dimension. As Aizen took out his Zanpakuto, Makora turned to face him and sneered, my answer stands, I will not waste my time, if you want him so bad, you go get him. Makora was just about to enter the room. Shatter, Kyoka sway. Makora lifted Aizen off the ground and wrapped his clawed hand around his throat before he could finish. Pathetic, do you honestly think your pitiful excuse of a Zanpakuto can injure me? You seem to forget that I serve you on a whim, or have you forgotten? Makora growled, his hands tightening around Aizen's throat. As he looked at Makora, Aizen coughed. Those were the same eyes he had seen when he attempted to recruit the Vasto Lord, they were so powerful. Rewind Sosuke. Aizen strolled through Hueco Mundo's dense forests. The Espada, the original Espada, was by his side. They were hollows who, by sheer willpower, not only became Arrancar but also became a full Arrancar. Even though they weren't amazing, they were powerful enough to challenge him if they all attacked him at once. However, they wouldn't be sufficient to ensure victory in the conflict with the Soul Society. Only Ajukas were the strongest of the Espada, and the strongest of them were hardly middle-class Ajukas. He required a Vasto Lord, and not just any Vasto Lord, in order to ensure his triumph with the Soul Society. The oldest and most powerful of them all, a hollow so renowned and admired that even the other Vasto Lord bows down to him, trembling at his feet. There were numerous titles for this Vasto Lord, but one stood out and was recognized by both Hollow and Shinigami. The Hueco Mundo guardian Aizen had brought all 10 of the Espadas here. He would have to coerce this Hollow into joining him if he couldn't. Fortunately, he had himself and 10 Espadas. This creature was bound to fall, no matter how strong he was. Aizen had finally located the residence of the Guardian of Hueco Mundo, after asking around, often with force, to obtain the information. The area appeared to delve even further into the boundaries of Hueco Mundo, tunneling beneath it like a deep cavern, making it the deepest section of the Manos forest. The carvings that lined the walls appeared to have been made with the sharpest of tools. There was a bright light at the end of the chasm. As they prepared to fight, the Espada all produced their Zanpakuto. Aizen kept his hand on his Zanpakuto in case something happened, but he kept moving forward. Upon arriving at the tunnel's end, they peered inside and were astounded by what they saw. The cavern's interior and exterior were entirely different. The ground was covered in grass, luscious trees were growing, and even a tiny stream of what looked like water was flowing into a huge pool shaped like a bird. Aizen glanced around and discovered 4 people nearby. A female Hollow with long white hair was sitting on her knees at the pond's edge, softly plucking the strings of a harp. Her eyes were golden, like all Hollows, but the outer portion of the golden pupil had a faint blue tint. A bear, like Ajukas, lay on the grass beneath a tree. It was roughly twice as big as a polar bear. When its eyes opened, they flashed red and gold. A large crocodile, Ajukas, about 30 feet long, was lying close to the pond's edge. It had a green crescent moon shaped mark under its left eye. Scars, scratches, and burns were all over the Ajukas, indicating that it had been in a lot of fights. There was a humanoid spider. like hollow perched on a big rock. It had 3 clawed hands and 4 spider-like legs that protruded from its back. His legs were covered in spines, which resembled spider hair, and he felt a strong spiritual pressure that was comparable to Kenpachi's. "Excuse me, I am looking for the guardian of Hueco Mundo. By any chance is the one sitting on the rock him?" Aizen grinned as he strode forward. All of the hollows turned to face Aizen, and the spider-like hollow turned to face him, saying, "Makora Sama is not here, now get out of his domain." Aizen grinned and kept moving forward. The hollows all stood and started to release a tiny amount of Ryotsu as they said, "I came here to speak to the guardian of Hueco Mundo, and I am not leaving until I do." A split voice said, "Stand down," and the hollows froze, quickly stepping back and turning to face Aizen. Aizen glanced around and said, "Who are you? Show yourself." The air seemed to get thicker, and there was silence. Aizen snapped his head to look behind him at a shadow as a figure started to melt from the shadow of the wall. "I bow to no Shinigami's will, but I want you to leave my domain, so I will indulge your wish, for now." The figure was obviously humanoid, and his aura of spirituality was oppressive. "What is it you want, Shinigami? I have little patience for your damned race, so speak now or leave." It sat down on a stump and put his scythe down, looking at Aizen. The figure completely tore itself out of the wall, revealing a hollow with a pair of black feathered wings that seemed to glow with darkness. Also, a large scythe was slung over his shoulder. "The guardian of Hueco Mundo, I presume," Aizen said with a soft smile. The hollow shrugged his shoulders and turned to face the Espada in combat positions behind him. "That is a name my fellow hollows, and you bastard Shinigami have given me. But that is not the name I truly go by. My name is Makora. Now, I will ask again, what is it you want, Shinigami?" Aizen stood up and extended his hand. The hollow snorted as he got up and moved toward the other 4 hollows in the clearing, saying, "I wish for you to join me. Together we could be an unstoppable force." "No," sighed Aizen, grinning. When he turned to face the Espada behind him, he said, "Restrain him." The Espada ran at Makora with their Zanpakuto drawn. "I was hoping it wouldn't have to come to this, but you forced my hand." They all swung their swords at him, and Makora just turned, batting the blades away as though they were insignificant. The blades slid off like a bar of soap on a wet tile floor, but one was able to get in and cut across his chest. "Is this the best you have, Aizen? Low-ranking Ajukas who have gained Shinigami powers? Is that the strength of your army?" Makora asked, snorting, grabbing the Espada who had hit him by his orange afro. He then kicked the Arankar in the chest, sending him flying back towards the other Espada. Aizen growled and shouted, "Espada, take him now." As they reached for their Zanpakuto, the Espada nodded their heads, but Makora ripped his scythe from the ground and swung it, sending the other Espada flying even farther backwards with a huge wave. "Let's see how you like my Zanpakuto, Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu," said Aizen, holding his Zanpakuto tightly. The hollow gave him a questioning look as Aizen waited for his ultimate illusion to envelop Makora. "What was that supposed to do?" "I felt a slight breeze of Ryotsu, and that's about it." "How did you escape Kyoka Suigetsu's Shikai?" "You should be in my illusion by now," Aizen said, his eyes widening as he glanced at his Zanpakuto and asked, "What, why didn't it work?" Looking at Aizen, Makora laughed and said, "I take it that your Zanpakuto is light-based." "No light-based Zanpakuto can hurt me. Nor can it destroy me," Makora said, stepping forward and observing his blade, which seemed to absorb all the light around it. This was not surprising, since illusions are essentially just refractions of light. "I have the ability to defeat darkness, and as they say, without darkness, there can be no light." This perplexed Aizen, who asked, "What are you talking about?" While glancing at Aizen, Makora sighed and said, "I don't expect a child to know what I am talking about, especially a Shinigami." "I don't need to understand," growled Aizen. "Get Espada." Makora only watched as the Espada stood up, drew out their Zanpakuto, and immediately engaged their Resurrecciones, launching a barrage of Ryotsu across the field as they started to transform back into their original hollow forms. Makora just stood there as the Espada completed their Resurrecciones and launched themselves at her. He was just a foot or so away from the Espada when they were abruptly pushed back by a tremendous amount of spiritual pressure. Despite being flung back, 3 Espada were able to land on their own. The first one had dark skin and a big orange afro. His resurrection gave him the appearance of a gigantic armadillo with dragon heads for fists. The second was a long-haired woman with purple hair who looked like a giant moth after her resurrection. The last one was obviously Spanish, and he was surrounded by enormous wind snakes. "I am Gantenbane Mosqueda, pleased to meet you," said the orange-haired Espada, slamming his fists together. Then, as he charged up a strike, he said, "Ryu Sero." The Sero erupted and transformed into a dragon. Makora simply ducked to avoid a blow from the Octava Espada and sidestepped it. She snapped to her feet and growled, "I'm going to have fun kicking your ass, you bastard." She spread her wings, and a loud humming sound came from the big blade. Like parts. "You ruffled bastard, take this," she said, lowering her wings. Too quickly to avoid, the blade portions of her wings shot off in Makora's direction. "Oh please." Makora sighed and lifted his hand, catching the blade like a frisbee before snapping it into 1,000 shards with a single wrist flick, as though it were just a piece of glass. "I am. Impossible. How would you crack Golandrina so effortlessly?" the girl said, shaking. The Spanish Espada leapt in front of the girl just as she was about to take a step back. "Don't worry, Chiruchi Sanderwichi. I, Dordoni Alessandro del Sorricchio, will use my Zanpakuto to defeat this hollow. Let's go, Giralda," he exclaimed, jumping into the air like a number of tornadoes with bird-like heads. The Spanish Espada was greatly enraged when the 3 tornadoes rushed at Makora, who was glancing around as though Dordoni didn't matter. He was about to be struck by the 3 tornadoes when he twisted his hand into a knife and swung upward, tearing the tornadoes to pieces. When Makora said, "My turn," the tips of his fingers glowed as a black energy poured out of them, forming into multiple black orbs. "Die, traitors." The black orbs broke into multiple pieces and shot into the Espada. The other Espada stood up and were about to attack when Makora spoke up in his split voice, which had an emotionless tone. Dordoni screamed in agony as he crashed into the ground. Gantenbane slammed into a wall, shattering his armor like glass, and Chiruchi fell backwards and clutched her form as she started to bleed. "Now," Makora said, turning to face Aizen, "get out, or I will ensure that this world has one fewer Shinigami to contend with." Aizen was perspiring in sheer terror as Makora lifted his arm, a black aura enveloping his forearm. Damn, even in their freed states, the Espada were no match for him. This hollow is beyond anything the Soul Society has ever produced. I need him on my side, or this war shall fail. But how? Aizen pondered the rumors he had heard about how this hollow existed long before many great civilizations and how he had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. He concluded that there were only 2 things in the world that he detested more than anything else. Aizen interrupted Makora just as he was ready to fire off the Sero he was forming. "You despise the Shinigami, correct? And nothing would please you more than to eradicate their entire society, would it not?" Makora gave Aizen a questioning glance. "What are you trying to say?" Aizen moved forward while he was speaking. "I know you hate my kind, I realize that, but think of the possibility of us working together." Aizen kept going. "I have knowledge of a large portion of the Soul Society. I know who the strongest of the captains are, even some of their weakness. I also know how you can get into the Soul Society." He had been trying for years to find a way into the Soul Society, but Shinigami were very good at keeping themselves out of Hueco Mundo, so he didn't feel like going out and capturing a lone Shinigami guardsman to question them. Makora's eyes widened slightly, wondering if there was a way for him to enter the Soul Society. He had sent multiple hollows to find a way in, but they only found their way there via Senkaimon paths that were left over, nowhere close enough to allow him to use his power. "And what could you, as well as I, possibly gain out of this partnership?" Makora asked, lowering his arm and turning to face Aizen. "I could gain the power to change this world for the better. I would be free to do as I like," Aizen replied, swallowing deeply. Aizen saw Makora's eyes narrow as he clenched his fists. "Oh yes," he said, "I know you hate a certain captain, and I know he has gotten away from you multiple times. And you could wipe the Shinigami from the face of existence, even get your revenge on a certain captain. However, you now have the opportunity to surprise him, take the fight to him, and rather than meeting by chance, put an end to him for good." Makora turned to face Aizen and said calmly, "What were you thinking about?" Final flashback. So long as Aizen didn't try anything stupid, Makora agreed to follow him. The 4 other hollows, who turned out to be Makora's only real allies, also agreed to follow. In the battle, he lost 7 Espada, leaving only Chiruchi, Dordoni, and Gantenbane alive from the original Espada. Since then, Makora has followed him, for as long as he felt like it. It was fortunate that Makora detested the Central 46 even more than he detested the Shinigami, so asking him to kill them was not a huge concern, and he did so without showing any mercy. "No, I have not forgotten about that day, Makora." Aizen swallowed and nodded his head before falling onto his ass. "Well, Aizen, it's a good thing you remember that day. Because I promise that I only follow you when I feel like it, and I can easily use that whim to take your life. Therefore, don't annoy me." Makora turned around and left the room, with the 4 hollows that accompanied him trailing closely behind. Aizen sighed as he approached Jin and Konami, who were now conscious. I am so sorry, Konami said in a whisper to himself, looking down. Aizen gave him a shoulder pat. Aizen was about to continue when Konami interrupted, saying, It isn't your fault, Konami, nobody expected for Naruto to. Had I known how brief your life would be, I would have let you spend every last second of it with your mother Naruto, please forgive me. The blind Taicho raised his head in the direction where he sensed Aizen's presence and grinned slightly as Aizen sighed, Konami, Naruto is not dead. He looked back down and stroked his sword, thinking, gee. Good, I thought the worst. My. That boy is definitely strong, Jin said, getting to his feet and brushing himself off. His flesh was not even punctured by my Shinso. It is truly unfortunate that we were unable to win him over to our cause. Yes, it is a shame, said Aizen, apparently ignoring Jin as he made his way back to his throne, with no one noticing the single tear that fell down his cheek. Alongside Makora, Tane, attempting to play peacekeeper, tried to calm Makora as she walked through the Las Noches hallways, saying, Makora. Sama, please. You must be calm, otherwise you may lose your temper. Remember what happened the last time you lost your temper? Her tone was mildly reprimanding. Sobu grinned like a crocodile and snorted, saying, yeah, even I have to admit you went a bit out of control there. Gihan approached Makora and said, remember your old saying, be calm with your allies, and release your stress upon the enemy. As usual, Yu snarled and nodded his head in agreement while attempting to limit his speech. Tane had a point. The last time he lost his mind, Makora turned 18 square miles of Hueco Mundo into a sheet of glass. Makora sighed and tried to calm himself. The Vasto Lord sighed as he walked on, the only reason I serve him is so I can burn the Soul Society to the ground. Makora turned to Tane and said, thank you Tane, Sobu, Gihan, Yu, but I can't help it, that Shinigami irritates me so easily. I would expect nothing less from you. Makora froze in place when he heard a familiar voice say, my old friend. Makora slowly turned to see who it was. A hollow with a bulbous lower body shaped like a sea urchin or pumpkin stood, or rather, floated, behind him. His hands were normally human-like, but he had long black nails on each one. His hollow mask was a skull with a single eye in the middle, two more just above it, and a set of spikes that formed a mohawk along the middle part of his head. He also had spike-like protrusions around his neck, which resembled a necklace. What really caught his attention, though, were the 50 or so other eyes that covered the rest of his body. They were all pure gold, and the ones that surrounded his lower body each had a single-eyed mask. Zamari Leroux, it's been a while, Makora said, narrowing his eyes and feeling the spiritual pressure of the hollows before they widened and appeared to smile beneath his hollow mask, judging by the light curve in his eyes. As he appeared to float in Makora's direction, the now-named Zamari chuckled lightly and said, indeed it has my good friend. I see you too have joined Aizen. Sama's crusade. Makora sighed and approached Zamari. Makora looked at Zamari and stroked the chin of his mask, saying, yes, but he gave me a chance I was not about to pass up. And what of you, why did you join him? I did it to crush the Shinigami, Zamari said, slamming his fist into his chest. They murder us as if it's their birthright and try to destroy us because we are who we are. How dare they persecute us? As Zamari's eyes started to flicker, he became irate. Makora took Leroux by the shoulder and shook him out of it. Makora took a step back and surveyed Zamari, saying, calm down, Zamari. They will meet their end soon enough. So, you became an Ajukas at last. You weren't much more than a bubble. Shaped hollow when I last saw you, but you sure did gain strength really quickly. Yes, it was difficult, but I managed to devour a few humans with an incredibly high amount of spiritual pressure, along with a few Jillians. Makora chuckled lightly as he walked alongside Zamari, who appeared to puff out his chest in pride. Zamari nodded his head and bowed slightly to Makora, saying, yes, it is always challenging to become an Ajukas. Just remember not to ignore your hunger for hollows, or you will revert to being nothing more than an idiotic Jillian. Aside from that, how long do you think it will be before the Shinigami try to invade Hueco Mundo? I will, Makora. Makora lifted his scythe over his right shoulder and shrugged his shoulders. I'm not entirely sure, but remember that everything is timeless here. The Shinigami will believe it is only a week, even though we might be here for more than 1,000 years. Zamari turned to face Makora and laughed, saying, especially with the Guardian of Hueco Mundo on our side, it will be too late by the time the Shinigami figure it out. The other 4 hollows just watched as Makora and Zamari carried on their conversation. Well, Sobu said, turning to face the group, I'll see you all around later. Before he just crashed through one of the walls, Sobu said in his typically enthusiastic voice, "I'm going to go find a sparring partner." With his spider-like limbs folding onto his back, Gihan crossed his arms and sighed, saying, "That guy, well, at least he isn't as bad as he used to be." Yu appeared to chuckle a little as he said, "Yeah, before, he would have torn down the entire wall just for the hell of it." As Gihan turned to face Tane, Yu turned around and started to walk back up the stairs, saying, "I am going to go and find a place to meditate. I will see you all later." The spider-like hollow leapt to the ceiling and started to quickly crawl over it, leaving Tane alone. "I have some things to do as well. I will meet you and Makora back at our chambers." As he talked to Zamari, the feminine hollow sighed and turned to face Makora. She was reminded of the kindness he had shown her so many years prior.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.